Welcome back, guys, to the Schmoedown replay. We are the Cinefanatics. My name is Chris Adams.
And I'm Robert Adams.
And we've got a big one for you guys tonight. It's a double-header Wednesday. That's not an alliteration, but, you know, whatever.
It's a whoa Wednesday. That sounded so stupid. Come stop by our car lot and pick up a brand new car and drive away today.
Oh, guys, you're welcome to this channel. Why do we have one? I don't know. No, we got a cool double match for you guys today. We are doing the replay, we're doing the watch alongs, we're doing all sorts of things inside all that with special guests. We got Sabrina versus Vinnie in the play-in match into round one of the Ultimate Schmoedown singles tournament, and then following that we will have Jader Paramo versus Jim Vejvoda, an actual first round. It's not a play-in, it's an actual first round match in the Ultimate Schmoedown singles tournament. Well, that's a lot of words.
Yeah. So speaking of which, now would be a very excellent time to bring on our special guest. So first off, starting with coming straight from the First Cut show, we got Sabrina Ramirez.
Good job.
Hi, guys.
YouTube channel. From that thing you've seen her on.
I've been on it. I've been around town and back. First Cut YouTube channel, The Meaning of Podcast.
Yep. So thank you for being on, Sabrina.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And also want to bring in the Schmoedown fan extraordinaire. We got Jader, the Hurricane Paramo.
What up, guys? How's it going? Queen of the Finstock Exchange. I'm not worthy. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing, the Hurricane?
I'm doing great. I'm super happy to be here tonight. Thank you so much for me and for the invites against the Whiskey Man. So
there you go. Yeah, we're glad both of you guys are here to watch these matches. It's going to be a fun time. You got that. I got my little margarita thing here.
There you go, man.
All right, I think I have a full bottle of tequila. I need it.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
I'm like, whatever.
Let's do
All
it,
right,
man.
cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
I don't have to work tomorrow. I'm good.
Pansy. Come on, man.
Jader doesn't know me very well.
I can't wait to hang out with you guys again. Trust me.
That's right. We did get to meet you at Spectacular.
At the Spectacular draft. Yep. At the draft too. I talked to you guys for a little bit.
You were there at the draft also. Sabrina, we have not met you personally yet, so this is he's met you. I don't know how the camera works. He's met you over on Video Drew's channel. So
Did that La La Land quiz.
Yeah.
That was it was a fun time. I really enjoyed doing that quiz. Just had the best time.
Of course you did, because you won.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Nice.
So honestly, like, first off, right off the bat, that is, besides obviously your involvement with First Cut, Sabrina, and everything, that is kind of the first place I was able to gauge kind of your level of knowledge and how you would do coming into the Schmoedown itself. Just to highlight that real quick, me and Brandon definitely admitted to studying a little bit for that match, and you admitted that you did not, and you were 2 points behind us, and that's terrifying. Terrifying that you can be that close to people who studied without studying. I think that's killer, and that's why I was like saying the second Sabrina gets onto the Schmoedown, she's gonna make a tear. So
good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome because I just didn't have time beforehand to watch La La Land because it is such a long movie and you have to get invested to it, especially if you're trying to pick up on stuff. So I just didn't have time at all, and I thought I would do awful. Obviously, you went perfect. Brandon missed one. I missed two. I mean, that's not too bad.
I'll take those numbers all day.
Easily.
I love how Video Drew brings everybody together. I did a match with Robert for Stream 2.
Let's not talk about that one.
I mean, I missed one, but it's fine. Janine got me on me again rushing, which you will see on this match that I tend to do, just blurt out answers before thinking. But yeah, I mean, let's get to it, guys.
So, and then, like, real quick, I know we want to touch upon Jay. You came in. You already have a match that was filmed in the studio earlier this year before the whole world just decided, like, nah, we don't like people anymore. So you've had that one match physically there, and now also being in the virtual match world. Real quick, could you have like some thoughts as to like how's that feel going from one to the other?
Being the fan, obviously, and not being able to hang out, with everybody in LA and all that stuff. When they announced we were going virtual, I was like, oh man, this sucks, because there's nothing like walking into Collider Studio. Again, being a fan, seeing, it's crazy to think what I thought about Collider Studio and what actually is Collider Studio. But being there and, seeing everybody prep up, the hard work that goes in between every single match, I was actually the last, not my episode, obviously, but we record like 6 matches a day, but that was the last day of actual recording. So I lucked out because just the weekend after that, I know my buddy, James White was supposed to be, he flew out to LA. And they told him that he couldn't do anything, that everything was canceled. So he was actually in LA, supposed to record the match, and he couldn't do it. So I feel very lucky that I got to experience that. It feels a little different because obviously I'm flying from Miami to LA. Nerves are kicking in, the whole studying thing. For me, it was just like, they're like, hey, your match is at 2:00. I was like studying, and then it's like, hey guys, what's up? Just sat down in my living room. So the experience is completely different. And I feel like anybody would pick that. Like if I had the choice of doing the virtual or being in studio, I would pick in studio 10 out of 10 times. It's just something about being there, flying out to, obviously where I'm not from, and just the whole experience. So, it is what it is. This is the world we live in until further notice. So just to be a part of this, again, I've said this a million times, it's huge for me. So I'm happy to be a part of it, but I wish things were different. Times were different,
Obviously.
Yeah. So.
Sure.
And then Sabrina, going back over to you. So this particular match that we're going to start with your match first on this, but this particular match, you didn't know this was actually going to happen until this past weekend, because your play-in match was completely residing on the outcome of the pay-per-view event. So that means that they had that pay-per-view event on Friday, and immediately after that event was over, they had to immediately schedule you for your match, you and Vinny for y'all's match together, and then quickly get it filmed and then pass it off to Nerd Chronic and his superior editing skills to put it together, get it uploaded. Yeah. So how did that feel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
100%.
how did that feel? That
I am there too.
Friday. You were waiting on Friday, and then all of a sudden the end of that match happens. What was like from the end of that match? What was like go time afterwards for you, essentially?
It basically was, that's it. I have no other plans. I did have work. So we filmed, I don't want to say like every single detail in the world. I don't want to bring down the cloak, but I had work all day leading up to my match for 2 days, basically like 2 straight days of work. And so I was just trying to every second I could in between, trying to study as much as I can, brush up on it because, I was prepping for it. Obviously because I did think that Dan Murrell was going to win. I knew he had it in him. I thought John Rocca was going to win too. So I had even prepped before that, but to not actually know, to kind of be in this in-between place where it's like, I think Dan's going to win, but anything can happen in the world. So it was really crazy. And then once I watched that match, once I saw the outcome, I was like, damn, this is serious. It's go time. I have 2 seconds. I have literally 2 seconds to breathe. And then that's it. And it's been a journey. I've talked about this so much. Christian, before the draft, Christian was like, did you want to play this season? And I was like, I don't think genuinely that I could dedicate the time and effort because it is so much time and effort. I don't think people talk about that enough. The people who are succeeding, obviously some people have said that they don't study and things like that, but most of the people who are at that top level, they go in. They know every single detail about everything, and it shows in their performance. And it really is. Even with Andres Cabrera with his Star Wars run, he put in the work, and he talked about how it's literally, he's never put in this much work for anything in his entire life. So there's a lot that goes into it. So having this like in between place, it was difficult to like really get myself together and be like, all right, now this is actually happening. It's not up in the air anymore. So I felt this pressure on me since the beginning, which I'm here for. Any type of sport, this is a mental sport. Any type of sport, there is pressure. There's pressure from the people in it. There's pressure from your own faction. There's pressure from fans, and then the pressure that you put on yourself. Yeah. And I'm my worst critic. I'm my worst judge all the time. Nobody could ever like do anything to myself that I don't already know. Like, I get it. So going into this, I put this insane amount of pressure, and I was just the entire time up until the match from when Dan won, it was going over everything. I'm like, who directed this? Like in my head, I'm just like, who directed this? All right, who directed this? All right, do you know who directed this? And it's just 24/7. And it really is something that you need to be at the top of your mental game to kind of continue forward doing that kind of stuff. It really is something else. I echo everything Jader said about in studio versus like this. Obviously, this is what they're doing an incredible job working with the circumstances that we have. But I really did feel like going into this, I missed out on some of that like hype from your faction mates and like the like buzzing, because you actually played, and I have been to match tapings, but I've obviously never played in studio. But everybody's together. It's such a huge community. You're feeling amped. You're feeling that love. And I'm here alone in the same exact setting that I am right now. And it is a different feel, but I still got a lot of that with Tom and being on. But yeah, it was something else. It was a journey.
No, it definitely is. And just to piggyback back off of what you're saying, it's a completely different feeling. I walked into that studio. They told me, your match is at, I think it was like 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock or something like that. And they're like, but you can be here at 10. I'm like, I'm taking full advantage of this trip. Again, as a fan, I am going to be there at the very first match. And the first match was McWeeny with Guy versus Corruption, So, and it was the first live tape match and the whole night. It was a whole big deal. So I show up. I met Andrew Guy the day before. He hit me up like 2 days before, where he's like, hey dude, I'm gonna manage your match since Sam can't show up. And I'm like, okay dude, like I've never talked to you in my life. I know we're in the same faction, this and that and that. And he's like, don't worry about it, you got this. Anything you need from me? Do you need me to shoot some questions at you? And I'm like, no, overall I think I'm okay. Little backstory, not a lot of people know that I studied with one of my faction mates prior to that. We're gonna leave it up in the air, but I got my ass kicked right before my match. Now, I had done a scrimmage 2 or 3 weeks, like back to back, and I was rocking it, right? The week of my match, I got my ass rocked. And I'm, again, sorry, but but yeah, it happened where I was like, oh my God, I'm going to freak out. This is me under pressure, this and that and that. And when I got there, and I've said this on a million shows, Andrew Guy, he had his match. I didn't say hi to anybody on my faction. I kind of stayed away from everybody. Janine had showed up. Guy was there. We had a bunch of people from the faction where I was just like, I'm still, I guess I want to use the word starstruck, where I was like, I don't know if I can talk to you guys yet. I know you guys don't know me. I know you guys think, again, this is the fan that won. So I was just staying away from everybody. But everybody was overall very nice. When they're like, hey, man, congrats. Are you ready? Trying to prep me up. Again, no word from Guy, from anybody. Guy does his match. We know the outcome of that. Right after that, it was like, you're next, dude. All right, what do you need? And when I'm doing the promo, obviously he's doing all the talking because that's what he does. But he was telling me before the promo, he's like, no, you deserve this spot. And you see it if you see that first episode where he's like, as far as I know, you're 2-0, You got this. Don't worry about it. This and that. And Barbarian, I had just met also. He pours me a shot of whiskey. I'm drinking whiskey on set. And they're both like hyping me up, like, you got that. And then I was like, and I got out there, like, like super amped. And it's exactly what she says. You get so amped with your teammates there. Like, there's nothing to get in your way. And I was ready to drive a semi through that Collider studio. And that's just the energy that I went with. So that's another thing where there's one thing where you're like emailing each other, like, hey, what do you need? Or again, you're doing Zoom calls or anything like that, but there's nothing like being on set and just having that hype, whether they're your fan, in your faction or not, you have just people that overall love this sport and just have your back, or, it's an incredible feeling. So I miss it, man. I miss it. I only did it once, but I miss it.
Right. Exactly.
See, I knew I should have had the whiskey shots.
Yeah, man. No, it helps, dude. It helps. Trust me.
Anyways, guys, we're going to jump into this first match here. I'm excited to see both of these.
Word, me too.
Real quick, before we get started, let's highlight some of these guys. BC's here. Hey, BCD.
Hey.
He's saying hi to both of y'all. And then we've got Tyler. Tyler's here too. Nice to see
man,
you.
let me tell you, I just came across Tyler's page, man. I think he's doing a great job, and he's a metalhead, so he was reviewing like the Trivium album and all that. It's super great. So I subscribed right away, and I'm excited to see what Tyler does in the future. But it's awesome.
Yep. And then that's all the comments we have to highlight.
There's no other comments.
That's the only comments we have to highlight. So let's go ahead and get into that. No one else we need to talk to.
That's funny.
Hey, wait, before we get started on this, though, there was a couple other housekeeping things we gotta do. Those of y'all that are in the chat, in the comments, if you're making a comment of anything, any sort,
What the heck is that?
I don't know.
Off the screen.
I accidentally clicked on something on another channel.
Respect my faction mate, man. Respect.
Okay, so real quick, I will say behind the scenes, I absolutely love Brandon Hanna because he's such a great person of support, but not behind the scenes and frankly in front of the scenes. Dude, seriously, stop being mean.
He's amazing. You leave him alone.
Hey, next behind the scenes you give on Brandon Hanna, I'm taking you off the stream.
Anyways, if y'all have any questions, comments, anything you want to say in the chat, that link that's up there above his head, streamlabs.com/cinefanatics, is the ultimate way to get questions straight into our face holes. So feel free to drop your questions and stuff in there. You can also do super chat. That's the second best way to enter our face holes. Or if you feel like you could also just drop the questions in the chat. But I mean, don't be one of those people. I mean, come on, seriously, why? Anyways, you can do the Streamlabs and the super chat. Also, as a word to those of y'all in the chat, we have not seen these matches, my brother and myself. Of course, obviously, the people we have down below here have been in matches, so therefore they do know the outcome.
I haven't seen her match yet, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see it.
Well, yeah. I mean, you haven't seen each other's match, but obviously you've seen yours.
Oh my gosh, can I play the dang video?
Otherwise, you're having a weird out-of-body experience, which is great TV. So, those of y'all in the chat, please don't spoil anything. Feel free to play along if you haven't seen it and you want to play along. Feel free to do that, but please do not spoil the match. If you want to spoil the match, again, the link is streamlabs.com/cinefanatics. Feel free to spoil all you want.
A spoiler is a 20 spot, so I'm just saying.
There you go. There you go. You demand your stuff, man.
There you go.
For lack of a better word.
All right, let's get into this one here.
Ooh, hyped. There she is.
Spicy.
There you go.
Spicy versus the ice pick. I love like the you got the counterbalance there.
The movie trivia Schmoedown.
Topper Harley. Oh yes.
By Mark Ellis. Things a little different.
Got it.
In the tournament, we were supposed to have all four.
Yeah, that's the other game now. Try to guess what Ellis's name that he pops up on screen is from.
I know what it's from.
The title match, and what a title
Chris,
match!
Do you know?
He didn't win the title.
It sounds familiar. I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Put up a hell of a match, but he is.
This is Sabrina's match. Sabrina, do you know?
I have no idea.
It meant that Sabrina
Jader
Ramirez from
Topper Harley
Stock Exchange.
There you go.
He'd be entered in the tournament.
Which one is it?
Vinnie
Hot
Mancuso,
Shots.
Who was already in the tournament as he was waiting, Charlie Sheen for either Jen Kemp or Sabrina. And now, Mark, we know he's got to play Spicy Sabrina Ramirez.
That's right, Christian. We see it happen in the NFL every season, not necessarily with our horrible teams, but with a team that is good but not great and waiting to show their greatness. But in order to do that, they have to have another team win or another team lose to get into the dance. And that is what Sabrina Ramirez has managed to do here. Dan Murrell won. She's in. Now we get to see what she's
I was so thrilled when Dan won for multiple reasons. One, it got you into the tournament. Two, it's Dan, and I always love it when Dan wins.
He's the best.
He is incredible. Incredible.
I just love hearing
in and out of the ring.
Maybe deep
in and out of the ring because he's the nicest guy ever.
Both these rookies.
Even Kevin Smith on SCN was like, "Oh yeah, Dan Murrell, the guy's an encyclopedia." I don't. Yeah,
a lot of the
like even Kevin Smith was at that point like, "Yeah, I'm afraid of that guy."
Because she's been on SCN.
Hell yeah.
She's on.
Look, let's go through all the shows Sabrina's been on.
Yeah.
They are excited to see what she's
Hey, guess what? Now we have game
reel
on this show. Yeah,
really sought after.
She's been on like 40 shows, which is still somehow less than John Roca.
And she landed with the Finstock exchange. I bet you that bothers Vinnie. I bet you Vinnie's, because Vinnie is one of
What's
those
going
guys
on, Andres?
Should be talked about a lot more. I can tell you that from the knowledge that he has. But what I will tell you about Vinnie Mancuso is that the dungeon, even though we'll say what it is, they're stinking up the joint right now. There's no doubt about it.
Dungeon needs some points.
Dungeon is stinking up the joint, but he is very happy with Kaiser. There's something that Kaiser brings out of Vinnie.
Oh, the one we did with Zipper last night was fantastic.
They had a tough loss against the Pride, but Vinnie showed that he was very
That was
solid.
such a good
I think
replay.
Had some fun with Zipper last night on this program. If you haven't seen it yet, guys, after this is over, go watch that.
Well, you know how much it pains me to give Kaiser
and then watch the one before that, the one before that. Just don't stop watching our channel.
Don't go to sleep. Just watch every single one of our videos.
Recently, I think you're going to see a lot of that bite in Vinnie Mancuso. It's just a matter of if the knowledge can come to play within the 15-second question window that you need to produce here in the movie trivia Schmoedown. And with Sabrina, I think that she's got a great chance to become.
That's what I like about this is like most people who we get on here now who've had a match, Jader can attest to this, usually film there's like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ahead of time. Whereas
and you said her
it's just happening. It's still fresh.
Yeah. A day or two ago.
And done. Okay.
3 days
roughly, yeah.
Well, we are going to continue.
Not going to say, but
you can. You can. We all know that was within like the past like 2 days or so.
Literally like 2 days ago.
Yesterday's
match. Which again, fantastic that y'all were able to drop everything and film this, but also on Eric to turn around and pull it,
and that puts them high up in the charts, right? And then you have they're in first place right now.
Okay.
Swag.
I wanted to bring him back up, but
Dungeon is coming off a very
we got
yesterday. Now, this is a big win for the Finstock Exchange because they'll be down behind Swag because Swag had that TKO, but they're not too far off. This could be a very big win. It's not an easy thing for either one of these competitors here because they're going to be facing Ethan Irwin, who's pissed off, looking for some revenge on somebody. But
it's a tall order.
Sabrina, if you would like to give, if you have any like behind the scenes of how you got the nickname Spicy. I know sometimes you are able to pick it, and sometimes Christian just gives it to you.
Yeah, Christian said it on SEN. He thought of it. I think like this is brand new. I'm telling you guys, a lot of this stuff for me is brand new because we never know what was happening with me. So he thought of it before SEN one day and then told me about it afterwards. I think it was Thursday. Like literally last Thursday. So brand new.
When I talked to you last time, you said wait until next season. So you're ready to play this season?
Sure. I think I could do it.
Man, has this lady taken the league by storm? She hasn't even played. She hasn't played a match. We had talked on SEN if she was going to play, and she said, yeah, I think I'd like to play. She has been a very, very sought-after competitor. I'm talking about Sabrina Ramirez. Hello, Sabrina. How are you?
What's the reality to you competing? How do you think you're going to fare? When do you want to do it? The fans want you, Sabrina.
In terms of all different aspects, being a rookie, being a student of the game, not having played yet, so I am going to the Finstock Exchange.
Wow.
Hey guys, Queen of the Finstock Exchange here.
Yeah.
And as you all know, we're winners in this faction. I'm among some of the best players the league has ever seen, and I'm excited to finally play.
I want to be surrounded by champions because I believe that I'll be a future champion. So I feel like I'm going to fit right in.
But yeah, I'm obviously rooting for you to go all the way, and hopefully you win the whole thing. All the points, Sabrina.
We'll see. I'm coming for everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dungeon.
That's funny. My first match was against Kaiser too.
The Butcher Boys, or as I call them, the M&M Boys, because it's Mancuso and Mugen. And
True.
boy, do they know a lot about Mugen.
Vinny obviously is a writer,
Drew's awesome.
collider, and so I mean they both know their movies.
I like Vinny's chances
I
today.
love Video Drew.
He's going up
He's
against
fantastic.
somebody who interviews Daniel Craig for a living. That sounds so boring. And I love that man's movies.
Everything is fine. Sarah Smets lost the title. That's okay. The Inner Geekdom tournament did not go as planned. That's okay. We'll get him next year. Owen Mugen has been missing for several months. He'll be back. He always comes back. Hypothetically, there's a lot of pressure on me to win this play-in match. Do I look like a guy who's freaking out?
Vinny, we're both rookies. But the difference is you've lost before, and I won't.
Sabrina Ramirez. SCN favorite, Sabrina Ramirez. The Finstock Exchanges, Sabrina Ramirez. Ooh, ooh, ooh. How embarrassing would it be if this highly anticipated debut match ended with you losing to somebody like me?
You know what's cool? Winning matches in the Schmoedown, and that's what Vinnie Mancuso came to do today.
I'm here to add some spice. I'm here to heat up the Schmoedown, and I will, starting today by defeating Vinny. So I have your drink of choice. Cheers. See you soon, Movie Trivia Schmoedown.
Starting today, melting the ice pick. Which doesn't make any sense because an ice pick is not actually made of ice, but whatever.
How'd you like that? Did you like the way I threw
That's a
that
good promo.
That's a great promo. The fact that he threw it together that quick.
Because you thought it was
Yeah.
No, he's a
What if
G.
there was a
man.
really cool
He's so
sound
good at
effect
what he
noise
does.
that went into that beforehand. How would you feel about that? Great. Well, you saw it. You saw inside of the story itself. This is the dungeon needing another win. They just had that massive win by Zipper. I mean, it was massive. That's 4 big points against Paul Preston. I don't know how Adam Witt felt about that. I don't know how Adam Witt felt, watching the dungeon take on Paul Preston and taking him out in the first round with a TKO nonetheless.
I love having to sneeze when I'm live.
I don't know.
It's fantastic.
But we do know that it was 4 needed points for the dungeon, and we are going to talk.
Jake
too,
Iacovetta.
because Kaiser is not able to be here today.
Salute.
Kaiser is not going to be able to be here today.
Oh man, what a bummer.
And the reason I bring
Hannah,
up
what's the
Adam
compete
Witt
against
is
Heiser?
because he will be managing.
I would
today. There's
pay money
Adam
for that. Oh
Kaiser,
my
the
gosh.
long-lost
Are you
brother
kidding
of
me? What?
Kaiser.
What?
And we are now going to bring to the stream the manager of the Finstock
jeez.
Exchange, Pierre I'm not going to say it, Lagucci. So manager of the Finstock Exchange.
Pierre
Let's start here
Lagucci?
with you. Adam,
Pierre
I wanna ask,
Lagucci.
this is something I haven't had an opportunity to talk to you. We just saw that Zipper picks up a big 4 points, but he did it in the expense of your old teammate, Paul Preston, and a TKO. When you look at that, how do you feel? What's the emotions?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about this Adam Witt folk, but I think I could speak for a lot of the dungeon. I'm
Well.
actually Adam Kaiser, Johnny's cousin from Syracuse.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, Adam's all in for the dungeon. All of us. I just hear the updates from Johnny, who's in Vegas right now on some business I can't talk about, as we were just told. You don't need to know. But hey, I hate to see Paul Preston. He seems like a good guy, and from what I know, Adam has a lot of respect for him. But the dungeon's got to do what the dungeon's got to do. We got to slowly creep our way up there, and we got to anybody above us. We got to take points away from. We got to take points away from Finstock right now.
Fair enough. Speaking of which, Finstock, before we shift over here to Mark, I do have to ask you about Sabrina. I mean, we know how there was a lot of buzz on her coming into this league. Everybody was trying to pick her up. You guys got her. You guys signed her. But has there been added stress because, it was one of these things? She had to wait to find out her fate was Merle, if Merle won. So, how is she feeling right now? And did that add any stress coupled by the fact that this is her first match ever?
Well, in the Finstock Exchange, I wear the stress. You know what I mean? I don't let my players deal with that.
I love that
it's
guy.
up to me. I mean, look, yes, if Dan would have lost,
He's he's an international treasure.
Sabrina knew that.
I love him, man.
He's the best.
Yeah, see, it really is.
Bottom line is, she signed with the Finstock Exchange because we gave her a couple of promises. We promised her matches, and that's what we're delivering here. She's been studying her butt off. She's ready to roll. She's working with Barbarian. She's working with Bateman. She's working with Roca and Merle and me and Riley, everybody on the exchange. I think she's ready to play here. And what bigger stage to make your debut than this first round of the tournament? I think she's ready, man. I really think she's ready, and she's going to make the Finstock Exchange proud.
Wow,
yeah.
Working with that murderer's row, my
Good
heart
stuff.
goes out to Sabrina. It's nice to be here with whatever French name you are and with the 1973 Pittsburgh Pirates mascot. Let me go back to you, Adam Kaiser, because look, it's very precarious if you're the member of a faction or the faction head, co-head in your case, and you feel like you only have one horse left in the race. So how important is it to keep Vinnie in this tournament as well?
Jeez. Hey. Come on now,
Let me
Jake.
tell you something there,
Come on
Ellis.
now.
Yeah, sure, we're down, but we're not out. We got to keep this faction together and energized because we're not stopping. We're going to be together for many years, a lot of the people in this thing. And, these Finstock bozos, they're the kids that sit in the front of the class so they can suck up to the teacher and try and get points that way. But the dungeon, I think we got the hearts of the fans because we're the kids that sit in the back trading issues a hit parader for Fangoria. That's why people like the dungeon. That's who we are.
Wow,
That's so great, dude.
Adam, is he?
That's
ready?
another.
We haven't seen
I
him
love
since that
Adam
match,
man.
the Butcher Boys with that loss to the Pride. How's he been
Perfect last
doing?
name.
What's the outlook like? What's the mental wherewithal for the ice pick?
Hey, let me tell you something, Arloff. Sabrina's got more voices in her head than James McAvoy and Split. She ain't gonna know whether the JTE or a Winder watch. But this Vinnie, he has just got the eye of the tiger. He is the ice pick for a reason. He's gonna cut through that competition. He knows what he knows, and he's confident that he can get the big points today. He can get this done and earn a couple points for us and take a few away from the Finstock Exchange.
All right. Well, thank you to both Gucci.
I've been in the
for
presence
Adam,
of Kaiser,
our manager.
and I wouldn't say he smells like a
And
Funyun.
now it is time to start. Thank God, start this match. It is the last play-in, even though,
But that was a funny thing to say.
Conventional here to where we started.
And I like the smell of Funyun. So, what are you trying to say?
But when people smell like it,
We're ready to go, Mark. How about yourself?
Yeah, all set.
And
Other than
just
the
so we
last
can
time
tell,
any competitor
Funyun
had
has the word
to
fun in it.
watch, but I think
There
that
you go.
Adam Kaiser, best role Tom Connolly has had in years. And Christian, I feel good.
Jake,
about
thank you
this.
for giving
I'll
us something that we can
do it.
practice our improv skills on.
Gentlemen, it's time for the movie trivia.
There's 3 more years of work and we'll be there.
Schmoedown.
Yeah.
Introducing first.
Let's go. There you go.
Finstock Exchange making her Schmoedown debut.
Oh yeah.
She is spicy Sabrina Ramirez.
I was wanting Christian to roll some R's on that.
Finally, the
yeah,
Schmoedown
I wish.
battle. I know you've been
Spicy
waiting for this
Sabrina
for a long time.
Ramirez.
This man. He's not Spanish. It's usually, if he would have been Spanish, the R would have rolled off fine.
Watching Dan Merle playing in that sudden death match where one question decided your fate into this tournament. How are you feeling watching that match?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming for the past
Sweating
few months,
profusely.
Kind of talking about once I was picked up in free agency when I'm going to play for my first time. It's all been up in the air. So when I was watching the match with Dan, I had full faith that he was going to take it to the end and that he was going to end up taking that W. So I was nervous. I was a total huge range of emotions, but at the end of the day, I knew what the result was going to be. So.
Yeah, nerves are part of this, and especially handling nerves in your first match, Sabrina. So in between maybe quizzing with the other members of the faction, have any of them spoken to you about what it's going to feel like, what to expect going on with the butterflies once you're actually beginning the match?
Yeah, like you guys talked about in the Finstock Exchange, I'm surrounded by some of the greatest players, and they've all experienced every type of win, loss, everything in between. So I got a lot of advice from them. They're very wise in the game, and they just know a lot. So I had a good idea of what to expect going into this. And obviously, it's a little different. We're under our own lights in our own houses, so I just had to kind of prep for that, make sure I'm in the right headspace.
Get rid of the pressure by turning all the lights off.
Yeah, I want to sit in the dark. I wish.
I mean, it works very well, as you can tell.
I should have next time.
All right. Well, Sabrina, good luck to you. This is
Stick around for the sequel. Stick around for the sequel to this, the Jaderception.
This is so weird watching myself. I don't know. I've never talked about this, but I hate watching myself do anything. So I'm like,
dude, I'm the same way. I can't rewatch my episodes either.
No, this is hard. I'm like,
you're about to.
Yeah.
It's like cringe.
We're ultra blessed to have both of you guys on then. And just drinking the marg again.
So good.
Oh boy.
There's no alcohol in that.
You should be on
Supposedly there was.
Fair enough. So, Vinny, look, tell me, what has prep been like, and whose apartment are you in, and do you know that you're in it?
First question, prep has been good. Second question,
fair enough.
He's in the delinquent's apartment.
I'll take my shot now. I love you.
Right.
But quick shout out to Lon on how great that character is.
Going up against an opponent that
he's killing it as the delinquent
because she's making her Schmoedown debut. So how does that affect
Brandon?
Your study, your mindset before the match? When you're
This is our channel, Brandon.
An unknown quantity.
I mean, you just watch movies. She can answer her question. I'm going to answer my questions, and I'm going to get them right. And she's going to get them wrong. There's no prepping for her. Prepping.
Thank you, Jake. Good looking out there. Get your questions in.
Well, let me ask you this: at the end of this here today, would you like a code for Manscaped?
No, I would like something that would get more hair on it.
I got that.
We're gonna remove Vinny. We're gonna bring back Vinny and Mark. Our competitors have entered the virtual battlefield. The rules.
So Vinny came in basically as a friend of Video Drew too, so that makes sense.
Yeah. In round number 1, the field of competitors is going to hear 8 questions.
Do a quick pause real quick. All right. Where's your head at? Where's your head at right now going into round number 1?
Where's your
head?
I still get nervous for every single thing in the entire world. The first time I ever did SEN, I had never done a live show before. So I was so nervous for that. I was freaking out. That ended up going really well because it's not anything too crazy. It's just hanging out with some friends. So this, I was so, I just like I didn't know what to expect. I couldn't put my head in like the right space to like calm myself down. It was a lot better than the way I felt the night before. But at this moment I was like, damn, it's really happening. And I'm all by myself. I'm sitting here in the same thing. I had no one here to hype me up. It's just me alone in my apartment all morning. I like made myself coffee and made myself breakfast. And I'm like, okay, well, time to go. So yeah, it was definitely, my mind was going a million miles an hour. I was thinking about every possible thing in the world. I'm like, oh my God, the Maze Runner. What's every single detail in the Maze Runner? Like all this stupid stuff that I'd been quizzing myself on over the past, like whatever. So I definitely was not as cool, calm, and collected as I would have loved to be. I feel like if I was in studio, I would have maybe just by having my faction with me been in a little bit better of a headspace. That's something that if I could go back in time, I would love to just be like, Sabrina, calm down. Like it will be okay. It's just movie trivia. It is an honor. And it's very serious to be a part of it. But at the same time, like don't beat yourself up before you're even down.
And the great thing,
I would say if you were at the point where you're now trying to recall the details of Maze Runner, like you've gone through all the movies and you're down to the details of Maze Runner, you're ready.
Yeah, right.
That's my strength. So I was like the YA slice. It's already been talked about, so I'm like, whatever. That was my strength for this one, was the YA slice. And so I'm just going through and I'm just like, every single detail. Who are these monsters? Oh, the Grievers. Okay, what's this? Who's this actor? Who's the director? Every single thing. And yeah, so that was me before the match.
Now, minor spoiler, right? How many Maze Runner questions did you get? Right? And there's a point to this. It's that it's crazy how our study methods, right? Where I'm trying to focus on this one freaking category, and I'm going in and out, in and out, in and out. And at the end of everything, I'm there like putting in the time, and you don't get that, you know. And you get something, and it's crazy how this works. But you know, if you study for something that you want or whatever, and you happen to get the slide, you know, it's so nuts that we stress over what we like, again, with your YA slices or whatever, and you don't get a single question, you know, the whole match. It's just insane, and it's luck of the draw. A lot of this is it's knowledge, because you can't play this game without having any type of knowledge. So you have to have knowledge, but a lot of it is luck, you know. And I mean, I guess we'll see what we have going on over there.
And something I want to say, because I've been playing along since Christian had asked me in studio matches. I was playing along when I was in studio, stuff like that. It would be like me, Ben Goddard, and Ben Bateman would be like next to each other, typing on our phones and showing each other the answers to see who got it right.
That's how I was at the studio when I was there. I was texting. I was like, wait, next to Kevin Smets. And I was like that, and he goes, bro, good stuff. Comes my match, I'm getting perfect rounds all day, and then my match comes, I end up missing the one. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, because that's what I'm trying to get at. It is something else. Okay, so really quick, I just want to say, from playing along and even playing along with the few matches that we've had in the singles tournament so far, it is so much easier to do, because a big thing is recall. It's luck and it's knowledge, but it's also your ability to recall stuff in a short span of time. It is 4 times the effort when you're actually in it than when you just play along. It is insane. Jader just literally said that. It is so much harder. It is so much more effort to actually think about the answer when you're in the situation, which is crazy. I had played so many matches where I'm like, oh, I would have went perfect this first round. And I'm like, now if I was actually playing at that time, who knows? Because it's just so much less pressure. Same thing with the video Drew's quiz. I thought that was a breeze, even though I missed 2 out of the 20. I thought that was a breeze, and I was like, oh, I'm fine. I could recall stuff. It's different.
It's different. It really is. And you know, it's crazy, because I'm not one to really read comments, but my first match, like today, I didn't have time, but my first match, I was there. I was like, let me see what these assholes are going to say, right? You know? And everybody's always gonna say something, oh, you're not that good, or this and that and that. But it's like, hey, I understand and I get that, and I felt that way, you know. But there will just that luck where you will jump on and you're gonna get a question where you're gonna blank out, where you're absolutely not gonna know. But it's very tough. It's very tough. So until you're not in that position, you're never gonna know. You know, that's why before I was that person, and I kid you not, where I was watching, I'm like, oh, I can do this, no problem, this and that. Now when someone has like a tough, like James White, where he had a tough first round, I'm like, hey, it wasn't his day, man. And I never like talk down a player ever, because it's just a completely different circumstance, you know.
It's a different mindset and everything. The situation you're in, it really puts everything into perspective. And like, I never talked down on a player, but I was just like, oh, that's interesting. I would have gotten like this amount or whatever. Yeah, I would have hit that. Like, how could you? And then obviously we'll get to it, but it's like, it's something insane. It really is. Yeah. It is completely different, but yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome too, because like obviously, you know already going back and looking at your first match, you now know like what you would tell yourself now, you know, in retrospect. But that's something that you can keep in mind whenever the second match rolls around. Hey, now I know what to. It's getting that first one under your belt. I mean, Jader can probably attest to that a whole lot. Just getting that first one under your belt is what really helps in this game.
It really does.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had my first one yet.
Soon, brother. Soon. I see you up there soon.
Right?
Hell yeah. All right. Let's go.
Let's get back into this. Let's see if I can give a little bit of time here. We all know the rules.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Get the focus in these, or what I'm assuming are the eyes of Vinnie and Sabrina. This is going to be tense, man. I'm excited.
They're ready to go. This is two rookies.
Also, it was hot as hell that day.
Vinnie, are you ready?
What?
Sabrina, are you ready?
Here's that day.
Then let's get ready to Schmoedown.
Yeah, summer's been rough.
Number 1, the first category is in the realm of action adventure.
And
Who plays Celine, a vampire death dealer hunting lichens in the Underworld franchise?
Oh, Underworld, yeah.
Christian, as my name would indicate, I would love to hear.
Are we playing along? We're not playing along? What are we doing?
You can if you want to.
Well, I can't.
Oh man, give me a second.
I'll use my actual papers.
Damn, I had my board up here and I went up. I mean, I left it upstairs. It's Kate
Pens
Beckinsale.
down, please. And Vinny.
Kate Beck.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Sabrina.
And I spelled it wrong.
It's the same
Right.
paper.
Oh, dude, you know what?
Okay, we move on to
Spelling.
the love category of
Don't
family.
worry about that.
I was
I
just
can't
writing
spell.
it fast.
I could never
Plays
spell Gyllenhaal
Theodora,
to save
so
my
becomes
life.
The Wicked Witch of the West.
And I've got to ask Gyllenhaal
2013,
twice already.
Oz the Great and Powerful.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't give to be 20 years younger.
Damn
And
it,
a
man!
woman.
I want to play
I
along.
knew you were going there. Who put that crap?
Play
there?
along.
Never mind, I'll get it.
I don't
You
have
want
my
me to pause it
board.
real quick?
The doctor, I
Yeah,
just
pause
came
it.
back.
I swear to God, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'll be super fast.
I'm gonna actually
sec.
run to the bathroom too while you go really.
Hey, guess what? I want to like.
All right, guys. So welcome to the Chris Adams Show. My name is Chris Adams. You're oh, Jader's back. Okay.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't upstairs. It was. I knew I had it down here. But yeah. All right. Let me write down my answer. There you go.
Oh man.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh,
Indeed.
man. Oh
Indeed.
man. You know another drink of this.
Next year, dude. Next year, you got this.
Honestly, it's coming. It's
We
coming.
got to do a
We gotta-
campaign for you guys, man.
That also is coming.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I will back that campaign, sir.
You got it. We're ready to get in there and show the world what the Cinefanatics are made of.
Draft the Cinefanatics.
Movie trivia. We're just made of movie trivia, not water, not cells, just movie trivia.
Well, again, I'm off tomorrow, so I'm gonna be probably at about let's call it a 50%, maybe a good 100 proof.
Nice. Did you guys catch Hannah's comment with about James White? That was pretty funny. Disrespectful, but funny.
I talk down James White all the time. Jeez.
That's my faction mate.
Last to come back in. All right.
All
All right.
right.
I'm using the same papers.
Nerd Chronic in the chat.
Yeah.
Sabrina, you're just gonna test yourself several days later, see how you still do. See if you can remember
Well, I know all the. Trust me, it's all ingrained into my head now. All right.
Yeah.
These are questions you'll never
but
forget.
I'm
the
using the
answer to.
same ones. Nope, they're gonna haunt me forever.
Before we unpause, we saw this before.
Hey, Jader,
So our pal Garth McMurray.
Yeah.
Garth Jader, yes.
He wants to do it.
Good.
So down for
That's
that.
too good.
Party on, Garth.
Party on, Jader. I'm saying that for him.
Hell yeah, dude.
Jake brought up a good comment saying that there wasn't a challenge for Beckinsale with the G. What do you guys think about that? Because I remember with spelling, what I had heard was basically if it's in the same vein, but it does make it a little different, so it's valid. Even though it's against me, it is a valid challenge.
It's as long as the
more
pronunciation.
Lenient. Yeah, they're more lenient. Like it's not Geppetto, you know? Like with a J. Yeah, I mean, even though I feel like that would still doesn't count because they always say if it sounds the same,
Yeah,
it'll work. You know,
Yeah.
but
phonetically, it's not too far off from like Beckinsale.
Exactly.
It can be hard to tell depending on who's saying it.
BC showing me how to spell Gyllenhaal, dude. I'm gonna have to write that down. Like, you know, when you get in trouble in school and write it over and over again, because I always spell it wrong. I put like an extra H in the middle instead of an extra A. Yeah, it's terrible.
That's a tough one.
I put an extra H, an L, an A, a
dude.
Y, a G. I just double every letter in his name.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So good.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Sabrina.
Is it Mila Kunis?
Yeah,
And Vinny?
you got it.
That's correct. And just a
Mila
reminder, to
Kunis.
competitors, after you're done
Mila
writing,
Kunis.
make sure to have your hands up, please. All right, question number 3.
Hands up.
Who
Thank you,
stars
BCD.
as Sonny Weaver, who is the general manager of the Cleveland Browns in the 2014 sports drama Draft Day?
Not gonna know this.
Underrated movie here, Mark.
I had fun with it. I could probably name more
Yeah.
cast of drafted than I could
Jesus.
current
Got
Cleveland Browns management.
Very, very underrated film, but not easy.
Fired everybody again.
That's not an easy.
And
Go back and
5,
You're
4,
telling me.
3.
Oh my God, no.
1.
No.
Thumbs down, please.
No.
And Vinny.
Is it Brad Pitt?
Ooh.
It is not. Sabrina.
Edward Norton.
No.
Kevin Costner.
I was like any white man. I was like,
All right.
Pretty true.
90s movies is the category. That's going to be from the 1990s.
I have beef with Kevin Costner now because of that miss.
Absolutely.
Man who is depressed and disillusioned with his work in what?
Oh.
Christian, we have a mutual friend who just told us a great story about Kevin Costner that, again, we can't repeat, but I think about it often.
I'll take the L on this probably.
Jesus Christ, dude. That...
4.
This is a redemption one for me.
2, 1. Pens down and Sabrina.
Couldn't pull it.
Didn't pull it and Vinny.
Couldn't pull it.
Gross Point Blank.
Yes.
Gross Point Blank, yeah.
That would be
I,
Gross
like,
Point
knew
Blank.
it in
I
my
know
head.
that movie.
You went blank, yeah.
Next
I
question.
know that movie now.
This is where I start
If you guys,
freaking out.
if you guys haven't seen it, you need to. That movie's fantastic.
2013 fantasy action.
I just couldn't
film.
think of it, but this is where it
47
starts. My head is like freaking out, and I can't even remember my own name.
Again, you're not looking for
So check this out.
round one.
Never
Just
let
keep
miss
and still
hit you.
be
It got to me the
competitive
first round.
Right.
And
Take
even
the
in
stress off of it, not
in my
overwhelm.
match now, I mean a little bit of spoiler. The one that I missed, I'm like,
3.
but I quickly was like, get out. You got this.
Hands down, please.
Yeah.
And Vinny.
It's tough.
Keanu Reeves.
Yes.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Denzel Washington.
Keanu Reeves, guys. Keanu Reeves.
A 2-point
No, I
lead
feel
here.
done. Like I,
4-2.
Keanu Reeves.
I
Was
thought-
I didn't.
I thought Tom Cruise.
Next question.
I thought of it too.
No, that's
is
right.
comedies. Okay.
It's crazy.
That's Emma.
Comedies.
Comedies. Okay, now everybody out in the chat room can laugh. Your question. Elle Woods goes to Harvard University to become
Really?
a lawyer in what? 2000.
I'm like, all right, this one, fine.
Yeah.
No, Christian, the way Vinny.
I think your girl card would be revoked if you missed this question.
Yeah.
This is almost too easy. I get it for this
Yeah.
one, but I was happy. You can see it in my face. I was like, okay, finally.
You need those sometimes just to get your head back in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Down
Absolutely.
And Sabrina.
Legally Blonde.
Yes.
Yes.
Vinny.
Same page.
That is correct.
Yes.
Legally Blonde.
You're going to move on over to horror/thriller.
Ooh.
Mel Gibson plays Graham Hess, a farmer and former priest in
yeah.
what 2002 film?
Yep.
One of my favorite random friendships is Sammy Hagar and Boom
was
Boom
easy.
Mancini were like really good friends
Mel
for
Gibson
long
plays a
time.
farmer.
See that?
Got it.
I just checked. 13
Horror
people.
thriller?
No.
Oh yeah.
Care about
Yeah.
that.
It's so insane that it's shit like that won't come to your head. I swear to God, it won't come.
This is one of those for me. This is my dad's favorite movie. This and like The Patriot. I've seen it 20 times when I was a kid. I said Pet Cemetery.
Right now.
Signs.
Why?
Sign.
6-3.
My brain went blank.
Question here, Mark.
Oh
shit!
You're right. It would be
I hate when that happens.
for
Yeah.
Vinny and Sabrina here to get one more point in round number one before we go to the wheel round. Your final question in round one is in the world of animated movies. These could be drawn by hand or on a computer. Your question: Who voices Lance Sterling?
I have girl handwriting, dude. Leave me alone.
HTUV in 2019's Spies in Disguise.
I get
This
shit at
is-
work for the same thing, for having girl handwriting.
Can I?
Christian closing this one out top.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
I haven't talked about this yet, guys.
5, 4, 3,
Talk. What's going on?
1. Pens down.
Well,
please.
so I
And
wrote
we
down
start
Will
with
Smith,
Oh,
crossed
no.
it out,
Took a shot.
and said
Clark.
Jason Clark.
Correct.
Oh.
That is correct.
I don't know.
So Vinny goes
I have
Haha.
no idea, guys.
Vinny goes up here as we get.
You see, it's
into
exactly what you just said.
Missing
Look, I just got a
two.
perfect round on your match,
Number
and I have
two,
yet.
Vinny, the
Well,
two managers here.
spoiler
Mark
alert.
rules for round
Always
Yeah. Well, no,
You know?
but I was freaking out. Like,
the wheel is virtual. We're not allowed.
after missing signs, I freaked out again. It's like, don't dwell on the
You
wrong
can't.
answers.
You
For anybody
can't.
who's
You
playing,
can't.
don't dwell on that.
And I promise
Seriously.
you that it helped me a lot in the second match, where the first one, if you go back and watch my first match, I'm like this. Like in round 2, I'm just like lost. I lost my opportunity. I can't believe it. And I mean, you know, let me tell you, not a good round 2 player, man. I hate that damn wheel.
It's literally, this is just the second he said Will Smith, this just like hurt my heart so much that I literally crossed it out and put Jason Clarke. Like, I literally just thought of, again, any white man. I had Pet Sematary before, and for some reason I was in like the remake. He's in the remake. Yeah, exactly. And so for some reason, but that has nothing to do with Spies in Disguise. I know Spies in Disguise, Tom Holland, Will Smith, and for some reason, I like second guess myself. Like, this can't be right.
Did he go first on that? Did he go first on that round, or you did? He went right for Will Smith. He went first, right?
I don't know. I think I might have went first.
Sabrina went first on that one.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, kudos to you, because I would have been like, right.
Well, I crossed it out. Like already beforehand, and then did a new one.
By the way,
I want a whiteboard.
Guys. Yeah, no, it's best thing ever. Best thing ever.
I think a whiteboard is just so much easier for like writing and everything. This is all I had at the time. I couldn't order one this late. Like I had like a day to prepare for my match. So
it's so funny because they I think for the Roca and Ethan Irwin match, I forgot who it was that wrote on the Facebook page, hey, can we all chip in $7 to buy Roca and Irwin a whiteboard or something like that, which was hilarious. And then I wrote, because I got this for like $1, like across the street from where I live, you know, they're just like everywhere. And I'm like, oh, you guys are getting fancy with your $7 boards, man. Like $1, you guys are good to go.
It does the trick. I wish I had it, because I just feel like the whole writing process, I was like flipping pages and like crossing things out, and it really just got me in my head, and I hated it. And this haunts me. I've kept this. This haunts me still this entire time watching this.
Yeah.
All right.
No. Whiteboard, girl. Whiteboard. Get it.
Yeah. Round 2, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Kudos to being able to rewatch the crossing out of Will Smith and everything, because like
I've never been hurt in my life like this. This is really painful for me right now. My heart is like,
Well, don't hold this against us if we ever ask you back for another
Oh
episode.
no, it's okay. I knew. I said yes. We already talked about it after I knew the results of like this round. I'm not even saying anything to justify it. I was 100% in my head. This is a super, super poor showing in round 1. Yeah, that's on me. I'm not saying anything for that. I made all the mistakes myself. I cannot believe I said Pet Sematary instead of Signs. Like stuff like that is what got me tripped up. But yeah, I'm excited to watch like the rest of it. You know, I'll come back on again one day.
And again, you'll learn. I promise you. I not like I'm an expert. I've only done 2 matches, but you'll feel so much more comfortable the second. My heart was beating out of my chest when I was walking through that stage as chill as I look, and, you know, raising my arms and all that. I was like, you know, and the one thing I can't stress enough is knowing the rules, obviously, listening to that question and using your JTs if necessary. If you know it's on the tip of your tongue, I wouldn't use it twice in a row, like, you know, but if you know, if you know it's in the tip of your tongue, use that JT if you have to. Don't try to be like, oh, I might need it for the 5-pointer. Use it when you need it, because that point is what counts at that second, you know?
Yeah. The thing when I was doing, because obviously when we're going through the matches, for anybody who doesn't know, with this like digital age still, we don't see the question. It's just what you hear. Yeah. So you have your own thoughts in your head, and then you're also just hearing these words. And for some reason, when he said the question, I thought it was like the villain of the film instead of like Will Smith. So that's why I second guessed myself, and I wish I just stuck with my gut. And I should have probably in this one, like used the JTE. It's 1 point. It is a huge deal. But yeah, it was it was definitely, I was hard on myself. I'm proud of myself for not spoiling anything, like just getting myself together after this type of these few moments that I had in this first round, I
Absolutely.
really did mentally get my stuff together. I was about to swear, but I know this is a family friendly show.
Sorry, I think I slipped like 4 times already. Sorry, guys. But no, it honestly, it happened with me with my first match where I missed the who plays the Red Queen question from Alice in Wonderland, a movie that I've seen not a bunch of times, but enough. And I wrote Anne Hathaway, but I heard the White Queen, and I wasn't there. I didn't challenge it or anything like that, because if I would, I'm glad I didn't challenge it, because I would have looked really stupid, because it wasn't me. Like, again, you just said it's all on me. I thought I heard White Queen because Red Queen is too easy. So I'm like, no, they're not going to ask me that question, But when it's round one, again, anything goes.
Listening is seriously the biggest thing. Like 100% listening, not like thinking, not having your thoughts intrude on the actual question. That's honestly the biggest thing, because I was thinking so much, and then I was trying to listen to them as best as I can. And then also with obviously the banter, I didn't have as much of a problem with as some other people. Like I was able to tune it out for a second, but then it was my own head that was bothering me, like my own thoughts. So
yeah. I will agree and attest that, like, being able to hear the questions asked. Here's the in the studio, it's one thing. In the virtual playing of these matches, it's got to be a lot harder, because not only do you have to hear the question, you're now relying on everyone's internet being synced up enough for you to be able to hear the questions, and I think that makes it a little bit harder. In the studio, you're able to hear it just as far as like how far Mark and Christian are sitting away from you while you're sitting at the desk. Which again, that's one thing, and that could make it a little bit difficult to focus on. At least here you have the question, like in this case, you're wearing headphones. You have it pumped right into your ear. But if that internet skips a bit, and like in the year, who played, blah, blah, and like you completely just missed what year it was. And then you're calling for a JTE and having to waste a JTE because of potential bad internet on someone's part. So that could make it a little bit harder in this as well. But we're about to go into round two. I'm kind of eager to see how these wheel spins go.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
At that point, the value of the question goes down to 1.
All right. So we're going to give 60 seconds here, starting. Oh, actually, sorry. Round number 2 here. We're going to remove both Sabrina and Gucci. Adam, you got 60 seconds to talk to Vinny to decide what you guys want to do starting now.
All right, Vinny, we discussed this. You're ahead right now. So what are you thinking?
Can we just have Adam on every single episode of Schmoedown ever?
I'm already exhausted.
I loved having him on, like basically what was our trial run of the Schmoedown replay. I can't wait to have him back again. Yeah,
he was hilarious.
Oh, he was so great.
And you're right there. You're hitting that rhythm, man.
The discussions that we had with him after our stream was over, while we still had him there for a bit, was so good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's show these commode loves what we got.
Adam Kaiser for Manager of the Year. I win. Yeah, I'll vote for that.
Sabrina, Gucci got 60 seconds to talk to Sabrina starting now.
All right. This questions, they just weren't in your wheelhouse. That's all it is. That's what the second round is for here.
It's just bad mistakes, but
spin properly.
We might have a team forming here.
There you go.
All JT rules.
Y'all got to be on the same faction.
Stay tuned, 2021.
Yeah, let's see what happens next year.
You might have you have to be on the same faction, but details.
It's fine, right? Don't worry about it.
I'm curious how everything's going to go next year. I'm really looking forward to all of that.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Well, Sabrina and Jader, as a new team, you will have to take on the Cinefanatics. Good luck.
I got you, bro.
It's the weirdest time to start the trash talking. Weirdest time for trash talking.
I'll freaking improve.
60 seconds to decide starting now.
Hey, keep track of that timestamp for Eric, just in case the world aligns.
The spicy hurricane.
All right, here's the second spin. Whatever.
So John Carpenter, I felt okay with that, but I was like,
spicy hurricane.
Oh my!
Love it on the wheel, Christian. Who wants it? Who doesn't?
So no John Carpenter. What do you get?
Judd Apatow.
We're looking for.
Oh man.
So Judd Apatow or John Carpenter? Which one would you have rather had if you want to share that?
Oh, Judd Apatow for sure. That's actually YA was my number one, but Judd Apatow was kind of a close second that I was really comfortable with.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready.
Here we go. First one. The Paul Rudd and Leslie Mann film. This
Knocked
is
Up.
Knocked Up.
Yeah.
for what Judd
Okay.
Apatow.
Oh, we're not writing down questions. Is
We're
that
not right. Yeah, we're not writing on these.
disrespecting the rules here?
Not on these.
That's good.
Just blurred out because we don't know how fast Sabrina is going to answer these questions.
Played
Cool.
Amy Schumer's boss Diana.
Oh.
in 2015's
Tilda Swinton.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Question 3.
Nice.
Who plays Ed Harkin, the station director of Channel 4 News?
Oh,
Apatow
yes.
Fred Ward.
Anchorman.
Fred
Yeah.
Willard. Sorry, Fred Willard.
Willard, yeah.
I have multiple choice on that one.
You can. A.
The
Fred
first
Willard,
ever live
B.
action
Chris
human
Parnell,
being in a Pixar
C.
movie.
Tim Robbins.
In
Fred
Wally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get one repeat of the?
One multiple choice. You
I
have to
got
get
one
A. Fred Willard,
movie
Chris
question
Parnell,
and then 3.
Tim
Oh,
Robbins,
actually, I shouldn't
B.
say that
Fred
yet.
Armisen.
1 second. Is it Tim Robbins?
It isn't. Vinny for the steal. Who plays Ed Harkin, the station director of Channel 4 News in the Apatow?
Oh, you were thinking Anchorman, I think, right?
A. Fred Willard. B. Chris Parnell.
This is Anchorman.
C. Tim Robbins.
Yeah.
D. Fred Armisen.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry.
Correct for
Fred
1
Willard.
point. Steal.
You're right. You're right.
The
This
Chris
is
Parnell
the
in
one of
there
the
is rough.
only. That's what I was so because this is the only one that I hadn't really actually brushed up on
Cameos.
was Anchorman and Anchorman 2.
Known father. in
Harold
Knocked Up.
Ramis.
Ghostbusters. Yes, Harold Ramis. Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Multiple choice.
Way to chime in there, Chris.
B. Fred Willard. C.
Yes.
Bill Murray.
Look, Fred Willard again. Didn't know you spun the Fred Willard slice on the wheel.
Well, that's what I'm about to say.
First one. Who cameos as Ben Stone's father in Knocked Up? Is it A. Harold Ramis, B. Fred Willard, C. Bill Murray, D. Leslie?
His cameo is
Nielsen?
so great in that movie. I love that movie.
You go with Harold Ramis.
That's
Good
correct.
job.
For 1 point.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Navigates her way through it, and she now is.
Can I
tied
say
with-
something really quick?
Can I pause it?
All right.
Pause.
Now.
I mean, it's up to you guys if you don't care about me talking over it. But that was the thing is I had prepped so much when it came to Judd Apatow. Obviously, there's a lot of movies, a lot of cast, a lot of directors. Like, there's just a lot when it comes into Judd Apatow. And Anchorman 1 and 2 were like the only 2 that I didn't get to. That one and also You Don't Mess with the Zohan. Those were like the few that I'm like, oh, I could try my best with those 3.
Yeah.
And of course, what are the odds out of all of those movies? I get that Anchorman question. I get that steal. That was something that really hurt my confidence at that point. Because I am confident about Judd Apatow, but it's 1 movie question, 3 actor questions in that round. So it was just those actor ones were something I should have like even went harder for. The only one I missed obviously is Fred Willard. And I knew Harold Ramis. I just wanted to be sure, and I was already in my head at that point. And then yeah. So that's
Sometimes
like
you gotta go with your gut. Sometimes you gotta go with your gut.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, You Don't Mess with the Zohan is not a real actual movie. Okay.
I saw that movie. Actually, I have a traumatic experience. My mom cannot stay awake during movies at all. And my sister and I, when it came out in theaters, we went to go see it in theaters. I think I was like 10 years old. My sister was 8. And my mom fell asleep in the movie theater. And my sister and I were just wandering around in a huge theater in like Chicago. So that's the only thing that I remember about that movie. Seriously.
That's awesome.
It's definitely not a very good movie, so you're good.
I thought you were gonna say I had a traumatic experience with that movie. I saw it.
It's funny.
All right.
I had a traumatic experience with cats.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen
And now
that.
we bring back Adam,
Just
and you get 60 seconds.
save
to talk
yourself a
about
traumatic
starting.
experience.
Hey, Sabrina, you did a watch along
You know what we're
on
looking
your.
for here?
Did you do that on your Patreon?
You got a
For
nice
cats.
little
Yeah, for
little
Cats with
there.
Brandon Hanna.
So,
Is it really that bad?
Spin again, but I see some good
It
mojo
is-
on the
it's
wheel.
actually
I see
fun.
it spinning your way.
Not great.
So,
Like we got drunk.
yeah. I think.
Okay.
Oh, well, then it's fantastic.
Right now,
That
you're
helps.
Getting what you want.
It was like I was like, okay, the third act isn't as bad
All
as
right,
people
here's the
say.
wheel, and it's up.
All right, that's a big round for Sabrina Ramirez.
There's a
First,
whole
you're
lot of
avoiding
sunglasses
TKO.
wearing
You
going
can
on.
Sit back, relax, maybe take a couple chances at stealing.
I put mine on, but for some reason I got eyeballs
And
taped to the front of mine.
Hitchcock. You get 60 seconds to decide if you want Hitchcock.
Oh yeah.
All right, Vinny. I don't
Take
want
it,
to let
take
the
it.
team in on our
Take it.
code here, but if
I
you could
wish.
just give me a hint of what you're thinking.
Are y'all like that? Are you like that
All
too?
right,
Whenever you're watching this, you just hope the competitor like takes the slice that you want to
Very
answer questions
clandestine
from.
way to
Because
approach
I'm always sitting here like, someone please take the horror slice.
And here is whatever spin here he gets.
This
He's got to hit.
freaking hit.
Oh,
Just wait.
come on. Come on.
You already had
I'll take it.
I already know the answers to these questions.
Take the steam out of that question.
Super easy.
Nah, it gets worse, guys.
Young adult novel adaptation.
Which is good because I'm like, I wanted that slice so badly for myself, but it's like if I could grab steals, I mean,
Give me the steals. Give me the steals.
So now the question is down to how well does Vinny know YA movies?
4 questions in the
I'm
realm
about to
of
test my knowledge.
Yeah.
for Vinny.
I'm not going to be good.
That's right.
I already say
Vinny,
that.
In the world of young adult film,
Give me a Hunger Games question. That's about it.
Question for 2 points. Your
I
first
knew
four
all
here.
4 of these. No multiple choice, by the way. Not lying.
Perks of being a wallflower.
Perks of Weird Wallflower. Yep.
I can do that one too.
The perks of
being a wallflower.
Oh, okay. Wait, you can grow flowers on walls?
Actually, you can. You gotta get the right lattice work.
If you don't know what that flower is it a wonder wall?
Question for 2 points. What 2012 coming of age film stars
Goodbye.
Logan Lerman?
Sabrina, weren't you dying that you knew this question and you're like, I hope
Oh,
you
yeah.
miss, I hope you miss, I hope you miss, I hope you miss.
Painful.
Your options?
Yeah, I get it, man.
All four of these, I knew in half a second before the question was even done. And I'm like,
For the end of the
and
world.
Silver
Paul,
Linings
Paul.
Playbook is not YA.
No.
That
Well,
is
it makes it
correct.
easier to narrow that one down.
Vinny regains solo possession of first
Yeah.
place, Chris.
All right, here's question number 2, Mark.
2 more points on the table here in the world of YA adaptations. What 1983 Francis Ford
Oh,
Coppola
jeez.
film revolves around
Yep.
Oklahoma Greasers
Oh.
by David Starr's
The Outsiders.
Yeah.
Yep, one of my favorites of all time.
I fucking love that movie. Ah, sorry. God damn it.
That's it, sir. You're in timeout.
This hurts.
Young adult adaptation.
All right, timeout's over.
2 more points. Hunger Games. What is the name of Kat McKinnon's
Oh, that's
younger
great.
sister,
It's a good thing I check mark the
originally
not made for
chosen
kids when I
as tribute
create
for
these
the
streams.
games?
Oh, God, it's Primrose, right? Primrose? Primrose?
Yep,
Prim.
Primrose.
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 Is it A?
Yeah,
Rue,
Primrose.
B.
Yeah.
C.
Hey, I know this.
D. Swimmer?
Man.
3.
I mean, it's good for me. He went multiple, all of these so far.
You want to know what
So-
sucks? I've thrown a perfect game.
His way around a category.
Ugh.
I would. It's the worst. I'm telling you, it happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time. I'll throw perfect games.
All right,
And then
brag,
mine, I'm like,
brag.
no. And then on my match, I'm like, I don't know. I've never heard. What's a movie?
Player Bridget Vreeland in what
one
2000
was
Sisterhood
she?
of Traveling Pants.
adult adaptation?
So easy. Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants.
I thought it was
Boom,
like
baby.
the Sisterhood of the Yaya.
No,
Yeah.
Traveling
Yeah,
Pants.
traveling.
Traveling Pants.
Yeah. Hey.
Age of Adeline is also not like YA.
It's not a YA,
really.
but
I
it's
could-
such a good movie. Age of Adeline
And
is
then
really
think about-
good.
Is Aquamarine based off of a book? I
I
don't
certainly
think.
can. That's going to be free.
I probably would have went with like Bend It Like Beckham.
B. Age of Adeline.
I feel like that's like
That's-
I feel like that's so too obvious almost when you're doing a
But some of these answers are too obvious, and they're the right answer.
true.
I don't know.
You
if
know,
consider
where it's like,
it.
dude,
Yeah.
that's not what I
But
thought.
in your mind, but if Vinny, I don't know what was happening in his mind, but if he just goes through all of the rest of these movies and pictures who's in it, like it shouldn't be
I
too
can
tough.
definitely do that for you and for everybody watching as well as the competitors.
Yeah, Sisterhood.
In round
We're at-
3,
The Yaya Sisters of Traveling Pants Hood or something like that.
We're at 13-8 right now. This is not a. This isn't a lead that you can't overcome at this point. You're still in the game here. So
Well, I
that's-
mean, yeah, like I said before, with how poorly I did in the first round, like
first
how
round killed
bad
you.
I did, that first
killed you.
round, absolute, and that's 100% on me. That's on everything that I did to myself being in my own head. But that I did not think that I could even slightly recover from that. So I mean, we'll watch the rest. But
major improvement on the second round, absolutely. And you like ready to steal, which we will get back to when we get to my match. We'll talk about round 2.
All 4 of those, half a second before the question's even done, knew the answer to every single one without getting into multiple choice. It really is just, it's where the cookie crumbles. That was my number 1, and I was going deep, like I said before, into like Maze Runner and stuff like that. And then it was like Ezra Miller, Logan Lerman, and Emma Watson star in what film? It's like Perks of Being a Wallflower. I'm going through all the details of like the Maze Runner, making sure I'm prepped for YA. So it was definitely watching that and not getting any steals out of it also really just like hurt my heart. Like this is
no, absolutely. And again, it gets to your head. The easiest questions where again you're studying. Again, trying to perfect the maze, know every little detail on the maze, and then you get something as easy as you get. It's insane. It's insane.
This is something that we actually discussed on some of these prior replays that we've been doing here. Is that that round 1 is supposed to be like kind of like the warm up round typically for a lot of people, but that helps out a lot for people to get their head in the game and get ready to go. On the flip side, it can be detrimental if you don't have that great of a round 1, and now that's stuck with you through the whole game, and you have to force yourself to get your head back in it. But all that can change with a good wheel spin too. So let's say like in this match, if you did spin and land on young adult novels in your second round, boom, that's almost nearly game right there.
But even that,
and then if I would have landed on like Hitchcock, who would have known I would have done even worse and then maybe gotten KO'd. It's just, it really is where we go. It all comes down to choice. YA was my choice. I'm pretty sure his was like fantasy sci-fi and something else. So if he would have landed on that, maybe I would be KO'd or something like that. Like, who knows? It really is. When it comes to like the wheel and everything, comes down to chance. You think the first round is the easiest round, but in the mindset that I was in when I was already like nervous, and then when I was going to the round and I missed my first one, I got just completely frazzled. I just wish I could like go back and be like, all right, calm down, you'll be fine.
And that's exactly it. And it was the first round that killed you, because honestly, second round, you were way better than I was in my original first round. You went what right now? You out of the 4, you went multiple choice. You missed 1. He got 1 steal out of the 4 questions, and then you were ready to steal all his questions. You were ready to go. It was on what I don't know if did you win or not, but the first round that's what hurt you, man. It sucks because you're clearly making a comeback right now. So you're ready for the game. You just don't get into your head. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Going forward, I have a much different perspective than this. It does so much more harm than good to kind of like be thinking way too much. Clear your mind and relax. You'll get what you get. If you know it, you know it, and if you don't, you don't. The amount of ones like the Will Smith one and like Signs and stuff like that I know, and I didn't get it because I was so afraid of not getting things right.
It's not mention Will Smith right now. I'm a little upset with him, but let's go.
All right. Points that could see you, yes, you, advancing in the tournament. Because Vinny is enjoying 5-point lead, he's going to give us his 3 numbers first. Vinny, from 1 to 20, what feels fortunate?
8, 2, and 6.
Great numbers.
What was it? Sorry.
Great numbers.
2 and 6. Sorry, broke up. 8, 2, and 6.
Those are certainly numbers.
7, 20, and 14.
7, 20, and 14 for Sabrina. All right. So, Adam, you got 60 seconds to talk to Vinny starting now.
Vinny, you're feeling the rhythm of this thing. You're really sitting in there.
Is he feeling the rhyme?
You paced that out. That was not the category you wanted.
No, nice. Time. Very nice. Feel the rhythm.
Feel the rhyme.
I
love that movie.
It's fantastic. It's so great.
I'm excited. Yeah. I'm excited to see. Oh wait, I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind. Not yet. I don't want to do spoilers, but I just want to see on one question if you guys are gonna get that.
All right.
Because
60 seconds. Talk to Sabrina starting now.
On yours.
Did really well in Judd Apatow. We got what he's done what we wanted him to do. He somehow pulled those answers out. Good for him. I mean, I know that you knew them. So let's put it that way. And you did a good job there. But let's do our thing. 5 points down is nothing.
Ghost is right.
Easily make up
Andres
for
is right here.
For sure.
I'm guessing he's also planning on coming back even stronger and harder too. So
gonna drop out.
He's coming back like Daft Punk, stronger, harder, better, faster. However that song goes.
Is going to try
I look
to
pale.
avoid the TKO as she answers her set of questions. The first
No,
one
I
would
look
be
pale.
Meryl
I look
Streep.
pale.
Number 7, Meryl Streep.
Because the only light in my room is my
Meryl
computer
Streep.
monitor.
Shows Meryl Streep for your 2-pointer.
Oh, you're talking about it in the video, not
Meryl
right
Streep
here.
plays the real-life
Oh, yeah,
chef
no, in the
Julia
video.
Child in what
Julia and Julia.
Julia and Julia.
Yeah.
Julie and Julia.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
That's correct.
There you go.
2
There you
points.
go.
The name
girl.
was in the
All right.
question.
In order
Yeah.
to now
Yeah.
tie the game and avoid the TKO, you chose number 20, which puts you in the disaster films category.
Ooh.
3 points.
Roland Emmerich.
All right.
Good job.
Nailed it.
In what American city does the 2007
Chicago?
New York I Am
No, New York.
Legend
That's New York City.
primarily
Oh, it is
take
New York.
place in?
Okay.
Or Manhattan. No, it's New York City. It's Times Square. New York City.
Yeah, because he's in Times Square and there's a Batman versus Superman
Yeah,
poster
the
behind him
BVS logo. Absolutely.
before it was actually greenlit
Come
to
on,
be
girl.
a real movie.
You got this, girl.
New York City.
There you go.
Good job.
It is a tie game. It is now only 3 points are off the board now, and only 2 points if Vinny wins the match. But
Come on
he's got to
now.
answer
See, there
a
you
2
go,
point
man.
to bounce it back to Sabrina to hit her 5 mark.
That's right, Christian. Vinny selected number 8 for his 2-point question. And Cal Ripken's legendary number corresponds to.
Here's the thing I like about doing this is I like cheering her on in a pre-recorded match while she's right here below me.
I'm like,
Yeah. I'm like, okay, good job. Let's go, Sabrina. You can do it. Like,
Which
Touche, Ryan Kramer.
United States Marine Ray Garris.
Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
The last movie we saw in a movie theater.
I went to a press screening. That was the last movie for me too.
The first movie we're going to see back in movie theater as of right now is New Mutants. So
She has.
It's
and
just
she's put herself
crazy.
in a good position.
This is
Now,
weird.
if she hits it, then he's going to have to hit his 3.
Are you
and his
guys
5 in
going
order
to the
win
theater?
The game. So
Oh, but
we
anyways,
now
actually,
go
let's
to
listen to this,
Sabrina,
guys.
who chose number 14, and that is your 5-pointer in the realm of Oscar movies.
Ooh.
Oscar movies. Here it is.
Whose is this?
All right.
Who's okay?
Serena's.
Jason Blum has been nominated for Best Picture 3 times as a
Oh,
producer.
shoot.
Holy
Named
shit.
Best
2 of the
Picture.
films that he was
Best
nominated
Picture as a producer?
All right, Get Out is one of them for sure.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Us wasn't nominated, was it?
no, it wasn't
No.
us. Black Klansman? I think that's a Bloom film.
Yeah. Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
I think that's right.
Yeah, question.
Or Whiplash, or is it Whiplash?
Jason
All
Blum
3.
has
Those
been
are the
nominated
3.
for Best Picture
Yeah.
three
Okay.
times.
Did you say Bloom?
Yo, that's a
Produced Whiplash?
freaking tough question, though.
And
That
in the
is
time, because the
hard.
thing is,
I think I
just-
got this because I'm not in the spotlight. I swear to God, because normally I
No.
probably wouldn't have got that.
I was just gonna say, I just had a conversation with somebody about all, or at least definitely Black Klansman and Get Out, about
Yeah.
being like produced by Jason Blum, and like
Last one. Jason Blum.
That's
has been
insane.
nominated for Best Picture 3 times. As
I mean,
a
it's a good
horror
question.
and 2 of the
Yeah.
films
great
he was
question.
nominated for.
I wonder if PJ's watching this.
I
And
love
if he
PJ,
watches for
but
watch
damn,
his friends.
5.
Dude, these 5-pointers are getting rough, man. It's all 3, right?
1.
Yeah.
That's hard. I don't know if I would have gotten that, like, being in your position. I'm getting it because I'm chill right now. You get me? Get Out for sure. Oh my God, dude.
I knew it too. It was at the front of my mind. I had just had a conversation.
Did you answer anything at all or no? Did you say, what did you say?
No.
Nothing?
I blinked completely.
You blanked
But
out.
I just, blinked out completely.
Mr. There he is.
Jesus,
all right,
man.
Vinny, big win here. Massive win, taking away some points away from the Finstock.
We'll watch the post interviews and we'll chat
in
about it a little
the
bit
tournament.
after
How'd you feel
done.
about the performance here today?
But what a comeback, dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't get TKO'd.
You did not get TKO'd. You were down 5 from and that's rough coming under from the because it was like 7-3.
I'd much rather win.
Yeah, 7-3.
That's a 5-point lead. That's not easy getting out of the first. For you to lose by 2, granted, obviously you missed your 5 and all that. But
Whatever that bottle is behind Vinnie.
you know what? You shouldn't be mad at your debut. Not what at all, especially with the comeback. If you would have stayed down the whole throughout, then I understand you being upset. You get me? But that you fought hard the second and third round, and that's where it counts, man. The first, remember, round 1 is easy. Supposed to be.
Maybe you should be.
I mean, that's what it is. I'm so disappointed by my first round, but then I'm really happy with the way I picked myself up and at least was able to hang for a little bit, get to my 5-pointer, and not get TKO'd.
Yeah.
When I'm down that badly.
We've run down a lot, so I think a lot of me is rubbed off on Kaiser. So
amazing.
I feel like I'm
wow.
Replacement. I feel that Kaiser brings to the table, though. It's hard.
A lot of me rubbed off on Kaiser.
Look, this is, regardless, you guys both you and Kaiser have victories here, as you have Vinnie and Kaiser just managed Zipper to a TKO victory. So the dungeon looking good thus far. Now, Vinnie doesn't necessarily have a win in the tournament yet. He's got himself into the tournament. Vinnie, you find yourself now against
Ethan Irwin.
Oh, good Lord.
Movie
Ooh.
Arguably one of the best
That was
matches
a
we've
tall
ever seen.
order.
Oh, yeah.
President of a film production company. Is it intimidating to go up against him, or do you think this could be the one that really breaks you out?
The correct answer would be yes.
I'll look him up. I'll let you know what I think.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, that's
Get out of here with that.
That's fantastic.
Well,
That's hilarious.
Next week, Vinnie Mancuso officially going up against big time Ethan Irwin.
Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'm sorry.
Kind of couple up what Mark said there. Managing you've competed in Star Wars. You've done super well in Star Wars. You've done well in teams. Is managing something that you like, or is competing where you still think you have more left to do?
Well, I got to say,
true.
I take
We expect
somebody like Vinnie go to.
I fully expect that you'll still get redrafted next go around, and that you will come back stronger than ever.
Thanks, guys.
I'd be pretty excited about that too. But watching Vinnie pull this one off,
I mean, you got it. You got the knowledge. You know the gameplay.
Just zone in.
You just had to get
That's the thing
under your belt.
too.
I love this right here.
That was the thing too. It was like clean gameplay for sure. I'm also happy about that I didn't get messed up forgetting about like multiple choice or JTEs or anything like that. Everything was clean. I knew the rules.
Yeah. All right, dropping out the dungeon, and we're going to bring back the exchange as we bring back Sabrina
I think that's a big part of it. As long as you are familiar with how the game is played, even if you can't come up with the answers, cool. But as long as you know the strategy, you are in the position where you're like in round 2, you know you can call for multiple choice. You know you have your JTEs. You know you have that challenge. As long as you know all that, that's probably a big part of the battle right there.
This has been the highlight. Yeah.
I feel like I was trying to make a G.I. Joe quote there. Knowing is half the battle.
What we're going to do in the future. So it's been awesome because this has been the highlight. This has been my favorite part of quarantine the past few months. And, next time I come back, I'm just going to go stronger, better. I know exactly where I messed up. I blanked on things that I shouldn't have. I wrote down Will Smith.
We're going to start calling you like Sabrina Daft Punk Ramirez. Stronger, better, faster.
Gucci.
I feel like that's like $1 million man quote also.
You're going to pop back in with a crazy looking helmet on your head.
Sort of relief. But you lost the match and you're disappointed. We know the competitor Sabrina is, but now you have some experience. Now you have some valuable reps being in a tournament format.
Side note, I feel like I got to point out every time. Can we highlight Molly back there?
What do you
I
tell
love her.
now?
Yeah. She's chilling every time.
To rebuild.
Yeah, I mean, look, she played fantastic for her first time out. I know how bad she wanted this. And like you were saying, it was a tough first round, and that really kind of, digging ourselves out of the hole there was really tough.
Is he playing with an orange?
We got back to a tie and just couldn't put it away.
It's different than his usual, like,
great on her
his little glow.
Whatever that squeezy bottle thing is.
You know,
Andres. Sabrina, Jader, I'm a fan of both of you. I can't wait to see the futures in this league. Definitely.
Thank you so much. I'm a fan of yours as well.
Wanted Mancuso to get that. We put it on there
Yeah.
specifically.
Andres
Here's
has a big future also.
The thing I like about this this tournament so far is all the rookies are fantastic. Even if the rookies don't win their matches, they're still good, and it's going to be like you could see the whole new class of what's going to be the soon-to-be veterans.
I'm definitely I'm looking forward
Sabrina.
to doing this league. Just because I've been making a singles tournament doesn't mean I can't thrive somewhere else. So I'm looking forward to the future.
Yeah, and I think, look,
Hell
that's
Oh, and I definitely like this one.
when they come in and they bounce back.
Not a personal connection at all, but just like this comment.
Have a
Just,
strong
you know.
first round, and
Yeah,
then
no
they fall
personal
apart
connection there.
second, and then it's either over by KO or they.
And then we got PLD. What Andra said.
It was a struggle.
Yeah.
PLD is awesome. Love that, man.
He came back in that second round, and in the
You
third,
can also
he-
use this,
he were a
the
lot of
Streamlabs.
competitors. He nailed that 2 and that 3.
Feel free to send them that way too.
No, so when you get into the next realm here of support for the exchange, what do you do? Do you also use that as you're helping out your fellow competitors for your game to get better as you move on forward?
Yeah, my favorite thing has been interacting with everybody. Craig the Barbarian has been there for me throughout this entire time. So as they continue on this
Huge shout out
for them.
Craig is the best.
I'll be with them every step of the way.
Oh, I
If they help
can't
studying,
talk about that man enough. Let me
like
tell
you
you,
said,
He's an angel.
fantastic.
matches are really
He
tough
really
for
is.
some
Like,
and didn't come out.
I owe him everything. There's already people, because it's already been talked about that I'm his team partner.
Really?
And people are like, yeah, it's already been announced that he's my team partner, and people have commented and they're like, oh, Craig needs to find a better partner that can hang with him, that could do all that kind of stuff. Like I've seen, because the comments are always like that. People always think they know everything. People always think they're better than you. But I talked to him already, and he's like, I am so proud of you that you were able to just dig yourself out of that. And he knows how much that I care, and he knows how much I want it, especially if I'm with him on a team and we do stuff.
It's what you do
I'm
now.
putting my all.
It's what you do now. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll say that's a great team up because I think the two of you actually complements each other pretty well.
How do you bounce back? Because you had the big win on Friday. And
I'm so lucky. He is something else. He is so great.
Going into these big matches.
I wouldn't necessarily from my interactions with him, I wouldn't say that I think he would be really good at YA stuff. So the complement of knowledge just in that, I would say, is fantastic.
The man's a machine. The man's a machine. Tell you, man.
He has
He knows
a little.
everything.
He knows every single thing, even if it's his biggest weakness. He doesn't even have a freaking. I wouldn't even call it a weakness. If he's a little less knowledgeable about one thing. Still just absolutely insane. He is the future 100%. He is going to be the champion. He's going to be double belted one day. He's nuts.
Absolutely. Yeah. So one thing I was reading the comment that Andres wrote about the rookie class of 2021, right?
Again, hell of a match.
I honestly,
and we will see you guys.
Honestly, I was talking to Barbarian. Sorry, I'm talking over everybody.
Obviously disappointed.
Give me 1 second. I'll talk afterwards.
Play here, but she came in here, had a good debut, and that's always another question: is how do you bounce back from the loss? How do you bounce back, and what do you do next?
You go into teams. That's what you do.
When she comes back to play, what kind of will we see when she plays again? And as far as the Finstock Exchange, they have to win some matches in order to keep pace here with Swag, who has the lead and is continuing to do stuff. But it's certainly not over for them. The Dungeon, on the other hand, they are way behind. But they got to feel encouraged with these wins by Zipper and Mancuso here. I mean, obviously the losses by Smets and Parker, and there's been a lot of damaging losses for the Dungeon this season. But this has to be motivating.
Hey, you just want to be on the dance floor, Christian. Now, they may be on the dance floor and they can barely hear the music unless that music is Iron Maiden, but they can still say, we got a shot. We're in this. It's a wild card team. It's an underdog story, Cinderella, if you will, but there's still hope. And as far as Sabrina Ramirez goes, I think what's going to prove to be most valuable is, look, we have no idea what the landscape is going to look like with the factions, with the members of said factions from season 7 going into next season. But you still have a good many months and weeks to train with an impressive faction. I think she's going to take her teammates up on that. She's going to be right there quizzing. And I think that this faction format has really lent itself to building up players and letting them gain knowledge and experience in between
100%.
matches it's going to be a huge thing. And we're going to see that bear fruit next season as well as the rest of season 7, the new era.
Yes, sir. So look, that is it. So the play-in matches are done. Sabrina Ramirez just fights very, very tough here, but Vinnie Mancuso takes the victory here as is 15-13 final score as we now have the tournament locked. There it is. That is our full tournament. Vinnie Mancuso will be playing big time Ethan Irwin in the first
Good
round.
luck.
And Mark Ellis, thanks once again. My friend.
Sabrina, if it makes you feel any better, if we were to give our pick between Vinny and Ethan,
we just talked about
I have a feeling that Ethan is going to avenge your loss here.
Yeah, the thing is, that's a
you just sign on up and you get every big event that
that
we
is
do,
a
whether
match.
It's tough.
Whatever we do,
If
you get it.
if Vinny pulled that off
And
against
this
Ethan, if he pulls that off,
the undercard, who's the boss?
Yeah.
Versus
Like,
Shazam. That's
he deserves all the praise coming to him.
the
Yeah.
main event.
I'm like, I am honored to lose to you if you beat Irwin.
Yeah, there you go.
Try to get
Exactly.
their championships back as they face the current title holders. Dangerous Dan.
Guys, get on that
Morrow and
Patreon and get
Outlaw
these
John
tickets.
Roca
These things are
this
great.
Friday.
Shit.
And then,
No, these matches have been insane, dude.
that's right. We're going to
This.
on YouTube. Double
I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
The boss Bateman
With Kevin
versus
Smith on SCN yesterday. It
Super
feels like it
hyped.
was a couple of days ago.
Yeah, no, it was
Just-
yesterday. And let me tell you, it was so inspirational to hear that man speak, man.
Kevin Smith
Yeah.
versus the
He was
champion
fantastic.
Jericho.
I love
They go
Kevin Smith.
head-to-head, and it happens on that Friday.
I was thinking
So
about putting him as my strength instead of
thank you,
Apatow.
Mark Ellis. It's a pleasure as always, my
Yeah.
friend. And,
Ooh.
Mhm.
Hey,
Yeah.
more to go. So
You
it's
think
time
you
to
can
head
go
back
toe to toe with Silverstreamy on that?
right back
Oh.
in.
When it comes to Rachel, I love Rachel so much. She's one of my favorite people.
Friday, so
Ooh,
thank
Yeah.
Kevin Smith, that's her jam.
That's her jam.
I can't take that.
Because
But yeah.
I will tell you this: we've hung out with Rachel quite a few times, and yeah, I feel like I could take Rachel on a Kevin Smith exhibition.
Wow.
I don't know about
I don't
all
know
that.
if it'll
I'm not-
happen.
Wow.
Hey, she's one of my
Kudos
favorite
to you,
people.
Steph.
Literally, she's like one of the only people that I've seen during this quarantine. I see her a lot, and I could just tell you, I don't know if it comes to Kevin Smith. My money's on her always, 100%. There's no way.
Yeah, here's the thing. Let me clarify what I just said. I feel like I could take her on. I'm okay with losing to her though.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I could also take her on, and she will beat me.
Yeah, if we're gonna say that, we're gonna go that direction.
I will still.
we can all try.
She's the person who's gonna take on Kevin Smith at his own movies, and she will beat him at his movies.
Seriously.
Absolutely.
Mainly because they're going to do like what Kevin Smith said on SCN. He's like, well, actually, what was really supposed to happen during that question, I'm going to challenge that. Like,
This is what happened during my movie. You don't know.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I saw the comment. I saw the comment that Andres wrote. He goes, Sabrina, Jader, I'm a fan of both of you. Can't wait to see what's the future in this league. It's funny that you guys mentioned Barbarian because I kind of wrote the exact same thing to Barbarian. Him and I developed a great relationship because again, he challenged me. He gave me my whiskey shot. Like I said, when I was feeling nervous, he's the one that's like, dude, calm down. He had already recorded his fucking perfect match. Sorry again for cursing, but he had recorded his perfect match, and he gave me the whiskey and all that, and he was like, relax, take a question at a time. And then he challenges me at the end of that match, and he's just like, hey, Mr. Tornado. And that whole bit was great, right? But right after that, we just developed this friendship, right? Through Messenger. And during the hard times that he had to go through with Sonya and all that, I try to be there as much as possible at a distance that I was. And it was during a very hard time where you couldn't comfort anybody because it was in the middle of COVID. But let me tell you, man, shout out to him because that man spirit, it didn't matter at what time I reached out to him about a question or what are you watching, or even me being like, hey, are you okay? It was never a like, hey, I'm fine, leave me alone, or ignoring that. He always has that time for you. So I can only imagine being the faction mate that he is with you. He's helped me throughout where he's just like, hey, again, not like on that one-on-one, but more of a, I would go this route if you're going to do this, and good luck to you type stuff, you know? But a big shout out to him, because even me and him, we will trivia each other for fun. Just like, hey, what's this? Or he'll shoot me a question. I'll shoot him a question. And the man has no weakness. It's insane. It's insane. But I believe this rookie class is out of this world, to be completely honest with you. I feel like before, I can watch matches, I can keep up and so on and so forth, where I'm like, oh, I can take on so-and-so. You know, with the rookie class, there was nobody that I kind of wanted to see in the first round where I was like, oh, I don't know, you know? Yeah. Because I feel like everybody just brings a different level to this game. And that's one thing that I love about this season. We've seen the rookies so far, you know, do fantastic. And even when they don't do as great as you're hoping they are, they're still holding their own, where they're not getting annihilated by certain people that have been in this league for years and get annihilated every single time that they're up there. You know, they always have something to prove. So I'm, for one, very proud to be part of this league this year, being a rookie, to try to like show, again, my match is hard, you know, like have Vejvoda. But again, it all goes hand in hand. Craig has just been a fantastic, and everybody, to be honest with you, but I had to give him the specific shout out because, again, not a faction mate where I was just like, hey, do you have anything that you can quiz me on? And he goes, oh, he's like, not supposed to do that, but I'll shoot you a couple questions. You know, it was never a closed door. It's like, this is what I can do for you, you know? So huge shout out. And if you really are his partner, man, that is amazing, because you're going to have everything and more to just like, you know, ride that wave to the top and to get that belt. Because you guys are a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely.
I've talked about this a little bit when I was talking about my free agency and why I joined the Finstock Exchange. And during the match taping where I met Craig, it was the same day that I also met you, Jader. And he came up to me and he's like, hey, like, you know, you haven't seen me before. My match hasn't aired yet, but like, I'm Craig, I'm the Barbarian. He had Elvis on his shoulder and everything still. He was hilarious. He was so kind. And he's like, I've seen you on SEN. You know, you got to, you know, if you do this, if you join the league, you got to join the Finstock Exchange. You got to come into this. And it was just the warmest, kindest interaction that stuck with me, that when I talked to Finstock and I had a phone conversation in the middle of everything that was happening in Craig's personal life, stuff that like, I can't even imagine. He took the time to talk to me on the phone when I was picking my faction for like 3 hours in the middle of everything. And I was I was literally like, no, you do not have to call me. You do not have to talk to me about anything. Like, trust me, it's fine. This can happen any other time. It's all good. He still took the time, and we stuck on the phone for so long, and we have just gotten to know each other. He will social distance, but he'll come over and drop off Blu-rays just in a box, and we'll just like hang out outside in front of my apartment on the street for a little bit.
I'm so mad that I live so far from you guys, man.
I know.
I like
love
on the other
this
side
kind
of the country. But it's so
It really,
that's the type of person he is.
yeah.
That's the type of person he is. Same thing with me. Again, he didn't know me, came up to me. He's like, hey, you're the Hurricane, this and that and that. I'm like, yeah, Jader, whatever, you know, Hurricane, whatever you want. And then he was like, how are you feeling? Again, I'm like, nervous. And he goes, dude, here you go. Calm down. It's all good. We're here to have fun. At the end of everything, it is what it is. We're here to have fun. We're here to entertain. We're here to discuss what we love, because we all are here for a similar reason. Obviously, we all love movies, you know? So big shout out to Craig. I probably the nicest human being walking this earth. So big salute to him.
That's what I really like hearing about, like the Schmoedown competitors. I like hearing, like we see how they are. Like a lot of people have like their kayfabe character. Andrew Guy being a big example of this is when he was like the dastardly heel. There was a time when he first did that. People hated him. The fans hated him because one, they just didn't understand kayfabe. And I wasn't really brought up in this wrestling world, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, I was a fan of the Attitude Era for a little bit. The Rock, you know, Stone Cold, Triple H, all like that little era from like maybe like 1998, 9 to like 2002.
and not even a hardcore fan. I liked it, right? So the whole kayfabe, face, heel, I didn't get that lingo. So again, my whole journey with the Schmoedown has been whenever Christian brought it to Collider, which was the Dan Murrell and John Campia. That was the first match I ever saw. Fell in love with that first match, right? Went back and saw whatever they did with the Schmoes No Show. Then slowly started like picking up. Again, I feel like the first real characters, because before it was just, movie critic against movie critic. There was no real characters until John Roca, when he started doing the whole Outlaw bit. And then I was like, man, I like this. I like where he came from, because I was there and I saw that Bestman thing the day it aired, which he's never going to live that down. Well, he's overcome it actually. But that whole Bestman talk for me, and I was so pissed because and I think, again, and he's my faction mate, Scott Mance is one of the nicest people ever. And I've never met the man, but I wanted Roca to win that day. So I was so upset that he lost to Mance. And I was like, what the hell's going on? This and that and that. It comes back to Outlaw, the whole blindfold thing. Everything that he did, it just climbed to the top, get the belt, do what he did, right? So I saw the majority of the Schmoedown fell off for a bit because life. I have kids, I was very focused on work and all that. And I completely fell off for a little bit. And then a buddy of mine brought me back to it. When I started coming back, we had, Team Action. We had all these teams. And I didn't know that Andrew Guy is playing a character. So the whole time I'm seeing this guy, I'm like, this guy's a douche, And I've told him this to his face, where I was just like, I thought you were the biggest prick ever, And it's just, so incredible to hear that these guys were all, playing characters and whatnot. But when push comes to shove, or when things go down the way they do, or life just throws those unexpected wrenches at you, like curveballs and whatnot, how everybody as a community, fans and pros, if you will, how everybody just it's a family. And I've never seen anything like this ever. Not in the metal community, because a big concert going and all that. Anywhere that I've seen, it's just the way that I see everybody comment and support each other's channels. It's a beautiful thing. So
it's 100%
it's something else. I mean, I'm so honored to be a part of it. This is something that I didn't think I was going to join this season at all, just because of time and energy and everything. Plus, I just started out being on camera at all and doing any of this kind of stuff, and it's just completely out of my comfort zone. It's not something I'm used to at all. But it's been an absolute blast. It's been a journey. It's been amazing being at match tapings and meeting everybody, joining the faction and getting to know everybody even more in terms of as a player and as a competitor, and learning everything from them. And just going forward in the future, it is something so special. And it means a lot that this happened. Dan Murrell won, and I was able to kind of dip my toes into the water for the first time. Didn't do my best at all, especially in that first round. And, I'm 22 years old. I'm constantly trying to take the time to spend just learning as much as I can, growing as much as I can every single day. And this is not something I'm taking lightly. This is something that I care about a lot. I care about it as much as everybody else does, because it does suck. This entire day, we're talking about Craig. This entire day, I'm like, oh, I know this is going to air. I know people are going to talk crap. I know this is the way it's going to go. And I called Craig right afterwards, and we had a phone conversation. He's just like, it's fine. I wasn't upset. I wasn't upset, devastated upset, but I was just disappointed in the way that I played in the first round. Cause it really did ultimately cost me the match, because it just ruined my mindset for the entire thing. But I'm excited. I can't stay for years. I actually have to go because I have work so early in the morning, but I could stay on for a few more minutes if you guys wanted to bring up anything else before I head out. But Jader, I will definitely, the next first chance I get to have some free time, I'm going to check out your match, because I haven't been able to see it. I saw when it was premiering live, I saw round 3. So I don't know the results, or it might have been the end of round 2. I don't know the results. I don't know anything. So I'm excited to watch it.
No problem. No.
That's one of the things I wanted to actually bring up real quick before you take off, Sabrina, is that, now obviously a couple days removed from having filmed it, it's aired. How do you feel now that you've got that first one under your wing? It's out there. Boom, you got it. now you get to think forward. What's going through your head now?
Yeah, mentally I feel a lot better. Like for future matches going forward. I also know my gaps in studying. I went over Kevin Costner because I know he has a lot of sports movies. He has the baseball ones. I went through those. Didn't go through Draft Day. Have never heard of Draft Day in my entire life. So guess what, guys? That's my freaking weakness. I don't know anything about sports movies unless it's The Way Back with Ben Affleck. If it's not that, I don't know it. So
That was
no,
such
it's
a
fine
good
because
movie too.
And it was so good.
Yeah,
but now
Way Back.
I'm going hard as hell on like studying all the things that I don't know because I am 22 years old. I have not seen every movie ever made. I would like to think so. I don't know everything. I would like to think that I do. That's not the case. I'm going to continue pushing myself to grow and learn. And this was a hard experience. You know, sometimes people go into it and then they knock it out right from the beginning and then they continue doing very, very well. I talked to Bateman. I talked to Mark Riley. I talked to everybody where they're like, this is your first time ever doing this. People are you can't control what happens in the comments, which is something that I've realized from doing any show, putting yourself out there in the internet in any capacity. You can't control the comments anytime, no matter what. It's like one day I'm a little bit quiet on SEN. Like we have 6 people on and it's hard to get a thing in. And people are like, Sabrina's quiet. And I'm like, I'm actually annoying. All right. You don't want me to talk right now. So because I could talk for hours. But that's the thing. So you can never control what other people say. And so with something like this, it's a mental sport. People are so passionate about sports when it comes to baseball and football. And it's the same way for this. So I understand, but it's also, we talked about this a little bit, like 2 months ago now. There's a difference between that and then like being critical. I am so open to like healthy criticism. That is totally fine. Yeah. But when it gets to a certain point where it's like, she knows nothing clearly. Why would they let a 22-year-old that knows nothing into the league and like all the stuff when film is my first love? What I have to work on is being in my head in the recall, but I don't not know about film. Like I know about film. So, you know, you can't control all of that, but I think going forward, I'm going to be in a space where I don't care about any of that. And I'm just going to care about my love of film, this celebration of film. Ryan asking when I'm on SEN next. I'm on Friday. So I'm on usually every week. I'm on every week, once or twice a week. But anyways, so yeah, this is genuinely a celebration of film. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, and that's exactly what it is. But another thing that I want to tell you, if you go back and you look at who's had belts, who are the champions, who are the high rollers, majority of them lost their first matches. So it means nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't beat yourself up over this whatsoever. You're allowed to dwell on it. And this is coming from somebody, which I will not name the person. And it's someone that's very respected in this league. Came up to me with my first match because I was so disappointed. Even though I came out with a W, I was so disappointed with my second round that I was beating myself up because I'm like, I am better than this, you know? Yeah. And that person's like, you're allowed to dwell on it for an hour and then you move on, because at the end of it all, you won. And there's a lot of people that can't say that. And I took that to heart. Even when I met you, when we were out at the bar that night, I was kind of like quiet because I was so hard on myself, where everybody's like, dude, you won. Like, stop, get over it, you know? But it's just, it gets to your head, that L where you're like, I know that I'm just 100% better than this. Now, again, I came home, I rewatch matches. I try to do what I can to study up and whatnot. And I went back to the very first season, but season 3, when it started airing on Collider. And I started noticing that some of the greats lost their very first time on that ring, you know? So again, don't dwell on it. You learn from your mistakes. You just keep on pushing. Because again, in retrospect, you're like, I knew the majority of the answers that I missed. You know, there's some, again, and it usually happens where 5-pointers, it's either you know it or you don't. It's not like, oh man, now that I heard it, I know. 5-pointers are the hardest thing. But when you're talking about round 1s and 2s, it is what it is. Again, you can't beat yourself up. I guarantee you that next match that you get, hopefully it's not against me, but you're just gonna come back with like a vengeance.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
I know now. I'm in a different place where I kind of I know exactly what I need to do here on out. This is also like I'm going into this not even in studio for my first match. I've said this already, but I'm going into it in this new digital age, which they've done incredible. And thank you, Jader, for all the kind words. Like, genuinely means the absolute world. And I'm so excited to see your match and then everything you have going forward, because I had a blast watching your first match. I thought you did incredible. I remember talking to you at the studio. You were so kind. And fun. That's the thing. It's fun. And this is the thing. It's about the community.
Was so great too. So imagine I had a freaking TV star next to me where I was just like, oh my God, this is great. And everybody wanted, you know, and Goddard said this on SEN, that they're like, everybody wanted the celebrity to win. You put them up against a celebrity match and I ended up coming out with a W. And let me tell you, at first when I was like, oh, she's a celebrity, she's not going to study. She doesn't have, you know, so I was just like kind of like taking it easy until I found out that she went to freaking film school. And I was like, holy crap, she knows. And let me tell you, man, we went toe to toe, man. Like, she knows her stuff, man. She actually, it's funny, she tweeted me like 2 days ago that she's like, I need the rematch, man. I'm like, and I tagged Christian. I was like, let's make this happen. We need to get Brittany Young again, and we need to do it again. She's fantastic.
You're all like, she went to film school, and to quote John Roca, I would say, whoops, looks like someone forgot to boost.
Yeah. I work at T-Mobile. Like, what? You know?
Right.
But yeah, dude. But I mean, I wish you the best on I know you're gonna do damage. It was just, you know, it was a tough draw the first round, but you got this. And honestly, don't dwell on this. Like, again, you have today, since it aired, to dwell on it. You move on. All right. And the comments, if they're negative, F them. You know, since we're a PG-13 show today.
Sure. Now you edit yourself.
That's exactly how it is. It's like Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not going anywhere. This is solidified. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in this thing. So be mad about it. Like, I'm not effing leaving.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you.
So final thoughts here before we let Sabrina go here is that, yeah, I mean, those comments, they're going off your first match. Come on, let's relax on that. You know, you still come back after like 20 matches and she's dominating and say those same things again. That's
absolutely. She's gonna have that shiny belt on her, man. No doubt.
Exactly. And you also, I mean, you got that strong faction behind you too right now. So excited to see what you do in teams. Excited to see your future. I mean, again, like Jader was even bringing up, you know, everybody gets those losses every now and then underneath their record. You knocked yours out right off the bat, so now it's nothing but wins from here on out, no matter what.
Cross my fingers. Depending on you know, what happens on Friday, we'll see if I still have any gameplay the rest of the season. Let's go. Regardless, I'll be chilling here. I'll be studying. I'll be working. So.
Yep,
absolutely.
So real quick before we let you go, anywhere that the kids out there can find you.
Yeah, you guys can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Sabrina X Monica, and then also on Twitter at Sabrina on Film. My Patreon, Sabrina on Film. I have a few tiers there. I do weekly live streams. I do bi-weekly Zoom hangouts with a small group of people at a certain tier. It's been a lot of fun. Watch-alongs with Brandon Hannah, where we just like drink a lot of alcohol and laugh at really bad movies. We do that every so often, so that's been fun. We did 50 Shades of Grey and Cats.
Thumbnail.
Oh my gosh! I did not know y'all got Ben Bateman.
Seriously, no, that made me want to join the Patreon. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, "Ooh, I need to be there for this watch along." It's so great.
Come on and do a watch along with me. Like one of these days. That's the same thing. I've had Brandon so far because Brandon's the person that I see the most. But yeah, I'm so open to anybody who wants to watch a shitty movie. A crappy movie with me and watch along and drink along. Yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah,
just hit me up on Twitter. We'll make it happen. Absolutely.
Perfect. That's awesome. And then subscribe to the First Cut YouTube channel. Check out the Meaning of Podcast. Check out our movie reviews. Go check out my articles on Geeks of Color. I loved Kaiser's joke in his promo where he's like, he's up against somebody who interviews Daniel Craig for a living. Yes, that is what I do. I interview people and I watch movies and I write articles, and it's been a lot of fun. So much crazy stuff has been happening over the past few weeks, and finally embargoes are lifting and I could finally talk about all that stuff. We have a huge guest going on First Cut. That as well. Like, there's just so much. So check me out. I'll do better next time.
You got it, girl.
Got it. Well,
All right,
Sabrina,
thank you guys so
much for
much.
being here. Yeah, thank you so much for
Thank
being
you guys
here.
for having me. Great to see you, Jader.
You too. Take care.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
All righty. All right. Rated R show starts now, guys.
Yeah.
No,
If
but what
you
we'll
say
do,
so.
what we will do, guys, on this one, if we want, I'm gonna take a quick pause break, real quick, before we get into the next match. So everybody, fill up on your drinks, get your food, get your snacks. We're still going.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Welcome to the Robert Show.
I can still hear you, by the way.
That's my cat. She's just hanging out back there. Maybe she'll react to a match. So now here's the point where we get like everyone just drops from the stream because it's just me and my cat at this point, and Jader refilling
guys.
his drink. Ah.
Look, we got ice cubes, the whole nine.
Wait,
This
do you
is-
do the whiskey? You do the whiskey with the actual proper like whiskey cube, like the circular. Yeah. See, that's doing it proper right there.
It's a can't see it, but it's a Darth Vader.
Oh, very nice. Darth
Yeah.
Jader. Garth
Jader,
Jader,
there
if
you
you
go.
ever team it. Yeah, yeah.
There you go. So it's gonna break, but yeah, this is I got this for I think Father's Day or my birthday. I don't know which one it was.
That's kinda
They're
cool.
Very, yeah, dude, very cool. But yeah, but I work at 7
BCD
a.m.
says he's got to sign off for tonight. Have a great time, everyone. Thank you, BCD, for being in our
Later, man.
chat. Thank you for
I know
being
it's
here
late.
tonight.
I know it's late. Thank you so much. Everybody's been
And
grand.
then Andres is saying I was the star the entire time. You know,
Oh man.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I heard all that.
Isn't it weird though? Like, so I'm new to the AirPods. I know my brother's new to the AirPods as well. But isn't it weird that you can like hear this while you go to the bathroom? Like we just
I
hear
know.
like everyone's just like
The
talking
first-
in their head.
The first time I left, I had to mute because I didn't know that this happened. Thank God we weren't live anymore. I had finished, and I was talking to my co-host like what the plans for the next show were gonna be, and I'm like, dude, I'll be right back. And I went to the bathroom, and I just like taking a leak, and he's hearing everything. And I come back, and he goes, "Hey, can you like mute the mic next time?" I'm like, "Oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry."
I feel like there was definitely like some news like that did that at one point. I think it was like something like Casey Kasem back in the day did that where he just like stepped off and he's like, I can't believe how stupid, and I can't say the words. Jader can, but I can't say the words, and so it was just like completely off.
They
the
went
wall.
bleep,
It was
bleep, bleep,
hilarious.
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Bleep, bleep, bleep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But it was like, I think it was something, if I remember correctly, he had just interviewed Aerosmith.
Oh,
And for
no.
some reason, he still like had like some kind of a hot mic on him, went to the bathroom, and then he's like in the bathroom while peeing. He's like talking all this trash about Aerosmith. And they're still like within ear range of the studio hearing this stuff like that. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, Casey Kasem has been caught in front of a hot mic multiple times. So it's great. It's so great, all this stuff. But anyways, moving on to your match. You're playing IGN superstar Jim Vejvoda. Who we've also seen in person because we went to South by Southwest, what was it, last year? And he was there watching the movie premieres as well. So yeah, it was interesting. To
I heard
see
he works for Engine.
Engine,
that's
not the Jurassic Park company. No,
not them. But
nice reference there.
I mean, there you go, man. Honestly, it's not an easy task. He honestly, he's good, man. You know, he's good. Everybody knows the issue that he has, and I feel like he really stepped that up, which is not really knowing the game and all that stuff. So, no, it wasn't easy. I knew that I didn't have I it's not that I went against Bibbs the first round or anything like that. But again, it wasn't a give me. You know, it wasn't a give me. Yeah. He's one hell of a competitor, and I have all the respect for him because he gave me a run for my money. Absolutely. So
well.
Without further
let's
ado,
go ahead. let's go ahead and get into this match, and we'll continue to like some more thoughts and feelings that you might have about this as we go along.
No problem.
Yeah, let's get on into it. Let me share this screen.
I'm definitely gonna start talking about my promo from now. I am not a promo guy. Never been like an actor or anything like that. You get me? Like some of these guys have that background where it's natural to them. It's not for me. Cutting the promo. Apparently, I haven't seen this either. I obviously shot it, but I haven't seen what Eric did, editing wise or anything like that. But a bunch of my friends that knew that I had a hard time with my promo were like, dude, it looks great, you know? I did about like 60 takes. Little BTS for you guys there, where I kept shooting. And yeah. I originally started opening this bottle with my thing, and this is where it's at. Because you'll see what I'm talking about.
Well, if it's any consolation, I saw on Instagram the other day, Roca posted like his shots of how many times he goes through to do a promo too. So I think you're in good company with some of the vets and some of the pros there. So
and he's the promo king.
There's some people that just like, that's the thing. Like Andrew Guy was like one take, dude. We went in there, dun. If you see it, I'm barely holding the mic, like doing my little lines or what that. But it's insane. Jader's gonna see. Yeah. Well, my second. He did my first match. But dude, honestly, I am all for that Yodi award for him because that man is so hardworking. And again, Sabrina's match was just on Monday. It's out today. So that means that guy's been cutting it. I didn't even there you go. I love it. I guess a little BTS. I did my promo way before, didn't like it. I kind of reached out to him, like, hey, don't use that. I'm going to use this now. And it's insane. The way that man works, man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So
let's jump on in then.
Let's do it.
Excited.
Sorry, guys.
You're good.
I didn't know that guy. Here's the famous hat. I'm just not wearing it today, but here it is.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
And there's that famous hat.
Trivia Schmoedown.
There it
I'm
is.
Christian Harloff, and the singles tournament. We are in full swing already. A lot of
see, look, I just had a friend text me right now. Watch your match. Loved your promo, dude.
2008's own.
Tell him to come in here and watch this.
Hello.
Christian, I'm a little upset about a bad section.
All right.
That I had last night.
So first, let's go to Chris. Where's his name come from?
It is here, and look, we have somebody.
I do know this one.
Somebody who's somewhat of a veteran.
Jader, don't say the answer, but do you know it?
So Christian, this is one of those matches where it's really
okay.
impossible to have a favorite, to make a prediction as to who's going to advance, because we just don't know that much
about either, to be honest, which is strange.
It's one of those that's on the tip of my tongue.
Can I give you a clue of who the star of the film is?
It is the Cinderella story.
It's a slide film.
This guy,
the Stallone movie,
plucked out of obscurity at the Orlando event. He tells the story. It was his girlfriend who had the magic ticket. She gave it to him.
Why are you putting me on the spot like this? I told you not to do that.
Because the two of us know what it is and you don't, and that's what makes this fun.
The fans loved him. He made it. He had the story, but could the guy play a match? He plays his first match against Brittany Young.
Hey, I love that shirt. I love that shirt, by the way. There you go.
Yeah, that was my girlfriend, man. My girlfriend. Good shit. Good stuff.
With the Meryl Streep shirt.
The tournament. So
yeah, she got it for me for Christmas. Again, October's when I won the match.
He belongs here. He wants.
He's
a fan of this stuff.
The Orlando thing, and she started watching the show with me and started seeing the whole Meryl Streep chant.
Live matches, we say, oh well,
and she got it for me for Christmas.
But what's it going to be
That's
like?
Fantastic.
She's like, you need to wear that for your first match, and it was a hit.
In front of people, which is a pressure-packed situation.
By the way, it takes all kinds of like an awesome dude to just walk out in public with a Meryl Streep shirt.
I wear it all the time, dude. I love that shirt. I don't care.
That's awesome.
I own a Spice Girls shirt because I love the Spice Girls, and I wore
brain. It's more the gameplay that has been
him in the past.
I think this might be the moment that he's looking at, and he's saying, "This is my time to show the world I know how to dance in the Schmoedown."
You would hope so, because when the Whiskey Man came into the league, when he came in with it was the IGN team, which turned into Top That, and they looked scary. They looked scary, and they looked scary because Jim Vejvoda was a monster, and he kept answering stuff like, oh, this guy's going to be champion of the world. You're going to see him. He's going to be the best. And he never learned the game. I would ask him, I'd say, Jim, do you watch the matches? He's like, I don't watch the matches. He hasn't watched the match. He doesn't know certain things he didn't know. Now, I don't know if that's changed since, being put in with Roxy Stryer. His knowledge is never going to be tested. The guy is
Roxy's the type of person, though. I was pretty sure she was like, "Hey, I selected you to be on my team. You're going to go watch the matches and figure out how this game is played."
Yeah, pretty much. Be a champion, but Roxy Stryer, she knows this game better than anybody else. So, what's that relationship been like? You saw a bit of the change in the Inner Geekdom tournament. His game seemed to change a little bit more than it was in the past.
It's a great question. And look, we have a lot of newcomers that we're going to see coming into this tournament who haven't played a lot. And heck, in 8 days, we have a matchup between Chris Jericho and Kevin Smith. So how are they going to be handling the Schmoedown?
By the way, brother, I just want to be clear. Make sure you look at the private chat.
The beauty of the game is what separates this from all those bar trivia contests that we've all had fun playing in back in the before times. Now it's a matter of not only put up, shut up, study the game, learn how it's played, and maybe
I forgot we have a private chat on this.
Big, shiny it's so great.
Someone who's very accustomed to people with big shiny belts is Jader's manager now, Ken Knapsack. You can say what you want about Ken. He's aloof. You don't know what he's done, what he's been. Maybe
he's a legend.
Look, Bonnie Somerville played the game of her life with Ken as her manager. Now, did Ken have anything to do with that? I don't know. Maybe he just brings luck. But either way, he's managed champions before. That's got to help Jader's confidence going into it. So there was tons of smack talk. There was tons of mean things said in this entire thing. And don't worry, we're going to show you all of it right now.
It's honestly surreal. Like, I've been watching the Schmoedown for years, and now I'm here in the studio. And I actually told myself one day I will be there.
It's so surreal.
It is, man. It really is.
All right. Didn't think when I signed up this year to be a manager in the movie trivia Schmoedown that we were gonna just give out free matches to all the charity cases out there.
Oh,
All right,
she comes in like
Roxy's a scrapper.
I competed against
Oh,
500 people. Then I got flown out to LA. I won that too. I don't know if you see the trend, but I don't fold under pressure.
He's the hurricane, and he's going to bring a storm. Jader and I, we've been doing that together already. We were on the team managed by a Cubs fan, and he dumped us like Cubs fans do. They don't know how to win, so they send away their top prize.
I love when the grudges come because of sports, but not because of your movie trivia knowledge.
Jader Paramo and a 2021 first-round pick,
which is fine. And to be quite frankly, I was honored. I'm here to play. I'm here to stay. I'm here to win.
Glenn Livet, huh?
I reached the very, very, very top.
That's what I'm drinking, man.
Parumbo, Parumo, Pazumbo, Vader, Jader. I don't know. Nobody knows how to say my last name either.
That's was like, oh, come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
Vejvoda.
Stop.
Back in there and kick some ass. I'm really. It's back.
Jim Vejvoda is a player that even the people on the Mount Rushmore of the movie trivia Schmoedown don't want to play. And you want to know what Jim Vejvoda is good at? Literally everything.
The only thing that matters today is not whether I care, whether or not Jim Vejvoda will actually learn how to play the game, or what Jader can do once he gets out there. All that matters today is what will happen tomorrow.
Well done, sir.
When we're celebrating a victory.
Just remember how lucky you were to play in the movie trivia Schmoedown. What a shot you got, you know? Those were the good old days. Tell your grandkids about these stories one day and that golden ticket you got to Willy Wonka's.
Jeez. She's not wrong.
I like
but
that.
My definition of charity is actually, how did you get into this league? Was it based off what you know or who you know? Destiny brought me to the Schmoedown. I'm meant to be here. I've earned my spot. When there's a hurricane coming your way, the only thing left to do is run.
Well done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Cheers.
I'm on my water now.
It's tea with alcohol in it.
I mean,
There
Roxy
you go,
Stryer is
man.
just mean. She's just mean. I got to tell you,
She's very mean.
I've been watching the Schmoedown clips lately.
She's got
and,
some claws.
We tend to forget.
She does, man.
Andres.
She
What
does. I love
Roxy
it.
did at Chicago.
Andres,
She's
no.
not
Velveeta
thing.
cheese.
To be
Andres, no.
When she's working with Alex.
Thank
Damon,
you for securing that we will
she's the
not get
nicest
Jim
person in the
Vejvoda
world.
on this channel.
But everyone else.
Let me tell you, man, that in my
Just
promo, I
Vinnie,
actually
Mark.
say his
Okay,
name
you
correct,
say
and I had
Vinnie, I
this
see
bit where I was
somebody
just
that
like, "Oh yeah,
is
no,
going
I'm
to
a fan. I
roll
know how
up
to say your
the
last
sleeves,
name," and then I like
past
go
the
on,
elbow,
like
get
get
down
going at
into
him
the
and stuff like that.
nitty-gritty of whatever
It was cut out.
soul that her competitor is sporting, and just be able to fine tune that. You know, when you're working on a car engine, Christian, and sometimes you know what part you're aiming for. Other times you just got to get that elbow grease going, and you just move some stuff around. You pull it out, and you say, "Try it now." That's what Roxy's doing. I think it's going to fire Vejvoda up a lot.
Yeah, but how do you not get fired up watching a Ken Knapsack promo? Every single time the guy hits the microphone or the camera, you know he's going to say something, and he fires up his players, and he fired up the hurricane, and he talked about the storm. He did all of that, and that's the reason why we're here to watch both the Knapsacks, which are the Burning Droogs, and Roxy Stryer.
Wait, are we
former
changing like the
co-hosts
team
together,
name in the
now
middle
once
of a
again
match?
on the opposite side of
No,
things
no.
in a management.
Because I'm
You know,
still a big
listen,
fan
Roxy,
of the
last
Knights of
time
Ken.
that you two players
Right.
played against each other.
Dude, I
Ken
asked
was
him about
kicked out
that.
and Couldn't
No go.
manage. So,
Not surprised.
but this time he's here. It seems to manage. He has his pink hoodie on, and look, you said some. You said
It's
some
like Mike
really
Tyson's
rotten
Punch-Out
things
over
about
here.
Gator in your promo.
Yeah.
You regret any of
Little
those
Mac
things?
action.
No. Are you kidding? This
You can't
is a
call it Mike
charity
Tyson's
page.
Punch Out. They
Let's be
lost the rights
real.
to that.
Who is
Sorry,
he?
Punch Out.
Why is he here?
There you go.
Can he please go
Nintendo's
back
Punch
to
Out.
wherever he crawled out from under? And Ken, what's happening with you right now? Do you speak? Are you even involved in this league anymore? You kind of pop in, pop out like a weird ghost character. I don't know what's going on with Ken, but he's definitely not the
Roxy
person I
the
used to know.
Dagger Stryer.
Ken?
Oh, it's like
First of all, Harloff, you called me aloof. How about you stop texting me while I'm having dinner? Then maybe I'll answer. Give a man some alone time with his casserole. Got it? All right? Look, here's the thing. This match isn't about Jim Vejvoda for us. I like Vejvoda.
I haven't made a good
guy.
casserole in a
He's
while. I
quality
need to
writer.
do that.
He's a great mind. He's the kind of guy.
I'm sorry,
you
I'm
hang out
hungry
with
late at
on a
night.
town party.
It's just how I am.
And I respect someone who hasn't watched a Schmoedown match either. Roxy's great. I love Roxy. Support Roxy. She's like that little sister that you really get behind until she walks up and tries to talk to you in front of your friends in senior hall by the lockers. You just kind of ignore and tell your friends, I don't know what that was about. What this is about Jader. And everyone will call into this match or look at this match and say, this is plucked out of obscurity, Cinderella story, child of destiny. Destiny is only the force that brings you to a point of choice. You have to decide what to do with the opportunity that destiny has given to you. And Jader has decided to take it and to run with it. He doesn't need to prove anything to anybody. He knows what he's capable of. I know what he's capable of. We are here together on this team after being cast aside by other teams.
Oh, this
That's
would be
fine.
good.
We don't care. We're here for ourselves.
I wish, yeah,
And that's
dude.
the point of today's
That'd be
match for
awesome.
us.
You know, Christian, it's almost like
Yes,
a Freaky
please.
Friday situation because I feel like Roxy would be endorsing the plucky newcomer with a heart of gold, and Ken would love managing a guy named the Whiskey Man. So I'll simply ask Ken first, and then Roxy, you can piggyback off it. You're talking to your competitor.
Here's the thing, like, I
What's
mean,
the
seriously,
last
who's
thing
the
you
Whiskey
said in the
Man in this
virtual
point?
locker room before the world can watch
Right.
you manage? What is that last piece of advice?
seriously, I would had I gotten the name first, I would have
Last
because
piece
it's my poison,
otherwise
man.
I
It's
give
what
you
I
Jader.
do
I'll tell you.
all
He
the
wrote
time.
me,
Oh.
Coach.
I'm a big fan
promo.
of
So you don't
whiskey
have to say
myself,
anything for
so
a
I mean,
promo.
I'm
We're
right
not
there with
cutting
you.
promos here.
I just,
Yeah,
I'm not
Telling your
drinking it
story.
tonight,
All you
but
have to do is write
I get
the
you,
next
man.
I do love
chapter
it.
of what you want the world to know, and that's what I told him.
And Roxy.
I would love to see him cut a promo against me. That poor little kid. Oh, he'd have no idea what to say.
I think I held my own. I don't know.
You know, Christian, it was interesting that earlier on you mentioned Vejvoda not having watched matches since he's been on the roster.
as I said, these matches aren't won based off the promos. I think everyone has done a fantastic job on their promos.
Ready for this.
The
One of
trash
things
talking
that
has
I've
been
working on
adequate.
with him is making
The
sure
humor,
he
if there
really
is
knows
any,
the
is
game.
fantastic.
Just a couple of reminders going into this.
I have to agree, man.
Forgetting
Having a
to go
blast watching
digital,
all this, to
what
be honest with
exactly you can do. And so making sure he knew all his options, but he already knew it. He just sent a simple thumbs up to my text message because he's got this in the bag.
All right. Well, look, both managers very confident in their players, and it is a first-round match between Jader, the Hurricane Paramo.
The winner of this takes on who?
All right.
Do we know?
No, it's either Tim or Tom.
All right.
Ooh. Okay.
The strange thing here is that because Vejvoda is coming off of a
this whole tournament is no joke.
I think
like,
one or two
there's
losses in his
there's tough matches every which way from left.
He's gonna come.
Yeah. No, it's a tournament at the end of everything. I don't know why like Roxy had such a vendetta with me.
Singles match.
I mean, it worked for a great promo. You know.
We can trust her.
Yeah, dude. It's my man Mike. That's my buddy, man.
She's a heel.
She's a heel. She's a heel.
She's a heel.
TV shows are, God forbid, reading a book.
That's
but
the
maybe
thing.
Jim
Garth is a big fan of us. He knows.
There you go. Yeah.
Today against this rookie, we're about to find out.
Dang, Andres.
It's
Dang.
time for the movie trivia Schmoedown. Introducing.
That being said, this honestly, like, Jader, I know you're not on the Rockstars, but this is by far my favorite team theme.
You don't you say that for every one of our streams?
I love the swag.
No, I don't. I say that for Rockstars. Swag is second.
One for me. I love that swag one.
I say they're all good, but Rockstars is the one I say is my favorite.
All right, that is perfect. It is absolutely perfect. Jim, look, this goes from.
Oh yeah, because it's got that shipping up to Boston. Yeah.
It's
so good.
Knows how much you know about this stuff, but you know the game.
I'm still a fan of the corruption theme. I love the guitar heavy.
Oh, no, it's heavy. Yeah, absolutely.
That category of but how much do they know the game? Has that changed at all, or would you say, look, I'm going in with my knowledge?
I kind of want to see David B perform the Rockstars theme live now, though.
Look, I've been studying as a good student. I'd like to think I'm still a good student. I'm going to go out there and just play the best ball game I can, sacrifice the body, all that. So I'm ready.
That guy's mean.
I hope he saves some room for that whiskey about to
Wait,
hit his
are
lip.
there balls in this game?
Jim, it's going to be a short celebration because this is a tournament format. So
by the time you get to the 5-pointer, you might need some.
You're
Yeah,
just going to be faced with another tough.
Depends on how tough the question is.
Realistically, can your fans expect you to go in this tournament format?
Yeah.
All right.
Go the distance.
I'd like to give a big shout out to the people on the stream with me for picking up what I was laying down. Thank you, gentlemen. You did very well.
I think Destiny's got a pretty good plan for this child.
Please don't ever make me pick up balls again.
Before I bring your manager, what's it been like working with Roxy? Has it been helpful to your overall game? Because in the
Guys,
past,
I'm talking
you
about
didn't
like
have a
football,
manager. Now
basketball.
you
You
have a
know
manager.
that.
Has
That
been
Absolutely.
about,
That's
right?
exactly
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
That's what
Nothing
we're talking
else.
about.
Yeah, we're both, and so we click in that way. No, I think
Excuse
it's
me?
great. She's been.
That wasn't me. That was him. That was that guy.
Steering me in the direction.
Sure, Jader. Sure.
Whiskey man.
It's a man wearing dude likes whiskey and who says bad words.
In the waiting room, and your opponent is about to make his way. Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent, representing the Burning Druids, with a record of 1 win, no defeats. He is Jader, the Hurricane Paramo. Jader,
guys?
Paramo.
Yeah, look, that background looks familiar.
Dude, look, man, you and I have talked many times.
It's a different angle.
Journey that
Yeah.
you're on. You
Well, I did that on purpose.
as a fan,
Yeah.
with a fingers crossed, hoping that you were picked, but kind of doubtful. You win, you get there, you get the big match, and you beat Brittany Young in your first match. Did
And you'd be
ever
like,
think
"Hey, Whiskey
you were
Man,
gonna
check it
get the
out."
Call to represent
Right up there.
your
I was
faction
like-
in the tournament this year.
Look what
up?
I got on my shelf.
What up?
I'm very glad that Ken has that, confidence in me because I know I could do it. I'm just very happy to be here again. It's a very surreal dream, and being a fan, seeing you guys and what you've done, and seeing the level that the Schmoedown is on right now, and just me being a part of this ride is incredible. Jader, it was a pleasure to share the stage with
Got
you.
really dark for a second.
history. But now my question shifts from that night to what's immediately behind you on your left. I see some Glenlivet. I see some Crown Royal, some unmarked bottles.
He's actually going to call it out.
Whiskey Man's Bow.
Absolutely. Little subliminal hits. That's how we do it over here.
There you go.
Got him.
Jader, the other question I do have for you is, as far as Roxy has been talking a lot, and any of that stuff, does it get to you? Do you have conversations with Ken? It's like, Roxy's been she's been managing for a bit, and do those words cut, or you just say, look, I just got to do my job here?
No, it's exactly that. They're just words, to be completely honest with you. She's always going to be running her mouth. It's fine. I'm here to play the game.
Ooh.
Can do the talking, and I do not back down, sir.
All right. Well, look, good luck to you, Jader. Going to drop you out for a second here. Bring in Jim. There is Jader. And our competitors have hit the virtual arena mark and the questions the rules for round number 1. Here we go.
Everybody's favorite part of the show, right? The rules in round number 1. This is the singles format, which means you're going to hear 8 questions in 8 different corners of movie trivia.
All right. Here you are ready to go. How much in your head? I mean, this is your second match, so you've already played. You know what you're doing. You're coming to this one. You're just ready to throw punches at this point.
I'm ready to go at this point, to be completely honest with you. Doesn't matter though, because I'm still nervous. I'm more level-headed, and I had, my shot of whiskey beforehand. I really wanted to drink the whiskey while I was doing the match, but I was like, I'm gonna go with water instead. But at this point, I'm just really, I was just really hyped to be able to play again, to be able to record another match. So again, you'll see that. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'll discuss more at the end. But at this point, I am ready to go. I'm in there. I'm trying to take heads.
Calm, cool, collected, focused.
Absolutely, but also knowing who my opponent is, And again, this is the thing. A lot of people can be on this thing and say, "Ain't trash talking this and that." I respect my opponents. I don't care who it is. I don't care if I'm playing somebody that's never won a match before. I'm going to respect that person and say, hey, you know what? They probably studied their ass off this time around. So for Jim, I did the exact same thing. I studied my ass off. I reviewed his matches. I wanted to see what he was weak at. Man doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. But I try to study within that, and, I try to, again, do my best. So we'll see how I do in round 1.
All right, let's do it.
Trivia Schmoedown know-how. Each question.
Actually, I got one more question.
There's no penalty for missing
real quick. So what is your headspace going into this compared to your headspace going into your first match?
Same exact thing. I need to win. I need to prove myself worthy again. And this, this is why I feel like fate is a big thing. I haven't said this part before, but anybody could have won those 4 tickets. It didn't have to be me. It could have been anybody else, and it could have been, 4 players that know nothing of the game. It could have been 4 players that were literally just there because their friend invited them to a show, And that's why I feel like fate played a big part, because I know how to play the game. I know that I can contend and whatnot, but my game has always been the same. I know damn well that had I lost my first match, Brittany Young, she lives there. She's a celebrity. They'll be like, hey, you want to do another fun match? She would have gotten the call back. With me, I feel like it would have been like, hey man, we gave you a shot. We'll catch you next time. So for me, it's always something to prove. I always want to come out on top, because I do want to get that call back. I do want to be on that match. Not that I'm not after the belt. I am, but I just want to stay relevant, and that's my main thing. I want to have enough people have my back to the point where Christian's like, you know what, man? Hey, the people love you, man. I got to have you on again. That's it. Like will always be my intentions, but I do want that belt because I feel worthy,
That I think that's the thing with this is when you get like rookies, whether they're like in your case straight up fan just plucked from the audience, or You get the people that are coming in from the fan leagues, people that are coming in from doing like Schmoedown adjacent content, anything like that. Not mentioning anyone in particular, but anything like that. You come in, like, you don't go straight for the belt. You're there for the opportunity, for the chance, and you're hungry for that. You want that ability. You want to be able to prove yourself. And yeah, I think that first and foremost, I would even probably put that on a type of pedestal. I would say that's higher than the belt at that point. Definitely. You want that ability to, like, hey, I'm here. I'm going to play. I want to play. I'm going to bring this to you, whether you like it or not. Let me show you what I can do. Here it comes.
That's exactly it. And again, everybody talks about
rock you like a hurricane.
There you go, man. There you
Couldn't
go.
help it. Couldn't help it.
I get you. But again, yes, I honestly, that's it. And everybody talks about Rookie of the Year and, you know, and what are you gonna this and that and that? Like, hey, look, man, if I'm a contender for Rookie of the Year, I'm gonna love that, to be completely honest with you. And it's cool. It's not what I'm after. I'm after. I just want to compete. And again, if I lose, I'm gonna come back even freaking harder next time. I just want to participate. You know, I want, and everybody's like, oh, a little participation trophy. It's not that. It's just, I want to stay relevant because, again, I'm the one that lives on the other side of the country where this takes place, and thank God now everything's digital. It's easier to have things happen. But I don't want them to think that, hey, this guy, he got lucky. He got lucky in the first match. He did it. And then when he came out to LA again, and that's kind of the things that were kind of cut out of my promos. Like I want my very first match was in front of 500 people. I did it. I didn't fold under pressure. I didn't know I didn't know that I had to study. That was based on general knowledge of what I have. I ended up, winning. Grateful that I got this opportunity. But then after that, we go to the studio matches. Like, all right, you got to show what you got. And again, I was kind of like, oh, Brittany Young, whatever. Find out she's a freaking film student, and that happens. And then whatever, I get the call that he's like, hey, look, you're one of the 4 that are going to compete in the tournament. Get ready. And then I'm like, that's awesome. Who am I getting next? Jim Vejvoda. What the hell? So it's just one of those things.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. But at the same time, I'm loving. I have a lot of and it's give and take. There's certain people that are, gonna say what they're gonna say, like, oh, you miss easy ones. He's not that great. This and that and that. But again, we've seen some of the greats not come out with a win, on their first match. I did. I feel like I can only get better from here. So I take every single match that I have, it's a learning curve for me. So every time that the match finishes, like, I got to work on this, and this. So
most definitely. I completely agree with that. And I will also piggyback and echo off that. While coming out with that strength, with that skill to be able to pull that win is great, I'm also a big fan of getting lucky. So let's move on with the match and let's just keep going.
That counts.
Let's go.
Last
little bit I'm having.
All right. So Mark has read the rules of round number 1. And I will ask Jader, are you ready?
Absolutely.
There you go. Real quick. If the Schmoedown still had copyrighted music, what song would you use for your entrance?
I already had my song picked out.
Question number
my
1.
song was one of 2. I had Metallica, For Whom the Bells Toll, or Pantera, Walk. Those are my 2 songs.
The Sands of Time.
Nice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Legendary movie in our history. Christian.
Oh, geez, come on.
You know why?
That's my second Jake. Oh, sorry. You guys know.
You're good.
Okay.
5.
That was my second time that I had to misspell this man's name, by the way.
1. Pens down, please. Pens down. And
You did the same thing I did just now.
I'm going to keep writing just because I'm doing a joke, but...
Are you doing this joke?
Thank God I have my glasses.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
I tried.
Good stuff, dude.
Your next question is in the world of directors. Directors.
But yes, we knew Jake Gyllenhaal. We're good.
Okay there, Christian?
That was a good joke. I got it.
Which actor was the director of the film Gone Baby Gone and Live by Night?
Yep.
Christian, I understand. Live by Night was.
It helps that we had like a
top 10
Gone Baby
record.
Gone question like
That's false,
within
man.
like one
I
of the
was gonna
last
say,
two videos.
that the one thing it was not Shoes Beef Lewis. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Jim.
Ben Affleck.
Yes, sir. Jader.
Ben Affleck.
2-2 as we get
Ben
to
Affleck.
question number
Benny
3
Affleck.
and round number 1.
That doesn't work.
Dramas.
Sure
What
did.
2014 drama
Yes.
became known for the line,
Yep.
"Not my tempo"?
You ever?
Yep.
You ever said that line during the course of a relationship?
I think it should be noted that I love
I said
Damien
it last
Chazelle's
night
movies.
during, a certain
Yeah, he's phenomenal,
Not true,
dude.
but I wish I would have. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And
Good
Jader.
choices, Garth. Good choices, Garth.
Yes, Jim.
Screw that $1 million baby.
Whiplash.
All right, so Jader takes his first
Whiplash.
3-2 as we get to our next question.
Why are you saying what that way?
Marcus
Saying
Aurelius
what way?
What?
Okay, we're gonna go to 90s.
Emphasis,
movies.
man. The emphasis.
And your question: the world of the 1990s. Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan star in what romantic comedy released in 1990?
Yep.
I love this question.
Ooh.
I really do. It's great.
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah. Christian, if you like it so much,
I love it because this is one of those that you know if you've even if you've never seen the movie.
5, 4,
Nope.
You like movies, you know this
2,
movie exists.
1. Pens down, please. Pens
Nope.
down. Jim.
Joe versus the volcano.
That's it.
Dang it!
And
That was the
Jader.
first one I was gonna pick.
You're right.
You guys went this way, huh?
Tied up.
Yes.
I
Oh,
was gonna put
I
Joe
don't know
versus
if
the volcano.
And now we
Dang
get
I don't know
to
if you want to
the
pause. I
next
don't know if you want to
question.
pause it very quick so I can
Fantasy
give you my
sci-fi.
quick train of thought. So,
I'm so mad.
what happened with me? So I knew writing it
way
down.
to
Rewind a little
make me
bit.
look like a donkey on my stream.
I knew writing it down that I was wrong because I knew that Sleepless in Seattle came out in 1993 and it said 1990, and I knew it wasn't You Got Mail because that came out in 1997.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Yeah.
what the hell is it? But I didn't want to go blank just in case. But the whole time I'm here, I'm going. I'm like, what other freaking movie that they? And it wasn't until he answered it where I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. And this is one of the easy questions that I missed that I'm like, I should have gotten this. The whole time I wrote Sleepless in Seattle knowing it was wrong. I knew it was wrong.
Yeah.
When
They
I
did
heard
that
his
on
answer,
purpose.
I'm like, yeah, dude, it was hard, man. It's a hard
I'm
question.
so mad.
I mean, it wasn't hard. It's not a hard question. It's actually an easy
No.
question, but
Yeah.
I just should have known better. But that's where my I wrote down Sleepless in Seattle knowing that it was the wrong answer because
I'm so
knew
mad.
for a fact that it was 1993.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm just so upset because I knew just now to write Joe versus the volcano, and I was like, no, it could be Sleepless in Seattle though. No,
Well, especially after everything I just said, like just now. You're like, okay, well, you look like an idiot. Welcome
Yeah,
to
so
our
that's-
stream.
There you go. We missed it, man.
Yeah,
we all missed it
don't-
together. So that's all that counts
Hey.
to me. We all missed it together.
So it's a bonding
Don't-
experience.
don't blame Jader for looking like a donkey. You do that yourself all the time.
I know I do, and I'm okay with it. That's why I turn a camera on my ugly mug every night.
Okay,
Yeah, dude.
let's continue the match.
Let's continue, man.
Who plays Jim Caviezel's father?
Oh, yes.
Frank Sullivan in the 2000 and time travel thriller Frequency. Who plays Jim Caviezel's father, Frank Sullivan, in the 2000 time travel thriller Frequency?
He's here and he wants a
I never
coffee.
saw Joe versus Volcano. Is it good?
Nah, it's
Wait, what's his first name?
Frequency is really good.
I haven't seen
Really?
it.
Oh man, Queens, Bayside Queens.
Can you not?
5,
Can you not hear that Ellen bit in your head?
3,
Yeah, I'm trying to.
2, 1. Pens down.
Yes.
And Vejvoda.
Dennis Quaid.
Yes. And Jader.
Dennis Quaid.
Yes.
Dennis Quaid wants a coffee.
Dennis Quaid is
There you
here.
go.
I couldn't get past Randy.
Okay.
Our next category comes.
I
Randy
couldn't get
Quaid.
Randy Quaid out of my head. I knew it wasn't Randy.
Your question, gentlemen. Who
Oof.
played the main lead, Mitch Robbins, in 1991's City Slickers?
Yep.
So, yeah, I never saw Joe vs. Volcano because an ad for it came on when I was like 8, and my mom just yelled, "That looks stupid."
This match so far is pulling up a lot of movies I haven't watched,
4, 3.
but
no,
I'm aware of.
1. Pens
Yeah,
down.
there you go.
And Jader.
And I need to watch this.
If you haven't seen City Slickers, you need to. It's great.
I need to watch City Slickers. But yeah, Billy Crystal.
Question.
It's fantastic.
Next question here. And this is
City Slicker
horror/thriller.
What's going on, City Slicker?
Thriller.
Horror.
Who plays the horror icon?
Oh, yep, I know
known
this.
As Candyman?
Yes, you do.
I do know it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull his name.
Candyman.
So the way you told it to me, Christian, Billy Crystal approached you at a pumpkin patch and said,
Dude,
he
I
was
love
Rob,
this guy.
Rob, if there's a horror
believe
league,
it
are you
that way.
joining?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Most definitely, without a question.
I know who it is. I just can't pull his name.
I watch the exhibition matches for fun, and I stay toe to toe with
Tony
Bibiani
Todd, yeah.
on those.
And Jim.
Tony Todd.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's
Tony
a name
Todd.
That's a name I know, but
Yeah.
it couldn't get to
With
the
our
right part of my
7th
brain.
Dude, let me tell you,
question here,
in a
Mark.
Hey,
heartbeat.
Christian, you get that perfect.
And I
game
geeked
shooter
out
out
when I
of the
saw
way with an
James
early
A.
miss, and
Janice
now they're rolling. Our
on
last
the
question
exhibition
here.
match because
If
I'm
number
such a
one
big
in the
fan of
world,
his
animated
YouTube
movies
channel.
can be drawn by hand or on a computer. Your question?
Yeah.
Oh man,
In what animated film will you see a gingerbread man being tortured
Okay.
by having his gumdrop buttons removed?
You're a monster.
Halloween party with Mark Ellis.
Do you know
I-
the Muffin Man?
I had that.
you want to know my
Muffin
favorite
Man?
part in that whole thing is when he goes
Blurt it
eat
out.
me and he
Two,
spits on his face.
One, hands down to
It's so good.
And baby. That's correct.
It's so good,
And
man.
Creator?
Shrek.
Yeah. Shrek.
Tie game 7-7, Mark. After the first round, a hell of a battle between both Vejvoda
Hey,
and
looky there.
Paramo going
Man.
toe to toe.
Also
scrapping in
7.
the middle of the
If
ring
I got
here.
that Joe versus the
And now we
volcano
get to
like I
round number
should
2,
have.
Mark, how's that
I
go?
know.
Yeah.
I'd be right up. I'd be right there.
This is known
I'd
as the wheel
At
round,
6.
the wheel of fate.
It happens, man. I'm telling you. Look, you're gonna see round 2 is the death of me, man. And with Sabrina's match, I got a perfect round. Like I didn't miss a single question last match, and it happens, dude. It's crazy that when you're under that spotlight, I don't know why. I froze up. You'll see now, dude. You'll see round 2.
Yeah, freezing on a spotlight is a lot of fun.
It's the worst, man. It's the worst.
Yeah.
What does being tied 7-7 with him after the first round do for you in your head and everything?
In my head, I'm like, all right, I got this.
Yeah.
But it gives me a little bit of PTSD from my second match where I spun something that I thought I was all right with and botching the second round. So I'm just hoping the wheel is in my favor at this point. And we shall continue because
Let's see how this shakes out. Let me. Oop.
Yeah. Not my proudest moment, guys. Not my proudest moment, but we'll get there.
Here we go. All right. Here we go. Goes down to 1. So we're in a scenario where Whiskey Man and Hurricane are tied at 7, which means that by proxy, Hurricane is going to have the option of choosing whether he would like to spin first or.
You came in as the favorite on this.
All right, we're gonna drop rocks.
I did. Yep.
Wow.
Because I had one match 1. I was 1-0. He was 0-0.
Look, Jader,
This is his debut.
He's always been on team.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Early make them
Yeah.
trip over themselves.
Which
But this
is unfair, but sure.
It's your destiny.
Yeah,
You're
there it
here to
is.
show the world that the phrase "a Florida man" now means winner, not a punchline. All right, you make the call.
I love that.
Jader,
Absolutely.
I'm a big fan of the Florida Man newspaper headlines.
They're the best. They're the best, dude.
all right, so we're gonna let
The Florida
Ed go
Man
first.
today wins a movie trivia competition on the internet.
Jader.
And like, I assume nobody in Florida is mad at that because they're like, "Yep, it's true."
You know what? It
He
sounded
also
like that- and
he also
said-
did it on bath salts.
Really, so I think he was letting them walk into a trap.
Oh, all right.
Peeling
okay,
the skin off his face.
Well, now we'll bring back Roxy and Jim.
It sounded to me like a miscommunication. It sounds like they have no communication skills over there.
There you
That's fine. Jim, you've got this. I've
Roxy,
watched
stirring the
Jader's
pot
one other
strider.
match. He's such a
Always,
charity
man.
case.
Actually,
But I don't know if you go back, was I wrong? Because I understood Ken telling me to defer.
In the
Like if you
first-
go back, like I completely even watching it right now, I was like, I still think he told me to defer.
You're advancing where you're
That's not a
comfortable.
bad. That's not a
You're gonna have
bad
one
play
way
though.
so
No.
far, really crushing this, and I have no doubt in my mind, no Whiskey Man is going to be the last man standing here.
I did not drink.
Who did we
whiskey
have?
before this match? I played.
But afterwards,
I think it was. Oh, I think it was Zipper. Where
And
you
also
where you want to
Jader
defer
Paramo.
so that you
all right,
you
well,
get
take
yourself
a
into a
shot
position
before
where
Jader. Here we
you
go.
can
So the wheel comes up.
you can see that you only
There
need to
it
get like a
is,
couple points or
and
whatever,
the
and then
spin is in.
that helps you out mentally going into your
All right,
spin.
round-
You know,
Instead of,
oh, I just got hit too.
Instead of going first, where you're trying to create that lead, now you're
Yeah.
just playing from behind. Oh, opponent's choice.
We're going to bring in
Ooh.
Ken Napson.
So the thing with this
and
though is you need to know your opponent's
here at
Exactly.
Yeah.
skills.
What is his weakness? What do I give him? You know.
decide what to give him here.
So I was looking here, and I was just like, "What the hell do I give him? I'm not gonna give him Oscars. I'm not gonna give him biopics because I know that's his strength.
He's a film critic. He's
Yeah.
a film
He
Not-
reviews films. I can't give him new releases.
I would
do
go
new
with
releases.
like I would go with something like maybe Meg Ryan,
narrow focus it. You never know in a
but
category.
you don't know what he put on the wheel.
And that's what
Exactly.
in July. My recommendation is a specific actor, not a director, but an actor.
Jader.
Meg Ryan or Eddie Murphy.
All right, I can. Let's go with Meg Ryan.
Yeah.
All right,
God.
that's the
I think
advice here from Ken. Ken's
that feels
making
like
a
it's
big
gotta
call
be-
here. Going with Meg Ryan.
It feels
are
like
gonna
a sound
bring
choice.
out,
Yeah,
That's what I would go with.
just wait, bro.
And
there's a-
this is all gonna go to
So-
crap.
So this is
He also-
it.
He put it
This
on
is
the
one
wheel.
thing that I would tell you ahead of time. I knew every
ready?
single one of his answers. There's
Nice.
not one, and you can see You can see my face when he's about to answer. I'm like, God, you got it.
plays a captain in the U.S. Army in Courage Under Fire, which is set during which war?
Vietnam.
Multiple choice.
Is it A, World War II, B, the Korean War,
Oh no, that
C,
was Gulf War.
D, the Gulf
Yeah.
War?
Is Desert Storm? Yep.
Yep.
Wanted to make sure that there wasn't some.
See.
That's it. 1 point.
So if you see me, I'm nodding my head ahead of time because I'm like, yeah, he got it right.
Meg Ryan plays
Watch.
Catherine Boyd in 1994's IQ. Who turns out to be a relative of Albert Einstein? How is he related to her?
Like
Multiple
granddaughter.
choice.
A, uncle, B, father, C, cousin, D, grandfather.
Was it grandfather or father?
Neither.
Saw this movie at a test
Cousin?
screening 25
What?
years ago.
See, I knew. I'm like there. I'm trying to hop on right there. I'm like, I know this
Fine.
answer.
4.
Uncle.
For 1 point, that's correct.
And he's just skirting by each time.
That would have been my fourth guess.
Which actor
Yeah.
plays
Watch.
who falls in love with Meg Ryan's character in City of
Nicolas Cage.
Yep.
I know that multiple choice to be safe.
Is it A, Nicolas Cage, B, John Travolta, C, John Cusack, D,
Here's going to be a new running gag.
And I
See me. I love that song, dude.
Yeah.
It's gonna lean into the current
Meg
running
Ryan
gag where I take you off the stream.
plays a promoter of which sport
Check it out.
in the
Boxing.
film Against the
Yeah.
Ropes?
Multiple choice. I know.
Wow.
Multiple choice to be safe.
So he goes MC all 4.
C, kickboxing, D, mixed
Jeez.
martial arts.
Ooh.
All of which are in a ring.
Can you repeat
Apparently, I'm better at Meg Ryan movies than I thought. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
D,
I would
wrestling,
have gotten a perfect freaking
mixed martial
round 2 had I picked Meg Ryan movies for myself.
I'm going to say boxing.
correct for 1 point. So Jim Vejvoda
See?
guesses his way through. He's got himself an 11.
Who's the
He
other one
scrapped his
who
way
was in that
through, though.
movie? What was it? Tay Diggs.
Tay Diggs.
No,
Hey,
it's, no. It's Omar Epps.
Yeah.
Once again, and 60
Yeah.
seconds
Same
to
thing.
talk here, starting.
Omar Epps.
That's-
Tay
that's
Diggs.
racist.
Same person. No, I don't mean that in the racial format. They actually are the same person.
I'm talking smack, man. I'm talking smack. So,
I know.
so check this out. Look what the fate brings me here. He's in timeout.
He's in timeout.
And here's the spin.
All right, Christian.
It's
Yeah,
Kim. I think you're good.
Round of lots of knowledge, but not a lot of risk
What?
taking. Kind of nickel and diming
The,
his way
the
around.
score is 7-11, and Ken is his manager. I think he's good.
That's true.
That's a good omen coming from Ken.
I'm gonna spin again. Let's fate. Let's let fate decide.
Well, this is the spin. Whatever it is here, got to take it. And the spin is in as.
Yeah.
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 Is that Christopher Nolan slice? I get to say the name of a paper.
That's fair. That's fair, Garth.
that there, Christian.
Ooh! Oh!
Spinner's choice.
Man,
is
you spun the
very
gold on this match.
And Jader,
and you will see. Watch.
Oh, don't tell me you messed this up. Don't mess
Just
this
watch,
up,
bro.
Jader.
Hey, round 2 is not for me, man.
Sorry,
and I'll tell you right now.
And bringing back.
He's trying to tell us that Pooch has been screwed.
4 questions in the realm of
watch, bro.
Movies, Mark.
All right, Jader, 2 points. Lest you check the multiple choice, and at that point, question is going to be worth 1. Your first of 4 Pixar flick-related questions.
By the way, shout out to everybody who's still in the chat with us. Thank you so much for being here, guys.
Cowgirl
Thank you, guys.
Of course, are introduced
Toy Story
in
2. Toy Story 2,
Toy
yeah.
Story franchise.
Toy Story 2.
That's 2 points, and Christian Jader's all of a sudden
I
within
will,
2 points.
I will probably never get a Toy Story question
All right,
wrong,
next
honestly.
question.
Yeah.
Next question. Who voices Remy's father,
Oh, geez.
Django, in
Is it Willem Dafoe?
No.
Competitors, keep those hands up.
Doc.
Oh, Alfred Molina.
Yes.
Multiple choice. Multiple choice it is. Is it A, Ian Holmes?
Nope.
B, Brett Garrett?
Y'all want to pause
It's
this?
Brian Dennehy.
You guys want to pause this very quick? 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's Brian Dennehy.
I studied my ass off for this match. Pixar was one of the many categories I studied, right?
Oh man.
And I know a lot of Pixar. That's why I picked it. And this was the one question that I had, and I kept getting wrong as I was studying. Every time this question was asked, I would get it wrong. I would get it wrong. And it got to the point that an hour before my match, my brother was testing me with the questions only that I was getting wrong, and he was kept asking me where I was getting it right and getting it right and getting it right? And it pops up. Newsflash, I don't get it right. And I hate myself because it's something that I literally had it written down. And it was the one question where I'm like, if I get this and I get it, I have to get this right because it's the one question of Pixar where I kept getting wrong every single time. And it came up. Now, the thing was for me that I blank out. Obviously, again, you don't see the text in the bottom when you're doing your online matches, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't read Django, but I heard Remy's father. And I completely forgot that Django was Remy's father. Because in my cue card, in my index card, I have who voices Django in Ratatouille, not Django.
Remy's father.
Remy's father is voiced by who? So that's why I botched this question. Continue.
Oh man.
So yeah, but it is Brian Dennehy.
It's Brian Dennehy. Yeah.
Yep. I guess Ian Holmes.
A.
Completely wrong.
Not A, which means now Jim Vejvoda has the opportunity for a steal. Jim, I'm going to repeat the question and the multiple choice options for.
And Brad Garrett is his
Who
brother
plays
in the
Remy's
film, which I
father,
knew that too.
Django, in
Yeah.
Ratatouille?
And James
A,
Remar is a
Holmes.
terrible
B,
rating.
Brad Garrett. C, Brian.
Yeah.
Dennehy, or D, James Remar.
Fun fact.
The legendary Brian Dennehy from FX fame. That is correct. And Christian, that's a huge steal for Jim.
Yep. Big one.
Oh man.
Tommy Boy's
Still
father
has the
too.
chance to walk into round
Yeah.
number 3 with a narrow lead, but he's got to hit
Big Tom.
these 2 questions and get the 2-point value for them. Jader, your penultimate question in the world of Pixar. What type of animals are Fluke and Rudder, voiced by Idris Elba and Dominic
Dominoes
West in
or
Finding Dory?
dolphins?
Dolphins. No.
Sea lions. They are.
Oh
sea
yeah.
lions.
Oh,
And Jader
okay.
pulls
That's right.
within
That's right. That's right.
1, and he can take the lead with this last question in round number 2. For 2 points in the lead, Jader, in the world of Pixar, which character in the
Y'all want to pause this? Pause this.
tells Mr. Incredible?
It was the costume designer Edna
Mode?
Mode. Yep.
Correct, guys. Correct. So
My God, you've gotten fat. Yeah.
yeah. So I botched this question.
Spoilers.
And I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get ahead of the game. So I'm just gonna walk through. So this is what happens to me. I'm picturing the film ahead of time. I figured in my head, and I knew this, and this is what pisses me off because I knew this question, and it's one of those. Instead of taking my 15 seconds to like really listen to the question, I was like, I need to beat him. I need to be over him when I enter round 3, right? Like it was desperation is where I got to. So I'm like, who's the first person to see him? And continue.
Head to mode. Yeah.
My God, you've gotten fat.
Mirage.
Oop.
That is incorrect.
Yep.
For a 2-point.
Easiest question. I know
Which
that. I've seen The
character
Incredibles
in The
100 times. Love that movie.
Incredible.
Even
My
when they
God,
said it,
you've
I was
gotten
like, son of a bitch, I know.
Choice, please.
And I already when he doesn't go multiple choice.
He went to multiple choice though. That's
yeah, but look, I knew it. If you look at my face, I knew it.
Incorrect.
Oh, he did it.
See, I
No,
said
he can't go to he can't go to multiple
He
choice.
can't- yeah, he can't go to multiple choice. So
Okay,
I
Jim,
knew
that's
it.
right,
yes.
With maybe taking a little bit of time, didn't take the time, and Vejvoda.
So we're gonna pause it right before. I mean, right when they ask the
Going into
third
round
question,
number
I'm gonna
3,
pause
that
it
could
very
be
quick.
massive as we get to the third and final round. What a scrap it's been
But
so
man,
far,
1 point
Mark.
though.
The rules of
1
round number
point.
3.
Going into round 3.
And that makes a world of a difference, dude.
Yeah, it can.
One point is not a bad deficit at all.
It's not bad, but
you would like to be ahead. You'd like to be ahead like by a huge amount, but 1 point down is not. That's not end of the day right there. If
No,
y'all
it's not. It's not.
If y'all would like to keep talking about your thoughts, feelings, and opinions over this round 2, though, I'm going to step away for just a minute.
Go ahead. But yeah. So at this point, I'm trying not to get in my head because I noticed that again, my first match, I was down going into the third again, and I was like, if you get into your head again, you can botch this whole thing. And this is, this is playing for keeps. You're in a tournament. This is not, this is not like, hey, we'll call you back. This is, hey, you're out until we call you back again. So it's a very close game at this point where I am very cool, calm, and collective, but it gets to the point where you obviously your nerves kick in. Your nerves kick in where you're like, I gotta make this happen. So I picked my 3 numbers, and then I mean, we'll talk when I'm just gonna have you pause it right before the second question. Once it gets asked, I'll let you know where my train of thought is.
Yeah,
at that
for
point.
sure. But I mean, that's the thing too, and that's the dangerous place to be into is when you're only just 1 point behind, and you let that start getting you into your head and everything. That's that 1 point is still a very doable deficit to come back from. So that's if you let that, that's like you're saying, if you let that get into your head, then
you can't let it get to you. But at the same time, I'm facing Jim Vejvoda, which is he's very knowledgeable player,
right?
And in my head, I'm like, all right, I'm down 1 going into the third. Where what happens if he hits 2, 3, and 4? I mean, 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah,
I'm done for. So that's literally where my head was going, but I quickly kind of just stop it. Where I'm like, you know what? It's 1 point. You got this. Try not to mess up. Yep. My round 3 in my first round was, I didn't answer my 5-pointer with Brittany Young because I didn't need to. She missed her 5. I didn't have to answer mine. I hit my 2 and 3. Playing matches. I mean, you guys saw me today. Overall, when I'm playing, I'm fairly good at round 3s. It's round 2 where I get my ass kicked, but this whole time I'm like, don't let I kept telling myself, you got this. Don't worry about it. You got this. And I mean, again, we'll see the outcome. So going into round 3, I'm obviously, not freaking out, but I'm more like, all right, let's do this. Round 2's over, round 1's over. Let's just get into this. I'm hoping that he's off by he misses something in the third round, because again, going into round 3, I'm very confident. I'm very, very confident. So go ahead, and then I'll tell you when to pause just right beforehand.
Mm-hmm. So Jim, you enjoy a narrow 1-point lead heading into round number
very
2.
narrow. The narrowest lead you can narrow.
20. Which one do you want?
Let's do
They're just numbers.
Three.
It's like he's laughing at my comment.
11 and 17.
Best numbers I ever heard.
Freaking Roxy.
Love it.
I love when they do that.
Hold on.
I love Roxy.
Watch.
7, 13, and 18.
Trash numbers.
7, 13, and 18. All right, let's start.
Dang it,
let's
Roxy.
start with Roxy. You get 60 seconds to talk to Jader. To talk to Jim starting now.
Just taking a moment to acknowledge, Jim, that we are in a match right now in which you were given opponent's choice and he had spinner's choice, and you're still up by 1 going into the 3rd round. So you should have all the confidence in the world. You have so much more knowledge and deeper cuts going here.
You also don't have that much game tapes, though. I mean,
you need somebody to repeat the question, just ask for it. You absolutely have this. The knowledge is inside you, as you know, and clearly this is your match.
knowledge is power.
All right, thank you,
Jader
Rox.
sucks.
Or it's at least half the battle, as we previously stated.
Now,
I really don't know what her vendetta against me is.
Ken, you're gonna have 60
But
seconds
whatever.
to talk to your competitor starting now.
She's just playing the heel.
Right now, you're so
It's
close.
called
The score is
kayfabe.
irrelevant. You
Yeah.
need to just concentrate on yourself.
There's no
Concentrate on
such
your
thing as that. What are you talking
Remember,
about?
You too have your JTE rules.
Sorry.
Right now in Wisconsin, JTE's
I
got
don't-
his
I don't know what
face
that word
full
means.
of mac and cheese, and his heart is tingling. Hopefully, because of what we're saying about him, not the food. The other thing, you don't listen to the Roxy is like a chihuahua begging at your feet for Cheez-Its. Don't worry about it. Concentrate on what you got to do here. You got this. Take your time.
You gotta love the professionals in the Schmoedown are so good at what they do.
Yeah.
They really are. So
Category
I get asked first here.
That lands in the realm of remakes and reboots.
That's a category now.
Remakes and
Yeah.
reboots.
I think it's new for this year.
Hold on one
Yeah.
second.
It is new. There's a bunch of new categories that you guys still haven't seen.
Yeah.
2017 movie reboot of a popular TV show. Co-stars Elizabeth Banks and Bryan Cranston.
Charlie's Angel? No, 2017.
Oh, Power Rangers.
Oh,
All right,
yeah. duh.
Pause. So this whole time, as they're telling me that, you see my face right there, how it's paused, where I'm like, what the hell? I don't get this. It's not computing to me. And that's major points on you, Robert, honestly, because I'm like, what the hell? This whole time, I'm picturing Elizabeth Banks and Bryan Cranston face to face with each other, like, trying.
Which they never are.
Like, exactly.
No, they are. They are at the very beginning of the movie.
But for me, I was like, what the hell is this? And I'm going through like my Rolodex of movies in my head where I'm spinning at this point, and I'm like, I cannot. Why am I missing this question? This is where I obviously begin to worry, where I'm like, what the hell, dude? Because I'm going, and I'm picturing a live action Bryan Cranston and a live action Elizabeth Banks, and I just can't. I almost said, why him? But I know she wasn't in that. But I know it's a comedy. And I never saw Charlie's Angels. I'm like, if this guy is Charlie and I don't know about this, I'm going to get really freaking pissed.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it wasn't. It was Power Rangers. You're absolutely right. But that's where my mind was going through this part right here.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have guessed Charlie's Angels actually, because
No,
last year.
I exactly, and that's another thing. I knew Charlie's Angels came out in 2019. I'm like, there's no way that's a 2017 film. So that's why, like, I made a mistake, which is something they tell you from the get, is guess. Even if you think you're wrong or know you're wrong, guess. Don't say anything. And I literally don't say anything. And you even see Christian say like, "Oh, you're not gonna guess anything." Like, say something, But go ahead. So yeah, I missed this question, man. And this is where.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Repeat the question, please.
What 2017 movie reboot of a popular TV show co-stars Elizabeth Banks and Bryan Cranston?
I completely forgot she played Rita in that.
Yeah.
It's like Rita and Zordon or whatever.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, because she looks like a Rita.
1. Nothing. All right. The answer is Power Rangers. Power Rangers was the answer. All right. So Jader stays with you here. as we get to your second question. 13, number 13, and that in the realm of the 2010s. All right, 2010s. Jader, are you ready?
Yeah.
Here you go. All right. Mindy Kaling, Anne Hathaway, Helena Bonham Carter have roles in which
Oz the Great and Powerful
2010s film, meaning in the 2010s. Could be any year from 2010 to 2000.
Isn't it Alice in Wonderland?
Ocean's 8.
That is
Oh,
correct.
duh.
That is
Oh,
correct.
man.
Yeah. 3 points.
I quit.
Twice in one episode.
All right.
You kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Vejvoda
I
takes
quit.
Paramo takes the lead. And now Jim Vejvoda needs to hit his 2-pointer.
That's so dumb.
In order to tie.
Yeah, because I don't remember Mindy Kaling being in.
That is correct, Christian.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, it wasn't Oz. I was thinking Alice in Wonderland, but yeah, Mindy Kaling wasn't in that.
All right. Jim, movies that can be enjoyed by the entire
I liked that
family,
movie too. It was good.
Even the whiskey swilling.
Ocean's 8. I did a review
Yeah.
on it recently, and it is the better sequel of all the
Who
Ocean's
plays
films.
Robin Williams' ex-wife?
Sally Field.
Film Mrs.
Sally Field.
Doubtfire.
You like me. You really like me.
The whole time. That's what I think every time I think.
The
of
whole
that
time?
movie. The whole time.
The whole time.
5, 4.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
First one.
Sure. You can. In the category of family films, who plays Robin Williams' ex-wife?
The Forgotten
in
Aunt May.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
The Forgotten Aunt May. Yep.
She was a good Aunt May too.
She was. She was fantastic.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Ian Archer. Oh, looking for Sally Field.
Field.
Yeah.
Sally Field. You like me, you really like me.
All right.
Everyone has to do it.
Both of
You
those
say
guys
Sally
missing
Field.
Their 2-pointers, and
Come on
Paramo
now.
sees himself with a 2-point lead still, as Jim Vejvoda now has to answer his 3-pointer in order to bounce it back.
Still a
to
good
Jader.
place
And
to
that's
be at
category
right now.
11 mark.
That's right. Mark
Yeah.
Rippon's number means
You like
spy
this?
movies today, Christian. Spy movies. All
Sure.
right.
Salute,
The
Clark.
good news is that you get this right, you take the lead. Bad news is that if you get it wrong, you only have your 5-pointer left. So in the world of spy and all that could encompass, for the lead, in 2006's Casino Royale,
Evergreen.
who
Yes.
played Vesper Lynn?
Eva Green.
Christian, Jim Vejvoda is back on top.
Jim Vejvoda back on top. So where we stand now is that Jader Paramo.
I'll be honest
needs
though, I
to
do
hit
kind of
his
like the matches where they
5-pointer
jump back
in order
and forth.
to
I know it's
bounce
nerve wracking for the people playing.
Hit
It's
it.
great for the people watching.
It's great television.
Yeah, dude. It's
Jim
I hate it.
Vejvoda.
Super nerve
it's fun to
wracking if
watch.
you're
It's fun
playing.
to watch.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch because I was having a blast watching Murrow and Irwin.
All right, Jader,
But
you chose category number 18. That's Will Smith movies.
Ha
Will Smith movies.
Woo, ha ha
There you go.
ha.
All right.
this question, bro.
All right. Who plays the NSA official Thomas Brian Reynolds?
Good
Who
lord.
was caught on camera having someone murdered in the film Enemy of the State?
Barry Pepper.
The fucking worst.
Oh
man.
no. Yeah, it's what's her face's father? John Voight.
John Voight.
4.
It's
Angelina
John Voight,
Jolie.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Angelina Jolie's
That's-
father.
that's-
There it is.
Hey, sometimes you gotta go that direction to
Who
pull an
plays
answer.
NSA official Thomas Brian Reynolds, who was caught
That's going to
on
be my
camera
weakness playing in the
having someone
Schmoedown is I'm an
murdered
out
in
loud thinker.
Enemy
So
of the State.
like I'm going to be like, oh yeah, it's that blah, 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 blah.
Five,
Yeah. John Voight.
3.
Repeat the question.
Last one.
Come on.
Who plays NSA official Thomas Brian Reynolds, who was caught on camera having someone murdered in Enemy of the State? 5, 4.
Is it John Voight?
Oh,
correct.
Yes.
Paramo
Yes.
with
Yes. Good pull. Fantastic job. Okay, here's the thing. As we're doing these, when we get into these scenarios, I'm gonna start. I want to create some kind of way of acknowledging this, and I want to ask the question. Please don't blurt out anything yet. Let me ask and then give you the choice.
Geez.
Did you know the answer the whole time and you were just messing with them, or were you taking the entire time? Now, keep in mind, before you answer that question, this could potentially give away if you are the type of competitor that will keep this in mind, that you could be
Also,
mind messing.
Keep in mind, not answering the question could also be answering the question.
No,
That's
I
fine.
mean, you could.
Look at that face. Look at that pause face, dude. Does it look like I knew that answer? No, I'm just kidding. No, okay. So again, we're gonna do bare bones here, and it's fine. And if people watch it,
you don't have to. But
no, it's fine. The second time I heard it, I needed to be clear on the question. I really did. The first time I was like, I have no idea. I was like trickling down. Second time, I'm like, it has to be between two people. I narrowed it down to 2. Before my end of the count of the second, I was like, I think it's John Voight, because I was between John Voight and Jason Lee. But I know Jason Lee wasn't the killer. He was the one giving the tape out in the beginning of the movie. Again, this comes down to me loving Enemy of the State, and I actually want to give a quick shout out to Garth, because he was saying the Enemy of the State is the unofficial sequel to The Conversation, which I love The Conversation, and I didn't realize that until he said that now. So that is great that he just mentioned that. But I was between those two, and then when I used my third repeat, I knew it, but I wanted to be 100% sure. I was like, let me hear that I heard this question right, because I don't want to botch this, because obviously it was my 5-pointer where I'm like, I need to win this, or I need to at least answer my 5 and not beat myself up. So that's really what happened. The first time I was like trying to trickle down. I asked for the repeat. The second time I heard the question, I'm like, it has to be these two. By the end, I was like, I think it has to be John Voight. But I asked for that third repeat just to hear the question 100% again. So that's what happened.
Fantastic. That's so good. Yeah, because
proper
now
use of JTEs.
You guys have to remember. You have to remember. I'm a student of the game.
Yeah.
So right there, you see my face where I'm like, oh, thank God. Like I got it.
I think that's the benefit you have. You come in as a fan, which means you watching this as much as you have, the strategies, and all that you really have to focus on is just the movie knowledge. You know what to do without really even thinking about, should I go to multiple choice or should I call a JTE, just to have that little bit of time left to really think over my answer. You got it. You got that down pat. It's just the movie knowledge that all you have to focus on, and that puts you in a great position.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now it goes back to Vejvoda for his 5-point,
which he's a genius, man. So we'll see.
Right. Sends it back to Vejvoda using all 3 JTEs. Holy mackerel. What a pull by the Rook, as we now see Vejvoda has to answer.
That's a Christian who has to make his program family friendly also.
Family friendly,
Holy mackerel.
Not with Kevin Smith on there.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, like every other word from Kevin Smith that I don't expect any less.
I apologize. It's like me.
Just had Will Smith. Now we have Tom Cruise, 2 beloved box office sensations.
Ooh.
Your knowledge of Tom Cruise.
You did that on purpose.
Tell you to the next round.
Yeah. So check this out. I'm going to give you some behind the scenes afterwards, though.
Get it right, you advance. If you get it wrong, you're going home.
No pressure.
I am home.
For 5 points, Jim. The world Tom Cruise in The Firm. What is the name of the
Oh,
Tom Cruise's character ultimately works at?
I have no idea.
Oh, is he pulled
Piece
this?
of question.
No way.
Can do that.
That is the second one. Wait, that's the
One second.
that's your
That's the second one.
That's the second one. Okay.
Jim, in the world of
Nothing
Tom
against you,
Cruise,
Jader, but if he could pull this, that's impressive.
What is the name
No,
of the
I don't,
Tom
dude.
Cruise's character
Yes,
ultimately works at?
100%.
Oh crap! I'm like Andres in the chat. That's the name of the firm.
Repeat the question.
Guy nailed it.
That's the last one.
In the world of Tom Cruise, in the film The
LLC
Firm,
or
what is
whatever.
the name of the law firm that Tom Cruise's character ultimately
Incorporated.
works at?
Inc.
Markham, Martin, and Stone. I don't know.
And your winner.
Wait, is that correct?
Advancing to the next round.
I don't know.
Jader.
Yeah. Good job.
Mark, the answer.
Wow. The answer was Bandini, Lambert, and Locke.
Yeah, no
come on.
freaking
Duh.
clue. I was no.
So,
All right.
Jim
Time
Vejvoda,
out.
I'm going to put you in the waiting room there. Tough.
A little behind the scenes again.
Did you know that?
I no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, no. I knew Sabrina's, and I've known 5-pointers before. It's crazy that it's been 2 times, at least for me, where Jim and it again. I'm not that mad because again, at the end of everything, it's what happened at the live chat. People said left out the Bandini. Andres, thank you so much, man. But at the end of everything, to be completely honest with you, I didn't know that, and it's the second time that happens to him, and I feel terrible. At the same time, I don't feel terrible because he played against me, and I need to advance. But Old Man Nick was the last one with the room question, which who's the one that kidnapped what's her face, Brie Larson and Jacob Tremblay. I didn't know that. I've seen Room a bunch of times, and I didn't know that. And now he gets hit with this. Like, I felt terrible, but at the same time, I'm like, hey, dude, you played me. It is what it is. Kudos to him. I mean, because, again, behind the scenes question or what have you, almost picked number 19.
Ooh.
Right? That would have been my question.
Oh, man.
That would have been my question. It would have been a completely different turnout. However, my last round, I went 7, 13, 18. I try to pick I rotated between numbers in my head, but I've kept the same ones. 18 is the day my son was born. So I picked number 18. And I always say, I always luck out. I don't know what my number 18 would have been with Brittany Young because I didn't answer my 5-pointer. But I picked 18 again for that reason. And he was my good luck charm this time. And as soon as I logged off, he actually came over and I gave him the biggest hug and I love you, dude. But I almost went 19 because in my head, I'm like, I picked 18 last time. Let's just bump it up one, and I was this close. Had I been on top on round 2 and I mean, coming out of round 2, I would have picked 19 and that would have been my question. So it's luck of the draw, to be completely honest with you.
And he will never not pick 18 ever again.
Yeah. No.
Here's the thing. We joke about, like, all you got to do is just pick some numbers. Just pick some freaking numbers. How hard is it? We joke about that, and everyone's like, oh, good numbers, or no, terrible numbers. Yeah, whatever. Jokes aside, numbers really do come down to it once, especially once it's revealed what those numbers are related to. And
you never
like
know. You never know because, again, if you go back to my first match and I picked the exact same numbers, it's something different every time. So it's like, hey, I knew damn well I wasn't going to get anything of the same thing that I got on my first match. You get me?
Yeah.
And it's just luck of the draw. And Mark Ellis said, hey, what numbers feel lucky? And it is. Are those going to be your lucky numbers for that round? And for me, it was. I honestly thought Jim had me going in. I was trying not to beat myself up, and I really didn't. But for me, going in by 1 point, exactly what you said, the deficit, it's the smallest deficit you can go to in going into the third round. When I missed that cookie cutter question of Power Rangers, like after hearing that answer, you're like, you idiot. Like for me, I was like, you idiot. Like I should have gotten that, and you guys got it off rip, which is awesome. But for me,
don't get me wrong. I've missed questions that are like stupid, like all the time.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
no. And again, you never know, man. There's just some things that you're gonna know, and there's just some things that you're not gonna know. I got asked another Will Smith question about Collateral Beauty or something as deep in Wild Wild West. I wasn't gonna know that. It happened to be a Will Smith movie that I absolutely love. I was hoping for like a Bad Boys question because I'm like very, very big on. I'm like Makuga level obsessed with Bad Boys 1, 2, and 3. I love them all, right? So for me, I let him know that when I met him, when the whole they crashed my interview thing, the Wildberries and all that, I let him know. I'm like, yo, Bad Boys for me is like I love that movie. So when I heard Will Smith, I'm like, please don't let it be anything that I like, something that I know. When I heard Enemy of the State, I was like, okay, you know this, don't get into your head. You got this, and so on and so forth. And then again, I already walked you guys basically through what I was going through at that moment, where the first time the question got answered, I was going through every single character. And kudos to whoever said Barry Pepper. A lot of people forget Barry Pepper's in that film. Barry Pepper's in that film. Jack Black is in the film.
I thought Barry Pepper was the one who actually kills the senator, while John Voight Reynolds was just the one standing there. But Barry Pepper was the one who, it actually was. It was the exact opposite. Barry Pepper was the one just standing there, while Reynolds is the one who pulls the trigger. There's a lot of people in there. Like Seth Green is in that movie too.
Seth Green is in the movie, absolutely.
There's a lot of like really famous people that have small bit parts.
They're huge now, or huge after the film, that had small roles in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, it was one of those where I was replaying that scene where Robert, which is Will Smith's character, shows him at the end of the film, like, hey, I got you type shit. And I was like, who is, and I'm like, it has to be John Voight. It has to be John Voight. And that's where my mind, I was literally replaying the film at like light speed in my head, where I'm like, it has to be that. I'm like, there's no way it could do anything. It could be anything else. But yeah. And then when I heard his 5-pointer, I was like, ugh. I'm so glad I didn't pick number 19. I promise you, had it been the opposite, it would have been him. It would have been him continuing now.
Yeah. Let's see this. Let's see this wrap up here. That's awesome.
Yeah. Tough question for Vejvoda, but look, Paramo pulls out the
Andres, thank you, man.
there. Holy moly. Ken, let's start with you. This is
apparently your clip was put up today.
This was a nutty fight because opponent spinners. He was down going into the third round. You got to be impressed with the fact that he was able to kind of stick it out there.
I'm not impressed, Christian. This is what I knew he was capable of. By the way, this is.
I'm also impressed.
The only thing John Voight is.
I'm also impressed.
I believe Jader. Listen to me, man. Don't get caught up in the hype. Don't get caught up in the chat shows. Don't get caught up in your opponent. Jim Vejvoda is a great guy who's a class act, who knows his stuff. He got tripped up. You can't worry about his journey. You worry about yours. We'll deal with Roxy some other time. All right. She's probably got some homework tonight assigned by her second period history class teacher. She'll be taken care of. You concentrate on yourself. That's what this tournament is about. We are going to be a good kind of selfish.
Vader. I guess so. The way you play
it works. Whatever. That's fine.
Jader, on that 2-0. Big
hey, why not?
Beating someone like Vejvoda, that is
we shall watch your career with great interest. Yeah. I mean, that one actually kind of plays in a little bit.
How did you pull that Voight question? Was it a guess, or was it kind of like a Ben Bateman special?
A little bit of both. I knew he was in the film.
He's asking the same question.
Repeat the question.
Yeah.
When you said the NSA, I was between
got to it before Christian. Yeah.
And Jason Lee, which gives him the tape.
He got forced, but
that's why I had to repeat the question.
Jason Lee was it Zavitz?
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
That is, I think that's his character's name.
Man, I made a rookie mistake, and answered a question quickly in the second round that I knew, both that I missed. And it
Thanks for hanging out, Andres.
Thank you, sir.
It out
100%.
the full 15 seconds, so it's something that I'm definitely going to work on.
Yeah, Jader, when you got that last question and it was announced that it was correct, you kind of looked like you just got shuttled through the Stargate and you didn't know where
The world may never know.
But
The world may
you're
never
here,
know.
And now where you have been shuttled is round 2 of this tournament. So how far can you take this?
So you got to take on either Tim or Tom.
You know, that's the that's the plan. That's what I'm going to do.
Ooh.
Again, kudos to Jim. He was one hell of an opponent. I'm a big fan. Again, I'm a fan. So you have to understand, going up against these guys, I know what he's capable of, and I know his deep cut knowledge. I was hoping that he wouldn't get questions that he knew, obviously, you know. But who's next? I think it's either Tim Franco or.
So that's my next question. Yeah, either Tim Franco or Tom. Do you have a preference?
Either one.
Not Tom.
Neither. Can we go with neither?
Come whatever may.
Ken, so look, this is
who's just entering the fan leagues. Can I go with one of them? That would be fantastic.
You might very well be not want to be bothered during dinner, but you have to give credit where credit is due. And what I saw already with when you've taken over now, Bonnie Somerville played the game of her career with you, and now Jader Paramo beats a very, very skilled.
For some reason, my mind's like
in
option choice C.
Jim Vejvoda.
Can we go with Humberto Gonzalez?
A lot better than you're leading on.
Oh, you speak of El Mayambi.
We all speak the same language, huh?
Use the chat shows. He's here to collect money. My invoice.
That
yeah,
match was literally where I was like, I can do this.
Come after me. I've got the shield on. I've been around the block. I've been in.
No comment.
Yeah, I'll comment. It's fine.
Bonnie played a great game. She lost, but you know what? She exceeded expectations, and that's all that mattered in that match for us. Jader moves forward. Tim Franco, he's a great kid. He's a great kid. You know, he brings, my girlfriend EG's from Arizona when he travels out for live events and everything. He's a sweetheart. Tom, I respect Tom for building a name on one name. People know the name because of him and his skills. Either one will be a great opponent, but we don't worry about that. We worry about ourselves here. That's the plan.
Well, congratulations, Jader the Hurricane Paramo, advancing to the second round of the Ultimate Schmoedown Singles Tournament, and to Ken Knapsack, the manager of the Droogs. Gentlemen, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. All right. Going to bring back, and obviously, heated Roxy Stryer and disappointed Jim. Roxy?
Yeah, oh, no. I have never been so proud of a player for not knowing the answer to a question. If you knew that 5-pointer, you're a loser. You are a freaking loser with no life. I've never been so happy to have one of my players miss a question.
That's an alternative take for a manager to do. I mean,
one of the most knowledgeable players here, and honestly, his record is not showing that. So we've got some work to do to make sure that he gets a record that shows how talented and how knowledgeable he really is.
You know, it was a tough fight. There's no doubt
Once
about it.
again, I have to call out. I like her microphone.
You said a couple times that you thought you knew the answer, that maybe you should have stuck with the trying to get the 2 points. So you're happy with the gameplay in round 2.
Shout out to Garth right there mentioning Adam.
I would hate to have made because I was cocky.
Yeah.
I think I was a little gun shy.
Sorry, my headphones died, so you're gonna have to hear me through the speaker. But Adam Collins is a force to be reckoned with, man. I've been studying his tapes too, and he is.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
Quite the competitor, man.
Yeah, he's looking kind of scary.
So don't
for sure.
Today, you spun opponent's choice, and they spun spinner's choice. Which, by the way,
I'm really interested to see what he does up against Roca.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's got to go up against Roca. That's not going to be easy.
The rock stars, and you still were so incredible. Jader still sucks, and he's a case, and won't go back to the tournament. So
okay, Roxy.
Jim Vejvoda.
Whatever, dude.
Okay.
All right, that is senior quote material there, Christian. It sucks to suck. Jim, my question to you is simply a matter of when you did spin opponent's choice, unfortunate though it may be, the team decided to saddle you with Meg Ryan, and I thought that maybe that might have been a blessing in disguise. Was there a category on that wheel today? Now that you have some time to beef up your weaknesses.
Give away nothing, Jim. Give away nothing.
I say nothing. I will say, you'd be surprised how much I know about Meg Ryan movies. You would think somebody who did see so many 80s and 90s movies at the time would have remembered that Sally Field was the wife, the ex-wife, and Mrs. Doubtfire. I completely drew a blank. I remember so many other people from that movie except her.
Pierce Brosnan.
That's the one I'm more pissed about. That.
Yeah, it was a run by fruiting.
I will say,
Tell me that's one of my favorite scenes ever, because the part where he kind of touches Mrs. Doubtfire and he goes, "You touch me again, I'd drown you, you bastard."
Yeah,
one of my favorite things ever.
I also remember Harvey Firestein as the one doing the makeup on there. Like, oh, be careful, she's an old woman.
Why did you give him an accent?
I don't know.
No doubt about it. You look at some of the
Mom, get down to the basement. Aliens are coming. Oh my god.
I'm Harvey Firestein.
It's cool, man. It's cool. He said he tipped in for Roxy's mic.
She couldn't get, and then the following year she would come to
do a Harvey Firestein impression. Everyone thinks you got the Rona.
And I will say, even from
I'm Harvey Firestein, threat to the seven seas.
There's no doubt about it. Out of all of it, because you're taking your time, and it seems like though you have caught kind of the bug to want to get back in there and kick some ass.
The thing that really does.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Other guys,
oh my gosh!
You're like, oh, it's John Voight. Why didn't I get that? Like, I would have killed it. I think I do. Yeah, I want to win. I am not feeling good about this run that I've had. So I'm mad at myself. But again, I feel like there's a cosmic 2020 hand at play here. Something maybe Whiskey Man needed a lesson.
Let's hit Ryan's question after the video.
That's a very good question. Not just in Jader's
I want to just
specific predicament, but
at this point
overall.
The bad run I'm having of these impossible questions at the end reminds me of the time that I auditioned for the old game show The Weakest Link. I made it to the final round. All the other contestants got which president freed the slaves, and I got one about Welsh poetry. So I'm just saying,
wow.
I'm telling you, man, he has bad luck, dude. And it's terrible because he honestly was a sweetheart, man. Once the match was over, he private chatted me and he was just like, "Hey, dude, you played a great game. Congratulations."
Yeah. Left here.
And he honestly, it just luck wasn't on his side again, And I am not kidding when I say that I'm a big Vejvoda fan because
lack of cockiness.
I know his potential and I know what he can do to the league. That number in round 3, the good numbers that he gets or whatnot. It's one of those things where luck is not on his side because I was there for the old Nick question. We all recorded again. The last couple matches were all recorded in one day. It was like,
once again,
it was like 7 or 8 matches.
Jim Vejvoda, we will see you.
And
see you.
He was there, and I was in person, and I promise you. And this is again some more behind the scenes stuff where everybody that I was around, Schmoedown professional, right? Everyone, and I'm telling you, big names. I won't tell you who they are, but big names literally standing right next to me where we're all playing the game, where we're all, whatever questions being asked, we're like, "Oh, did you get this? Did you get that?" And no one except I think maybe 2 people, not where I was, on the opposite end of the room, were like, "Oh, I knew that question." That's the only, I think it was 2 people in that entire room where they were like, I know what that 5-pointer was, And I was like, dude, I felt so bad for him because, again, if you watch every single one of his team matches, like, he is the star. He is the one.
Yeah.
And again, he got, I don't know if they threw him in the IG match or what have you. I don't know what happens behind the scenes within the factions. But even that IG match was kind of like neck and neck again. And then he comes back, he goes to what he's comfortable with here in the singles tournament, and it happens again, where I'm like, I feel so bad. I legitimately felt bad because I just know that he's such a great player. Now, if you go on to the matches, like, it was a close call, but everyone had Vejvoda over me. I had Vejvoda over me. I'm not gonna lie. When I was in there, I'm like, I'm out the first round. And I wish Sabrina was here, but one thing that you can't take away is the effort you put in. And I promise you guys, I was studying my ass off day and night. I would have index cards this thick, like from here to here, index cards. And I was having everybody. I would walk into work and it was slow time. I'm like, here, guys, ask me these questions. And whatever I don't know, we'll put them on a separate pile, study those piles, ask me these questions again. And that, and even then I still missed one that literally was none of the questions that I got asked, for the exception of the one, was in my index card. Again, I have like 4 inches or 5 inches worth of index cards, right? And I got everything else right except for the one that I had in my index card, which is mind blowing to me.
Jeez.
That's why I was telling Sabrina, I'm like, it doesn't matter what you study at the end of the question. Did you get asked that question? Because it happens where you're so obsessed with learning all these, movies or details on films. Like the details are literally only for your 5-pointer, at the end of the day. So for me, and again, it just sucks because again, at the end of the match, Vejvoda gave me the respect. And this, again, coming from somebody that I respect, that's major for me, And I wish him luck. I want him to do big things, man. There's so many people that I would love to team up with where I'm like, man, like I feel like I can fill those gaps. Like had him and I been on the same team, that Sally Field question would have been asked like super, like I would have answered that super quick. So I feel the only thing that would have sucked was that 5-pointer, because I was like, hey dude, I don't know, But other than that, it's crazy how this game is played. Like again, and you study so much, and you never know what you're gonna get. This again, and this I don't know. I didn't read the live stream or anything like that. I'm sure I got eaten alive because he did get opponents. I got spinners, and I was still down at the end of the second round, picking something that I knew. But yeah, again, it's surreal. It's crazy. I feel like it's bad luck on his side, which sucks because he's such an incredible player and he was so nice at the end of everything. It was a kudos and we both did a cheers because he ended up pouring up a drink and it was like, hey man, to you, man. But he was fantastic. Roxy sucks, but that's it.
All right, let's finish.
She's great outside of the
would have thought Ken Knapsack woke up and he is managing the Droogs and I think doing a better job than Brandon Hanna would do.
Well, yeah, Christian. I mean, you've given Ken a piece of your mind.
Christian just poking the bear there.
Oh, come on! Don't give Hannah fire there.
Has improved upon that award-winning Little League performance. Maybe next time he won't be dressed like a hobo you'd see on Highwood Boulevard dressed as the Pink Panther. But
maybe he will. Maybe that's what's working. I don't know. Whatever he's doing right now, it's working. Because I'm telling you, I've never seen Bonnie play like that. Yeah. I've never seen Bonnie hit that 5-pointer. I was like, how did she this? And the speeches Ken gives. Ken is one of the best promo speech givers that this league has. And when you're a player and you're hearing that on the other side, it's got to motivate you. I hate to give the guy credit, but when I'm listening to him and I hear Jader and Jader could get inside of his head, but then you got Ken saying, focus, don't worry about it. He needed to, he got them all right, but he needed to go to multiple choice. Get this, focus, don't worry about it. You're down that many points, stay in the game, figure it out like a good coach would. And maybe this is where Ken's supposed to be.
everyone has their own style when it comes to managing, Christian. Another coach might quote the great Welsh poet Abraham McTaschenberger, but no, Ken Knapsack, he's going to be Vince Lombardi. He might even tell you what to do, a little heavy-handed sometimes, but in the end, it works out.
Wasn't that the category that that Jader said he got was a Welsh poet?
Ellis is a
So
pro.
there won't be any
Oh my God.
for the rest of the day,
That's
but there
so
will
wrong.
be
Ellis is so good at what he
another
does.
match coming up very, very soon. Look
so
at
messed
this
up.
on August 27th.
This
You
is
talk
never.
about
I'm never
rock
gonna get tired
stars.
seeing this.
Well,
I'm
they
never gonna get
are
tired
Me
seeing
neither,
this.
man. I
and
posted
the
it on my
champion
Instagram,
is
dude. Like,
back with
that
them.
is forever
Chris
saying.
Jericho
Yeah.
is going to be facing
A little bit of
Kevin
history right there.
Smith in one of the biggest battles in Schmoedown history. And if that wasn't enough, the undercard. Can you even call it an undercard? The co-main event at this point.
Undercard, that
Ben
should be its
Bateman
own.
facing Andrew Guy, their second battle, number one contender shot to face.
That was
the
still a great,
current
great live
champion.
event.
Mark,
Yeah,
I
that's
am
fantastic, dude.
excited.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one to call for you and I, and it's going to be a great one for the fans to witness. And the fans, they're the reason why we made it this far, why we can have great competitive tournaments, we can have celebrity matches, we can do it all thanks to everybody out there watching. So we appreciate your support and a special welcome, and thank you to all of our patrons out there. You want to check out the Movie Trivia Schmoedown?
Get on that Patreon.
Today. Select which tier is right for you. You get pay-per-view matches, you get all sorts of extra bonus goodies, behind-the-scenes content.
Well, that Patreon this year is
it's something that maybe Ken Knapsack
The
should try to do.
Patreon this month.
Yes, I think it's
If you're not
ridiculous.
convinced by this month, oh my gosh.
Look,
It's ridiculous.
here's the thing. We have an amazing tournament. We have a lot of the managers are still.
I work for
all
a
the
cable
managers are
company.
still
I'm
in this.
trying
The
to
rock
talk
stars are
people
still in
into
this thing.
spending their money on
And
cable
there's so much
channels.
to
If
be
you're
had.
not spending
And we're
money
so
on
excited.
just
You guys
that,
want to learn everything about the Schmoedown as far as what the matches.
You got to
are.
pitch the internet, man. You got to be like, hey,
SchmoedownLive.com. That's where you can find
need
the
to see
schedule. You want to
Schmoedown,
watch
you
all
need
these
the internet.
matches, 4 matches a week. Well, you
There you
go
go.
to
Double whammy there.
youtube.com/the Schmoedown. This very channel that you're watching right now, make sure that you subscribe. You like what we're doing? You like what we're continuing doing? Well, we
I do
need
like what you're
you
doing,
guys
Christian.
in order
I
to
like what you're
continue
throwing
to
out there. I'm
we
picking
like
it
what
up.
you're doing.
Patreon like a subscription service. At the $10 tier, any one of our special pay-per-view events that we do, you guys get them. No matter, and that means the back catalog, all the stuff that we've ever done, you guys will get. The special exhibition matches, the Schmoedown Spectacular,
So good.
any of it, you get it at that tier. Can't do the $10 tier? Well, get the $5 tier. There's so much to be had over at the Patreon. Go ahead and check it out. And don't forget, go to the skybound.com and go to the store and check out a lot of the Schmoedown merchandise that we have. Mark Ellis, hell, it was really fun to see you, my man. We'll see you next time. All right, bye-bye.
Voila, bro.
So, how does it feel right off the bat? Because I just thought of this. I want to make sure, I kept repeating this in my head to make sure that I could ask this when Christian was done. Is how does it feel that you've now played 2 matches, which is enough for Christian to be able to commentate on your performance and how you perform and how you are.
Yeah.
Basically, he's giving a thing like, yeah, so Jim Vejvoda thought he could potentially go up against Jader, but here's Jader coming in with his experience, with his fire, and Jader's able to pull this out. And now we're looking forward to Jader's career, and I think Jader's pretty much got it. Like, Christian is already in that commentator mindset on you. Just to be able to say, like, hey, this is where Jader's at. Here's where I think Jader performs. Here's where Jader, in my opinion, this is where I think Jader's going to go. This is the level, real quick, of John Madden. If you've ever played like the John Madden football games, well, absolutely. I think this player, I can't do a John Madden voice, but I'm going to do it anyways. This player is going to go like further in this career, and he's going to do this, that, and the other. How does it feel having someone like Christian Harloff be able to put you in that perspective?
Again, I've used this word over and over and over again. It feels surreal. It's honestly something that I never in a million years would have thought that Christian Harloff would know who the hell I am. Being a fan. Again, this is coming from AMC, Collider, the whole nine. To legitimately thinking that I'm a competitor in the league that he created, Christian's a fan, and he's shouted me out a couple times on SEN. And again, back and forth tweets that we do like on Messenger and all that. And he's very proud of everything that I've been able to prove. Because again, time and time again, I don't know if you guys know this story, but Ellis was completely against the whole fan event. He told me himself that he wasn't crazy about the idea. No, I don't want to say completely against, but he was not. He wasn't for the idea.
He saw faults in it.
And he was like, I don't know. But again, this all goes back to the day before the draft. I ended up hanging out with Dagnino and Ellis, not knowing anybody in LA. I flew out there, whatever, tried my luck, texted Ellis, and I was like, hey man, I'm down here. He's like, hey dude, come through. And I ended up meeting him at the comedy store. Met Dagnino in the Valley, had a couple beers with us, and
that's a weird place to meet Dagnino, by the way.
But at the same time, to be honest with you, we didn't really even talk too much Schmoedown. It was more a couple guys grabbing some beers and this and that and that. Kind of like right before Ellis said his good nights, because again, like I can't stress this enough how big or how much time gets put into all these events. Again, the live event, the drafts, the whatchamacallit, the awards, all that. Like I was hanging out with that man that night before till whatever hour of the night, and I show up at 9 a.m. and Ellis was already in the building taking care of business. It's just the kind of people that run this show is incredible. Again, shout outs to RB3, to Nerd Chronic, to Ben Goddard,
Megan. Megan is a big one, I would say.
Yeah, Megan is huge, and Megan is the biggest sweetheart, because that girl, every time that I see her, it's like the biggest hugs, welcome. She just makes me feel like family, and I'm like, dude, I've seen you like twice in my whole life, Megan, she's such a force that people don't know that is behind the camera. Like again, your average fan does not know who the hell Megan is, and she is a force within the Schmoedown. It's incredible.
It's almost to the point. The Schmoedown would the way it is, the way it works, would not exist if it wasn't for Megan Sanborn.
Absolutely, no, and the way she is, and I love that she's just the tiniest little person, but she's like, hey, like claiming her stuff and telling people like, get your butt here right now because I need you. Excuse me. It's so great, right?
And you're like, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you do. Oh, you don't like this white shirt of Meryl Streep? I'll take it off.
See ya. Shirt's gone.
Yeah, whatever you need. So honestly, it's like that. And whatever. So I was talking to them, and that's when Mark kind of talked to me, and he goes, it's crazy how I was not for this fan event. And he goes, and again, it shows you the genius of what is Christian Harloff, pushing it through and be like, I think it's going to be a good idea. He goes, because we would have never met you. He goes, and look at you. He goes, you come from being a fan and, loving the game and this and that, to me and you sharing beers, not even talking Schmoedown, being just a legitimate friend. And that's one thing that Mark Ellis is one of the nicest people walking this planet.
Absolutely.
That man, absolutely. I haven't seen him in person, obviously, since before COVID, but during COVID, when the IG tournaments were going on, he's like, hey, we're missing the Florida flavor, man. How you doing? Just checking in through text. He's like texting me and he's like, how are you? How's everything? How are the kiddos? Can't wait to see you on the tournament. Tournament's coming soon. And it's just the nicest people. Harloff is the same way. Like, Harloff doesn't text me directly, but he messages me on Twitter and he's like, hey, how you doing? Yep. Hey, big match coming up. How do you feel about Vejvoda? And then after he's like, dude, you did it, man. I knew you can do it. So it's always that encouraging, and it's again surreal where it's like people that again, like that I look up to, where again, I told you this before we went live, where I have my podcast and I created my podcast. We were right now, unfortunately, we broke up. So I have another separate show with my co-host now. But my thing was like, I want to do what the Schmoes have here in Miami. Okay. Because I already have the plugs with the screening. I have the plugs with interviewing the actors, but I wanted to build like a studio and have that, those actors have somewhere to come and sit down, chit chat. Let's talk about your movie. Let's interview you. Eventually that's what I wanted to do or want to do. I haven't given up on that dream yet. Obviously this is all making it hard, but it's all inspiration through Christian Harloff. It's all inspiration through your Mark Ellis, through your Mark Rileys, your Roxy Stryers, everything that you had going on, like just the whole Collider crew. And again, and that's why when they're like, oh, you're not your character or whatever, you're the fan that no, I'm not playing a character. I'm legitimately me when you see me on screen. Like that's who I am.
I'm still a fan.
Yeah, exactly. And it's still me. And again, there's a lot of the promo that got cut out, but I'm taking a sip of whiskey. I'm like, Vejvoda. I'm like, oh yeah, no. Hey, I know how to say your name. Fan, and it goes, it just worked. And just, again, super happy to be part of just this work. It's surreal. It really is still surreal to me that you guys, because I've seen you guys before I was even, part of the Schmoedown, where I would see you comment and see your comment, because I would type in Schmoedown, and obviously when you type in Schmoedown, you see videos from, different from everybody. And I'm like, this is incredible that these guys asked me to be on their show. So, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Like how something that you've been so passionate about. And I remember downloading the Schmoedown game on the iPhone the day it came out, because they were hyping it up on Collider and, Movie Talk and all that stuff. But the day it came out, I had just started dating Steph, right? And I remember that it came out around October, if I'm not mistaken, and we were driving up to Horror Nights, and I was playing the game,
still there.
Nonstop. Yeah, dude. Yeah. And you want to know what's crazy? That if you click like play, your bottom tier players are your Rachel,
your top tier,
and your Kalinowski's and your Stacey Howards, where it's like, what the hell?
The game. The game needs to be updated.
I'm not afraid to admit I have been beaten by Finstock multiple times on that game.
That's what I'm saying, dude. So it's so insane. And let me tell you, that game is great practice, dude. It's great practice to keep it. So I'll do that. I'll start playing the game and I'll just start practicing, But I remember when I was playing the game, my girlfriend was like, what does that game do for you? And I was like, oh, nothing.
Everything.
No, I was like, no, nothing. And then she was like, all right, so why do you play so much? It's just trivia, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, but I feel that one day, if I put it out in the universe, I'm going to be a part of this world. Because I eventually want to compete at least once in the movie trivia Schmoedown. And look where I am now. And it's all thanks to her. I know you guys know the story where she's the one that won that golden ticket. And she was the one that was like, here you go.
There you go.
Don't F this up, pretty much. She said it a lot nicer than that. But it was
hasn't yet.
She gave it to me, and so far, it is what it is, dude.
So far, you have not.
Yeah. But it's so insane. It's so until this day again. It's like 2 a.m. here where I'm at, and I can talk about this all night.
Let's actually throw up Ryan's question real quick.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The pretense of this particular question, it's not necessarily like it is directed here for you because you're the one that we're immediately talking to, but this is something that could potentially happen for a lot of competitors. So the idea behind this is, of course, now you know that you have to take on either Tim or Tom. We know that these episodes are being filmed ahead of time.
Yeah.
Do you, or say like any other competitor, given your insight in this particular example, do you know when, say, like the match of Tim versus Tom is filmed, do they reach out to you immediately, say, hey, Tim won this, hey, Tom won this, start practicing because your match against them is going to be filmed next week. Are you given that?
We are. Yeah. Now, the time is never the same.
Yeah.
Because it could be, again, like a Merle on Friday winning and then telling Sabrina, like, hey, your match is on Monday, Or it can be like, hey, we both recorded way back when and be like, hey, look, you know what? Jader, you beat Vejvoda, or Vejvoda beats me. And then they're like, hey, you got Tim, 2 weeks from now. So you never know. You never know, but yes, we do get ahead of time. The thing is that you never know how much. So you can either get to a 2 week, thing, because they do record a lot of matches throughout. As fast as you're getting them is as fast as they're recording them.
Here's the thing I just realized, because that actually makes sense. Because if you think about it, like in this case, if they did not tell you that immediately, you have the match of Tim versus Tom is going to be played. They're going to film that match, and one of them is going to win.
Yeah.
Upon one of them winning that match, they immediately know who they're playing next. They know that they're playing you next, so they're able to prepare.
Absolutely.
The advantage, exactly.
The disadvantage here. So this is what I did. I studied the tapes, both of them. And I don't know who I'm getting. Now, little secret is, and to my competitors or whoever sees this, is I will study your tape 100%. I will look at your matches. I will see what you're weak at. If you don't have a weakness, I'll try to think of a weakness to try to throw that curveball in there for you.
Maybe we shouldn't have been doing reactions for the past 2 years.
No. And it's fine. But at the same time, it's one of those where I will study your tapes, and whoever it is, if I know that so-and-so is weaker at this or so-and-so is weaker at that, I'm going to be like, all right, so I'm full throttle now, studying Hitchcock films instead of studying video game movies, because, I know this person is not in anymore, and I got to worry about this person. And that's
a smart way to do it.
Study tactics. That's just what I do. And I go in there, and again, I go full freaking throttle. I haven't slept in the last couple of days because I've been trying to keep up with everything. And again, I'm as much as a fan as you guys. So when a match premieres, like today, it killed me that I couldn't see it live because I wanted to see it live. At the same time, I knew that I was going to jump on the show today. So I'm like, all right, I'll see the match later today. But I like to be on top of it. I don't like spoilers. I don't like finding out who wins, who doesn't win, and all that stuff. Like, I'm on it, and I'm trying to practice, even though I know that the question that Sabrina missed today, even though I could have gotten it right, I know it won't be asked, but I'm like, all right, so hey, they mentioned City Slickers today. Let me find out, because it's already in the radar, and they tend, again, today we have 2 Whiplash questions asked. We had one on my and her 5-pointer. You got me? So
so by mentioning that, I will tell you, with our interactions with Schmoedown competitors, some of them have been nice enough to kind of give us like a little insight in person, not through a stream, not something that's publicly able to be seen. Right. But some of them have been nice enough to tell us kind of like their study strategy. And I would say, based off of what we already know of those competitors and where they're at in the hierarchy of Schmoedown competitor, my brother knows exactly who I'm referencing to. And that you're heading down, your study, what you're doing is heading down the correct path.
Okay.
There's definitely a thing to going back and looking at like what questions have been asked this season, what questions have been asked very recently. Keep those in mind. Maybe study those, because those are a point of the writers.
Question that's ever been asked. You get me? Like it's impossible for me to know everything, but I do that a lot. I'm very old school with my study tactics. I have to write things down. So if I'm watching a movie and they're asking, they'll be like, oh, the lady in the blue dress, this and that, her name's Karen, just throw a name out there. I'll be like, Karen.
And she doesn't want to wear a face mask. We know.
Yeah, there you go. So Karen without the face mask in so-and-so movie, considered a classic. And I'll just write that. And that question may never be asked, but you know what? I'm ready for it. And I'll have it in rotation where I don't know something. And again, and growing up, I don't watch movies like I used to, where I've seen The Sandlot 97 freaking times versus seeing a movie, Marriage Story, the one time that I saw Marriage Story, you know? So if I get a Sandlot question or a movie from the past it was a movie that I grew up with, and again, when I would get home from school, the first thing I would do is pop in a DVD. Even though I've seen Gladiator 100 times, I've seen Shawshank Redemption's 100. Like, so all these movies that I've seen over and over and over and over again, right? But then I come back as an adult, as a full-time job, full-time dad, the whole nine, where I do want to see. One movie came out recently.
No, none.
Sonic,
question is that?
Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Sonic the Hedgehog came out. I can't see Sonic the Hedgehog as much as I've seen my old schools and my Gladiators and my Road Trip and my so on and so forth, my Mask and Dumb and Dumber and what have you, you know? So that's the difference where, and it always goes back to, you better pray that the 5-pointer you get is a movie that you've seen over and over and over again.
Exactly.
You know?
A quick example of that is Roca versus Irwin. We did the live reaction on that, and Roca was actually joined us at the time when we got to the point watching it where they asked him his 5-point question. What does Will Smith say NYPD stands for? And I was like, I had seen Men in Black so many times, and I love that line because first of all, it's stupid and it makes no sense because
at all.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I love that line, and so I was immediately, knock your punk ass down. Got it. I know that line, and then Roca's sitting there like live with us on stream, like.
Yeah,
he's like, "Way to go, Robert!
Good job."
Yeah.
Okay.
And it happens.
Some of those are fantastic.
It happens all the time. There's a bunch of 5-pointers that I've gotten where I'm like, dude, it's this. Crazy enough, one of the ones that I didn't know have been with Vejvoda. I didn't know Old Man Nick, and I didn't know whatever the law firm stands for. You know, but
no one knew what that was.
And again, we grew up watching Men in Black. You know, it's just one of those movies that I've seen over and over and over again. So you get, again, when I got Will Smith questions, I'm like, well, I know it's not going to be knock your punk ass down, you know, because of the match that was recorded prior. But for me, give me like 90s Will Smith with early 2000s, anything before Ali, I probably got in the bag. You know, but you never know. You never know what you're gonna get.
And to go based off of that, you never know. Here's that. Like I've sat there like at different jobs I've had, and I've just played like on IMDb reviewing things for like no reason. The 5-pointer. Okay, sorry y'all. Everyone's gonna take a drink. The 5-pointer that I was given in my match was who directed MASH. I just happened to be like not too long before that. Actually, I just so happened to be reviewing directors and specifically Robert Altman movies, and I was like, "Oh, Robert Altman directed MASH." Okay, and I felt like something from MASH is gonna pop up. So
there you go. Man.
Exactly. You never know what's gonna come up.
You never know, and that's the thing. Like I've studied hundreds of directors. And I haven't gotten till this day a single question of anything that I've ever studied, you know?
Yeah.
I want to say my first match I did, and it was all thanks to Janine. Janine threw a question at me during family films. I had never seen The Princess and the Frog. And she threw me Princess and the Frog questions. And that happened to come up in my match with Brittany Young.
Yeah,
you know,
that always happens that way. Just you happen to be talking about.
I think that's why I think studying is really, really important. It's again, man, it's insane. But yeah, again, going back to Ryan's question, you don't know how long ahead You really don't, because again, somebody can there's recordings every single day. As far as I know, it's like Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday. I'm not sure.
Whenever
But
people are available.
Today, somebody recorded. Tomorrow, there's somebody that's probably going to be recording. And you don't know what, and I don't know what side of the bracket they're doing. They're doing one day off, one day on, what have you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But maybe you're lucky enough to get the memo a week. A week is good time. A week and a half is even better. Versus getting, again, a Sabrina where she's like, hey, Damero won. You're up on Monday. 2 days to study against Mancuso. So it's like, what the hell? So you never know, man. But they do, just to answer the question, you do get a somewhat of a heads up. You know?
Yeah,
for sure. Well, man, it's been great. We're hitting that 4-hour mark, so we gotta wrap this thing up. It's been great having you, being able to watch your match with you. Real quick, let's get some plugs in for you and what it is you are doing.
Do I do anything? I don't know, man. So yeah, Instagram and Twitter, infamous J13, cinesportstalk.com. We have usually our show every Friday where we try to bring a guest on. We review a film. We've been trying to get a lot of Schmoedown personalities on the show. Because of the pay-per-views on Friday, we've been moving our shows to Wednesdays or Thursdays. We've had Bibbs on the show. Bibbs was fantastic. We reviewed Psycho. I've had Goddard reviewed Matrix, RB3 last week. What did we review, man? I feel so bad right now that I don't even remember. Social Network. We did the Social Network. We got it. Kaiser has jumped on. We did Reservoir Dogs with Kaiser. Mark Ellis reviewed Dumb and Dumber with me. So we've had quite a few guests on the show. It's been great.
If you'll ever do Shawshank Redemption,
whenever you guys want, man, just let me know. We'll jump on. We'll make it happen. I have the next tomorrow. I was trying to get Sabrina on the show. We couldn't get in contact or anything. So tomorrow I'm just gonna do a solo episode. We're gonna be reviewing Black Swan tomorrow, and then next week I can't. I'm hoping that we have it locked in. It was supposed to be for this week, but she has a big tournament coming up this weekend. I'm going to have to push it forward for next weekend, but I might have Shannon on the show next week. I reached out to her.
Nice.
So
that's a good
look
one.
out for that, man. And, just click the like, just subscribe, whatever you can, guys. I highly appreciate it. I feel like it's a fairly good show. But just any type of support, man. If not, just keep coming here, watching the matches, man, and support all you can. Support these guys, whatever you can do. I had a blast tonight, man. I haven't done a 4-hour episode, and I don't remember how long. I did a 4-hour episode actually with Kaiser reviewing the whole MCU.
So, wow!
Yeah,
man,
y'all did it under 4 hours. That's good.
Yeah, I know. That's what I feel. But there's some movies that were like, F these movies, and we kept going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude.
Well, it's been an absolute joy having you here as well. We're going to have you back sometime here in the future. I mean, you got another match at least coming up, so let's see what happens.
Yeah,
and
ready.
as for us, you over there, there you go.
Schmoedown replay continues tomorrow night, which is actually going to be probably here in a few hours. So we'll just stay on. Everyone just hang out. And Schmoedown replay continues tomorrow night. We will be watching. It's going to be Brendan Meyer versus Alonso Duralde. Our guest on that one is going to be Coy Jandro. That would be Brendan Meyer's manager. This is the first time we got a manager to come in and weigh in on a match. So this is going to be fantastic. Make sure y'all come back for that. As for what else we're doing, make sure you come back on Tuesday nights. As of right now, because of these matches, Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Central Time is the tagline. The show where the tagline is the title. That is our weekly show where we actually get to talk about movies and not just answering movie questions. So that is tagline. Again, Tuesday night. Right after that, we will be doing another episode of the Schmoedown replay. So that's 2 Stream Tuesday, #2 Stream Tuesday. And also, Follow us on Twitter, Instagram. We are at CineFanaticsMLP. That's where we keep you up to date on what's going on. Stuff going on right now, I could tell you, is we got a trailer reaction for Death on the Nile that just came out today. That will be up within the next 24 hours. Give me
movie trailers, guys. Movie trailers.
I need to eat, y'all. I mean, just give me a minute. But that will be up within the next 24 hours. We do have tickets to New Mutants. We will be going to the theater to see that. Again, those of y'all who want to go to the theaters, feel free to. Just make sure you mind social distancing and do it only if you feel safe doing it. Otherwise, please use your best judgment on that. We've decided to venture out to movie theaters because, I mean, at this point, this movie deserves it. I mean,
absolutely. I agree 100%. This movie deserves anything that you can give this movie.
Yeah.
Even if it sucks, just enjoy yourself. You're going back
also
to-
like quick side note. I'll say the theater that we're going to, I drive by like all the time, and there's always like only like 5 cars in front of it right now anyway. So no one's going to the theater, so it's safe.
Yeah, this theater is doing the proper precautions for social distancing, so we feel safe going there. So we will have a movie review. Let me rephrase this: a movie that we have seen that's currently running that we are reviewing. I know, unheard of right now, but we will have one on this channel next week. So make sure you come back for our thoughts, viewpoints on New Mutants. By the way, I'm a huge X-Men fan, which leads me to my segue. Make sure you hop on our Patreon. It's patreon.com/cinefanatics. On that Patreon, if you hit the $10 tier, you can join us for movie watch-alongs. We did one for X-Men, and it was a lot of fun. So go hit that up. We have a movie watch-along coming up pretty soon. Yeah, Jader, you're pointing at me. So, I mean...
Well, get out of the way, man. That guy.
Anyways, so we do have a movie watch-along coming up very soon. It's going to be for Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. They have a 3rd movie coming out into theaters or video on demand, whatever you want to see. Come watch us watch the original. So that's going to be really good. Hop on that $10 tier on our Patreon. You'll be able to see that. Anyways, I think that's going to do it for tonight. Is there anything else you think we need to cover, Chris?
Yeah, San Dimas football rules.
San Dimas football, high school football rules. Yes, absolutely. So make sure you come back to our channel tomorrow night. We will see y'all tomorrow night, and y'all have a great evening. Wait. Before I actually sign off, thank you, Jader, for being a part of this. Thank y'all in the chat, and a big shout out to Sabrina for also joining us earlier tonight. Thank y'all all for participating. Y'all are making us stronger, whether you want to or not. Anyways, thank y'all for being a part of this, and y'all, now everyone, have a good evening. Good night.
See ya.